All right, everybody, welcome to the Killer Main podcast. This week we have Vecna, the newest killer to Dead by Daylight. When you're watching this, it'll actually be Dracula because this will come out way after, because I can't schedule things to save my life. Anyways, if my guests would like to introduce themselves as our resident Vecna main.
Hello, I am Arshie Bob. I am a somewhat new content creator, and I've been playing Vecna since he released on the PTB. I am actually only Prestige 63 with him, and I have around, I think, 1,200 hours. And I've started playing this game somewhat around artist release when it came out for free on Epic, and I love the game so much that I got it on Steam again, because who doesn't like spending 20 extra dollars? I make mostly Vecna educational guides, and I'm currently doing a sick win streak. I lost it, but I'm at 5 right now, so that's kind of cool.
Did you say you only have 1,000 hours in the game?
I had 1,069 hours on Steam or on Epic, and right now I think I have like 160 on Steam. Actually, I can check right now.
I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible because people used to say to me, "You don't sound like someone who has only 1,000 hours in this game."
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like a bad thing or a good thing?
I mean, it's a bad thing for the game overall, but it's a good thing, like, as a compliment. You don't sound like someone who's only been playing this game for 1,000 hours.
Well, I say I've played this game for 1,000 hours, but most of a lot of the time I spend is like watching content on Dead by Daylight and like watching educational shit. Like I've got like I sometimes fall asleep to Otstarva videos. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. So I like play the game a lot in my head. I like replay scenarios, so I kind of build that confidence, sort of. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, when I tell people this all the time, before I actually downloaded the game, the first thing I did was watch a 12-hour Ots video. I knew like what most of the perks did before I even downloaded the game.
That's so real, honestly. It's
I feel like it's more common than people think it is.
Yeah, especially in a game like Dead by Daylight where everything it's like I've heard it be like people say it's one of the hardest games to get into because it's so different. Like it's not your FPS skills or your MOBA skills don't exactly translate.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like learning a whole different thing. And since there's like no other game like Dead by Daylight for the most part when it was released mostly, it's just a new experience that you need to get used to.
It is a game though. I feel like for some people it does just click with them as far as like learning it.
I suppose, yeah. It's a lot of knowledge too. Like I feel like it's a very mechanics low game. Like I feel like
Mm-hmm.
someone on their someone playing on their Xbox in like I don't know, like an apartment or like a 1 square meter apartment can like play.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
there's not much like, and I know some people are gonna hate me when I say this. There's not too much mechanical skill in the game unless like you seek it out.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. The mechanics wise, this game is like one of the easiest I've ever played, but what like differentiates it is like the amount of knowledge you need.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are so many perks, there's so many add-ons, like especially on the survivor side, you need to memorize all these killers, you need to memorize all these add-ons. Like is Blight's gonna turn at this rate, or is he gonna bounce off this object and then turn even faster? Like there's so many things you need to think of and get used to. Dead by Daylight is a very muscle memory kind of thing. Like after a while, you kind of know how much Blight can turn. You know how much, like Trickster's throw rate, ignore Memento blades.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something you get like a feel for, but also like you need to keep in mind like, oh, they could have these perks, they could have these add-ons. There's just so much variance.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ots made a video about like the problem and how like generators could take 90 seconds, or they could be running a friendly competition, have extra 5%, or they could have prove thyself. They could hit 7 hyper-focused skill checks. And there's just like so much variance, so nothing is like really set in stone. So a lot of the learning curve is learning like, oh, this gen could pop in 40 seconds, or it can pop right now. and like, oh, are the survivors truly being efficient, or are they doing totems, stuff like that? There's just like so much variance. It's
Yeah.
just it's kind of hard to get like a grasp on it.
It's one of those things where it's just I think that's why Dead by Daylight kind of appealed to me more than most of the games because like I usually play support in like Overwatch and League of Legends and all those things back in the day. Even in like Rainbow Six Siege, I was usually the guy on cams most of the time. Um, so like a game that's like not too mechanically intensive and most of like the skill expression comes from uh like you said knowledge of the game. I think appealed to me a lot more than a lot of other games do.
I agree so much. You gotta use that noggin, you know.
Yeah. Um, so the big question, and every main gets asked this question 100,000 times. Vecna being new, you probably only been asked like 50,000 times. Why Vecna?
Why Vecna? Oh lord. Okay, so I used to be a trickster man, mostly because one of my favorite archetypes in video games is characters with like 50 things and they just throw it at you. Think like Aphelios and Hui from League of Legends.
So,
I'm gonna keep bringing League of Legends up.
so kill him with bug bite characters.
Exactly. Uh, and Trickster fit that bill the most. But the second Vecna's abilities were released, when they said, "Oh, he's gonna have 4 abilities that you have that are on separate cooldowns," my brain kind of like exploded because that's kind of the character I've been looking for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a big fan of like cooldown usage, managing different things. Like in League of Legends, for example, you have for Aphelios, you have to manage his ammo count, you have to manage his gun order, you have to manage being a normal ADC and the Katarina roaming down to double kill your bot lane. It's just so much to think about, and I like using my brain, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I like I like choosing with the many tools I have available the best for the situation and applying that in a sort of unique way. And I don't know, I think Vecna fits that build the most, and that's why I really like playing him. He has a lot of things. He has good techs, like I can name off like 3 techs for each spell, except Dispelling Sphere. What is that spell? And yeah, he just has that complexity I've been looking for.
Yeah, I've actually talked in the past that, and you can agree or disagree with this. I've always wanted a killer in the game who doesn't really have a power that necessarily does damage, but a power that's like fully utility, and I feel like Vecna fits that bill.
He does. Even you can make the case that oh, Flight of the Damned is injured. In most situations, you're using it to M1.
Yeah,
Like you're using it to threaten.
it's a zoning tool.
Yeah, it's a zoning tool, and it's a good animation punisher. Don't mind me.
Hmm.
But like in the same way, you'd use a Nemesis tentacle to stop them from forcing the window and pulling up and M1ing them. You'd use Flight of the Damned to encourage them to move into an unfavorable position and kind of shift them where you want.
It's it's an interesting contrast between the other killers. Like I said, because Flight of the Damned, I know when Vecna first came out, a bunch of people complained like, "Oh, you can't get hits with Flight of the Damned." But once again, I don't think the developers' intentions was for you to get hits with it. Because if it was, there wouldn't
Exactly.
be an add-on that uh, lowered the skeletons to be uncrouchable.
Yeah, it would just be uncrouchable by default if it was intended to get hits all the time.
Hmm. But I think Vecna is definitely one of the more interesting killers we've had in a very long time. As much as I praise Unknown for being good, like a good design, at the end of the day, he's still just projectile killer. Vecna is actually, I feel like, something completely different to the game.
Yeah, there's not a killer with like 4 different cooldowns they need to manage. The closest thing nowadays would be probably Dracula coming out, but even then, his cooldowns aren't like egregious. You're not like the only punishment you suffer from spells is less from oh, this will be on like a 40-second cooldown, and more of like oh, I just lost a lot of distance because this spell slows me down a lot.
Hmm.
Vecna did have that problem on the PTB. I will admit he was complete dog shit, but
The idea
not
was
complete
there.
dog shit,
The
but like
idea was there.
yeah, the idea was there. I think a character that's punished less of distance and is heavily punished more of misusing their abilities or like losing the 50-50. I think that's really interesting, and I really like that kind of killer design because
Yeah.
it doesn't feel like it's the end of the world when you miss something, but also like that's your main tool like taken away, and now you need to play like in a more difficult sense where otherwise that spell would have helped you get a hit, for example.
I think me and Davude, I brought them up a lot today. We talked about with Spirit how we both kind of feel like Spirit should be punished if she misses an M2 attack. Um, and I think it's something that we definitely do need to see more. I brought the same thing up with Chucky before. I've heard some people bring it up with Trickster before, where if he misses a certain amount of knives, maybe he should get a fatigue of some kind. Um, I do think there is a distinction though, because like a killer, like when Vecna on release, or not on release, but on PTB, like the slowdown from Mage Hand was just too much.
No, absolutely. Mage Hand was. I mean, you can make the excuse for like Flight of the Damned being fine, but Mage Hand, when the entire thing is, I keep my distance and I hit you before the Mage Hand runs out, or I lift up the pallet and you're not able to make it an additional loop around. It was brutal. It was not good at all.
I think Vecna was also in the classic case, in my opinion, of a killer that people didn't take time to learn how to properly play against, and the devs kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Um, they got
Baby
very,
it.
very overzealous on the Band-Aid fix.
Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about
It,
the
it,
Mage Hand
it,
change. I feel like it.
it Here's the thing. Here's my thoughts on it are very simple. Is I don't care that it happened. I care how fast it happened. Um,
Didn't it happen like pretty quick?
it was like a week after he came out.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
kind of.
it's something that's been unheard of for them to do to any other killer. It was
Yeah, usually
more,
we'd have to wait for a smidgen of a mention in like the developer patch log, or
yeah,
what do you call them? The roadmap.
yeah, the roadmap. It was more like I hate the principle of it, not necessarily what they did. If that makes any sense. Like I actually kind of agree with the change. It's just you guys couldn't wait a little bit longer just to make sure it was the thing you needed to
Yeah,
do. You know?
it was so knee jerk, and especially for a killer that's like presented as something that takes a lot of time to learn.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you're not even giving him a chance.
Um. Now Vecna. We'll get into this here in a second, but Vecna is not perfect. I do think he
Absolutely
still
not.
needs. I still think he needs some things that to adjust him for both sides. Before I get into some of the stuff I want to see changed, mostly quality of life stuff on my end. But are there any changes you would make to Vecna right now? This includes add-ons, base kit, his teachables, which that's going to be an interesting conversation with one of them in particular. Um,
I feel like I know what it is already.
but yeah, anything you would change base kit or to his add-ons or anything like that?
I feel like his base kit, for the most part, is okay. I feel like some add-ons, and by some add-ons I mean Ring of Spell Storing, should be partially incorporated base kit. Because right now, as it exists, you kind of always want to run Spring of Spell Storing. Because why wouldn't you? It's 4 seconds cooldown.
Well,
I feel like
I was just gonna
like,
but I mean that brings into the question of is it necessarily because it's really good, or is it just because there's no really other options?
oh no, he has a lot of options. I would say his add-on choice, for the most part, is very. Because the thing about it is you have the standard add-on spread of 4 grays, 5 yellows, 5 greens, 4 purples, and 2 Eries. His purples are kind of but the way it works is that there's one for browns. There's one add-on for each spell.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it works all the way up to green. But there's also a cooldown add-on for yellow and a cooldown add-on for green. And then the purples, they don't necessarily change his spells, but instead they buff Vecna in certain ways with conditional requirements. Like you can become undetectable for 10 seconds after using all your spells.
Mm.
You can apply Sloppy Butcher for 45 seconds when someone's holding a magic item, and Robe of the Eyes and Bag of Folding. the thing is, he has a lot of options. Like, he has like really good add-ons. The thing is, Ring of Spell Storing just kind of is a general good thing. It doesn't necessarily buff one of his spells.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes him better. And I'm not a fan of add-ons that just do that. Like, I'm gonna pick him Trickster a lot because he's my old main, and I'm kind of sad they reworked him. But modern day Memento Blades, it makes him throw knives faster, and it just makes the character better. There's no like, oh, it buffs this specific aspect. No, it just makes his main power straight up better. You're more lethal. You can throw knives faster. You kill people faster, and add-ons like that are kind of iffy because they kind of become must picks. Like, why wouldn't you want to bring this add-on? You're reducing your spell cooldowns by 4.
Mm-hmm.
Spells are what make Vecna. So I feel like either making that base kit, or honestly, I wouldn't be too mad if they just straight up nerfed it. Because it would encourage a lot more
Add-on diversity.
like add-on diversity. Yeah, because I think Vecna has a super cool set of add-ons.
So
his Eries are super fun.
So I've actually, because I remember when Vecna came out, a lot of people complained that he was a bit add-on dependent. I don't know how the general sentiment has changed on that as of late, but my thing with that is I was looking at this from a character design perspective, from the thematic sense. Vecna is a D&D character. So what I thought they were trying to go for with the add-ons, and once again, I can't ever confirm stuff like this, was they were trying to make it so the add-ons were your way of customizing Vecna.
I did hear them say that you could like tailor your kit to be towards one specific spell.
Right.
The problem with that is that the spell cooldowns are just too long.
Mm-hmm.
So like, why would you not want to go with more specific add-ons? That's why his Eries are really nice too. They buff 2 spells instead of 1.
Well, yeah. I mean, we talked about this earlier with the whole idea of consistency versus situational use, right? And I think that kind of falls into that. But it's like from the perspective that behavior wants the character to be used, I feel like that's what they're trying to go for. Is you go into a match and it's like, okay, is this going to be a Flight of the Damned Vecna, a Generalist Vecna, a Fly Vecna? You see what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, if that was their intention, I do not think they did it very well. He's like, in my opinion, very like not add-on reliant. You do not need add-ons to perform well as him. They help, certainly. They help a lot. But in general, as compared to some killers, he just doesn't require them as much.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, like, because I feel like if he did, people would be even more mad. But I kind of think from a design perspective, it would make so much more sense.
It would be cool, but also, like, you have to determine, like, how much power are we truly keeping behind these hard-to-get add-ons? Like, do you need to spend like 30k blood points and pray to the entity that you get this add-on because you really like using Flight of the Damned and you want it to, I don't know, do a fucking curve when you throw it?
But like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like I said, I feel like they were trying to play it safe with the add-ons, but at the same time make it so you can still customize him if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, you can still customize. It's just like there's nothing really groundbreaking other than the Eries, of course, but
yeah,
nothing truly like explodes. Like, Lord, he has this add-on. You got to play differently around this spell because you play around them mostly the same, depending on the add-on. Like, you just have to, like, Trickster's Glove. You hold the palette up for an additional 0.5 seconds. That doesn't encourage you to play it differently. It just punishes you for a situation in which you would have normally dropped a pallet, maybe, where you just get hit now because he's running that add-on, which doesn't really encourage different counterplay. I feel like it just kind of makes the Vecna player feel better, which I mean is fine. Add-ons are supposed to enhance the base kit, but
also
if they were going for a whole,
I feel like if they made a character that was I don't want to say completely add-on dependent, but like a character who changes based on their add-ons that much, people who make tier lists would lose their minds.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, people put Myers on the bottom of every tier list, and I'm like, are we going off add-ons or not? Because, I don't know, man. Killing someone at 4 gens seems kind of nice sometimes.
I'm curious in your opinion on this. When people make tier lists, do you think they should take add-ons into account? Because I do.
Um,
Okay, let me ask you this
Lord, that
question.
is
Let
that
me
is a
ask you.
good
Let me ask you this
question.
question. How many matches do you go into where a killer doesn't have add-ons?
Almost none.
Why don't we take them into account then?
I think people are just trying to look at everything like it's black and white. They want consistency. They're looking at killers with the consistency that they will be mostly the same. They'll bring mostly the same perks. And they fail to consider that, oh, some killers bring this, which is super strong. Some killers bring scratched Myers. So like what are we if we're truly balancing around like the skill ceiling, shouldn't we also be balancing around, oh, this guy has Tombstone Piece and Judith's Memorial? Are we
Well,
are we tier listing on that, or are we tier listing on
because
uh,
you brought up earlier, like when you look at tier lists, you're assuming that people are taking it from the perspective of their maximum potential, but that would
yeah, and
imply
that's why I'm
add-ons.
yeah, exactly. That's why I'm so confused. That's why is Myers F tier? Like, yeah, he is F tier without add-ons, but
Even
realistically,
with,
what sane person even with, yeah, but he has a couple outliers, but
I mean, my thing would just be take the average.
yeah, but how do you define the average when like
Exactly. You see why I
it's
don't.
like
You see, this is why when I tell people it's like I don't like tier lists. This is what I try to explain to them. I don't like them because there's no good way to do a tier list in this game for
exactly because
killer
you gotta,
strength.
especially when a killer has like one or two overbearing add-ons and the rest are like dog shit.
Uh,
It's just like, yeah, how do you take the middle? There's no middle. It's like saying it's like talking to a tall person and a short person, and then someone comes up to you and say, "Hey, oh, can you bring me someone uh 5'7"?" And you're like, "Okay, which one's the closest?" The none, because they're on other sides of the spectrum.
and it's like I also think it kind of messes up some killers because I think like clown. Like a lot of people put him I think people have changed their perspective on this a little bit, especially since the buff. But I feel like people put Clown like decently lower than he normally would be if you took his add-ons into account. His add-ons don't like make him like super strong, much stronger, but they do help.
They do help, and they just make him like better. Like no one's complaining about Bleach Bottle.
Uh,
It does its job effectively.
well, some
Do
people,
people complain about Bleach Bottle?
yes, Flask of
Really?
Bleach. Yeah, people complain about Flask of Bleach all the. That's the 5% hinder one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, people complain about that one all the time.
Really? I thought people just got hit with a clown bottle and they just complain regardless because it slows them down. What's an extra 4%? You said this was made for this earlier, but like, what's an extra 3%?
Um, Actually, I think one of Clown's best add-ons is still Cigar Box. I'll die on that hill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's so versatile. Use it patrol, backpack,
Have,
uh,
have you
patrol.
have you seen you've seen my Chuck spots, right?
I have.
Yeah, I used to main Clown with Cigar Box.
You
Are
just have
things starting to line up into
things
place?
are starting. The brain cogs are forming.
Clown was the original Chuck spotter. The amount of times I have so many clips. There's like a 3-minute montage somewhere on my channel from years ago, where it's literally just me like waiting at Shack with Cigar Box and just hitting people. Like it's insane the amount of people who will run into you. And I tell people this all the time. If you really truly want to learn how survivors move when you're playing killer, play clown with Cigar Box.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, is the killer over there? As you can see, like shimmying back and forth trying to make a decision
Mm-hmm.
instead of like holding a check spot themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, sorry, I'm staring at the video. What the fuck happens?
She plot twisted.
She plot twisted in the basement. Oh, she totally has Wicked. Shit, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, because like survivors panic in a lot more situations. She did have Wicked. Fuck. They panic in a lot more situations where they should just be like chilling. I feel like survivors. A lot of people are like, I must do something. I need to do this, and if I'm not doing more things, then I'm losing.
I mean,
But like,
I've mentioned this a lot with, and once again, I main him, so I'm going to bring him up a lot. I do this every time, but with Chucky, I say this all the time. One of the biggest things Chucky players rely on is people panicking. That's
I
why
mean, who doesn't panic when they see this small shit?
that's why, like, when we like, a lot of Chucky players will say, well, no, if we go up against someone who knows what they're doing, we pretty much can't do anything most of the time. Because if you are good enough to not panic and know exactly where to hold your check spots and exactly like which loops you should be going to and all of this stuff and when you should be holding a spot and when you shouldn't, we can't do much. We're a 110 killer with
Uh,
no range.
it's like, yeah, just like people don't appreciate patience enough.
No, not at all. I mean, I maybe I've said this all the time. I don't know why I'm so patient, but it is a virtue for a reason. Um,
It is a very good virtue. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like
you've been in my streams before. Have you ever caught any of my fishing streams before?
your fishing streams. I have not. You fish? Um,
I fish in Dead by Daylight.
what?
Um,
Oh,
so
I thought you loaded up like fishing simulator or
no, no,
something,
no,
and
no,
were
no,
like
no, no.
fishing. I'm like,
I fish in Dead by Daylight. The way I do it, the way I used to do it was I would play Deathslinger with Insidious and bring like 4 totems and just wait.
what?
I did that one time on stream for 6 hours.
This is like the basement Bubba chess strat, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
glorified.
Mm-hmm. Now the way I do it is I play Xenomorph with Dragon's Grip.
That is, you are an evil person.
Am I though? The survivors get out. I almost never win with it.
But the one time you do hit them with, they're literally never gonna forget that for the rest of their lives.
No, never. It's the reactions I get from it are fucking hilarious. But my point with that is like I will literally like the way I do it with Xenomorph a lot of times is I'll put the Dragon's Grip on the gen. I'll wait. If no one touches it, I will literally sit in the tunnels and wait for the cooldown. I don't even like actually play the game. But I can do that. I can literally stare at a wall for like 6 hours and have fun.
As long, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. The cool thing about Dead by Daylight, there's so many like funny things you can do, and it'll still be fun.
Yeah, no one does them, but you can.
Yeah, people. Why does she keep plot twisting? People would rather like full meta every game instead of running the things that like passion them.
Well, I said that I made a tweet about this the other day, or actually I think it was yesterday. I feel like moments are something that people in the Dead by Daylight community don't care enough about, and I think it's something we need to care more about.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're so. Sorry, continue.
I was gonna say like what 2v8, right? I only played like 2 days of 2v8, like on the killer side, with a friend of mine, and honestly, we didn't even care if we were winning or losing. The moments that happens, like the 2 taps that we would randomly get, or like I would play Billy and like I would find a survivor, I'd have them come by as Wraith, and I would just like drive by them to expose them. And like sometimes it would work out, sometimes it wouldn't. Or like I would literally just like as Billy just go around the map with my M2, exposing everybody and just keep circling the map and watching as like he kept getting downs from the exposed hits. Like we weren't winning from doing that, right? It's not a very optimal strategy, but it was fun. Like the moments of those happening were what I was concerned about. Just like with like when I'm playing Chucky, it's like I don't care if I win or lose. I care about getting like cool slice and dice hits and chuck spots that happen to work sometimes, or just stuff like that. But I think people get too caught up in the whole winning thing in this game.
Yeah, and then I mean that makes sense to an extent too, because like if you don't like 4K at 5 gens, like a lot of the time you'll get like shit talked by like the other side. But there's like too much of an emphasis about this is why I feel like Dead by Daylight hasn't clarified like what a win is. Like there's a reason it doesn't say you win after you get like 4 kills or you lose after you die. It's like I feel like for a game that has no true win or loss metric, the players put a lot of emphasis on winning or losing, which is weird.
And I know this is kind of ironic for us to talk about while your gameplay is you doing a win streak, but the irony is not lost on me there. But I think like it's one of those things where I've asked this before. You know, people are like, "Oh, you have to tunnel to win and all this stuff." Why do you have to win though?
Exactly. I mean, if you find winning fun, then
Go for it.
that's fine, you know, but you don't need to win to have fun.
Some people do.
Some people do. That's like a situation
Yeah,
that they probably should work out type beat, but
it's a whole other conversation. But it's like I don't think this game, and I have gotten crucified for saying this before. I don't think the game is actually designed for the killer to get the 4K or even the 3K. I don't think that's
really
ever
not.
been the developer's intention.
Didn't they say that they want the game to be slightly skewed towards a 60% kill rate though? I mean, I guess that doesn't exactly constitute 3 or 4K though.
No, no, and that's the other thing with the 60% skew rate is I think because people see that and they're like, well, I'm always dying in my matches. Well, statistically speaking, if it's a 3K or let's say it's a 2K, even then, statistically speaking, that's still a 50% kill rate. You just happen to be one of those people that died in that statistic.
I see what you're saying.
Like
And the fact that it's 60% means that you're getting more 2Ks than 3Ks or 4Ks.
yeah, I think the problem with the way the game works in that sense is the devs haven't technically said the win condition for this game, but technically speaking, for Survivor, the win condition is escape. Technically speaking, for the killer, the win condition is 3K. Now, here's the problem with that, especially on the Survivor side. If the win condition is escape, if your team, if it's at 3 outs, it doesn't matter if your team won, you lost.
Oh Lord, I could talk about this for hours. Yeah, I don't think the developers should be holding wins to that metric, especially because your MMR shifts when you die or escape, because there's so many things you can do that increase the odds of your chances team of survival, not just you.
Right.
For the people, it directly makes you more vulnerable in exchange for making a teammate less vulnerable. Why, like,
But
if you're purely
no, go on.
sorry, if you're purely trying to play for your escape, why would a perk like that I'm not against. Sorry, this sounds like I'm against you. I'm not. I'm totally with you.
No, I got you.
But like, if the metric is truly based, and like the survivors are like, oh, I must live. Nobody would use for the people. People use for the people because it's fun. It lets you help your teammates. It helps you let them escape.
Mm-hmm.
So I think behavior making the win condition for survivors is to a game of hockey is a bit silly, because there's so many more things that happen in a game than just like escaping. Anyone can throw on low profile other perks, left behinds, bring like a maxed key and just escape. That's not the hard part. The hard part is actively contributing to the game, deserving that escape, or maybe not even escaping, sacrifice your life to save a teammate or two. It's like there's so much more skill expression that I feel like just doesn't get realized, because the win condition is just escape. If you don't escape, you're bad. If you escape, congratulations. I'll see you on Eternal. It's just
right, but
it kind of kills the entire point of the teamwork aspect.
Right, but let me bring up a scenario. You are you were playing Survivor. You get found first. You get put on hook. The killer camps you. Your teammate comes and picks you or takes you off of hook somehow. The killer then proceeds to tunnel you off of hook. You keep doing this over and over again. All the gens pop after you're about to die. You get killed, and then your teammates escape. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You, even if we're taking the win condition out, that like let's take the MMR talk and the win condition out of the equation. You still feel bad. You still, like, even in your head, lost that match. And I think that's
I feel like that's
it's just an inherent
continue.
problem of the game. but there's no way they can fix it. It's just built into the base design of the game.
It's a byproduct of making an asymmetrical game, because it will feel asymmetrical compared to the survivors who have, let's say, 25% power. The killer has 100% power.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because like
your life can like truly be made like absolutely miserable at the expense of your teammates escape.
Well, like let's say even if you didn't get tunneled, let's say you just let's say you just died. You're the only one who died. Once again, you still feel bad because you, in your head, still lost that match, even though your team got out. Some people, now don't get me wrong, there are some people who are fine with that. They'll be like, oh, my team got out, cool. But for the most part, a lot of people don't like that aspect of it. But once again, I feel like it's just baked into the design of the game. There's no way to fix that.
Yeah, like no one likes dying, but I feel like it would be better if there wasn't such a heavy importance placed on escaping as is a win.
Right, but how do we put the importance on the other parts?
Yeah.
Because, you could just incorporate it into MMR. You could, but there's a few problems with that. One, MMR doesn't work anyways. Two, we can't see it, so it also doesn't matter. Those two big things alone make it so, like, if you incorporate it into MMR, it wouldn't matter. I've said this for a while. Like, I think us not being able to see MMR was one of the worst decisions they could ever make.
I do agree with that. This game is, the MMR is just kind of.
Do you know why they said they won't show MMR?
Is it so people don't like brag?
Yeah,
I feel?
Yeah. It was to stop egoing.
Egoing still happens, so it's not like they did a good job. But
well, no. The thing is, like if anything, I think it had the opposite effect since we can't see it, because anyone could just say they're high MMR.
That is true, actually.
I never claim to be high or low MMR. I win 80% of my matches. I assume I'm high, but I'll never say it.
And yeah, you can't really tell. There's no way to like fact check unless you play against someone who you're pretty sure is high MMR.
But even then, what if the matchmaking just messed up that match?
Exactly. It's too variant, and there's not transparency. There's no transparency. It's like, am I going up or down? Does the system like what I did? Is the system proud of me?
Yeah, and it's like, you'll see it because you'll consistently be going against like better players. Yeah, but what if you play at like degen hours like I do?
Yeah, there's like, and especially because I'm pretty sure the way MMR works is once you hit the soft cap, you're locked there forever. Pretty much. It's kind of just a cesspool of like, little Jimmy finally reached high MMR on 600 hours, and congratulations, you're playing against Elysium.
And if MMR is based off of escapes and 3Ks, like as far as going up goes, then that would mean in theory that like most of the top MMR players would actually be the ones who just escape a lot. Doesn't care how they got there, how they escaped. So in theory, you would still be getting the quote bad players.
Exactly, and that's the problem with attaching the MMR to like a single aspect that at the end of the day doesn't even like judge your skill level. Like if you get hard tunneled, but you loop the killer for 5 gens, that's a skillful play. But according to behavior, you fucking suck. You should die. And minus 15 MMR for you. You are now playing against 10-hour survivors. But it's just.
But then like the question would become like with other games, like with rank systems and whatever. When I used to play Siege, there was people would complain about how ranked work, because ranked doesn't, like, even if you were super high ranked, that doesn't mean you're good at the game. It means you win a lot.
Yeah.
And someone could argue, someone could make the same argument. It's like, well, if you're winning a lot, you should be good at the game. That's not necessarily true, though.
Yeah, because it's hard to quantify your skill, because it doesn't always equate to you winning, because theoretically, you could just get, like, carried every game.
Yeah.
How does your own individual performance affect the rank that you're in, or how...
Yeah,
or what your MMR is?
Like, I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier with Siege. It's like, in Siege, I barely shot my gun. I would just be on cams giving intel. Does that mean I'm a good player? To a lot of people, probably not, but I'm still an asset to my team. and it's helping us win. So like technically speaking, I'm still like there's no way to quantify that though.
Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna be like, oh, you saw. I don't know much about Siege, so excuse my examples, but like, you saw this character on cams, and then your teammate shot them. That's not an easy thing to quantify because also someone who might not be as skilled, if they do that on like accident, say, or like they didn't do it on purpose, then they're getting heavily rewarded for something that kind of just happened. You know, like how do you manage that, and how do you manage like true skill with like things that you would do on the regular?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah, it's not a behavior. It's not a Dead by Daylight specific issue. It's just judging personal skill is because, yeah, like personal skill is subjective. Someone might be amazing at shooting their gun, but they can't use an ability to save their life.
Mm-hmm.
Someone might have like a 2% accuracy, but they throw the best nades you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's different parts of skill. It's like IQ. I think it's like IQ. People try to generalize it, but it's actually a lot of different things kind of mismatched together.
Like I forget. I went back. I took psychology in college, but there's like I think it's like 20 different types of intelligences that are rated now.
Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest.
Because IQ is just an intelligence quota. That is your it's your intellectual ability to be able to take that specific test. It's a generalized number, is what IQ is supposed to be. But it doesn't say. And I know everyone's always like, oh well, street smarts and all this stuff. Technically, street smarts actually isn't a thing. It would be divided up into like 5 different things. There's mechanical knowledge or engineering knowledge, literature knowledge, comprehension knowledge. Like there's a lot of different mathematical knowledge. It's a whole different thing. And this isn't me boosting my ego or like trying to make me sound smarter than I am. But like I can do like most people would say I'm generally a pretty smart person. But don't ask me to spell anything.
Exactly. Like there's so many that's a perfect example actually.
Like I've said this before, I can recite Solomon, at least I used to be able to. I can recite Solomon and explain to you what it meant and how it was supposed to be interpreted. I still to this day can't spell Solomon without like double checking myself 3 times.
I feel you on an extraterrestrial level. But that's not telling of your intelligence. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like there's this really good quote from a book I read in middle school. It's like the train engineers don't need to learn how to cook.
No.
And the chefs don't need to learn how to build a train.
Right.
Like you can still be smart without knowing certain things because there's different aspects.
Right.
Like, ask me the 17th letter of the alphabet. I'm gonna count on my fucking fingers. But it's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I literally did that yesterday.
I had to do that with months.
See, that's so real.
I'm not ashamed to admit that. I have to do that with months every time. Like I'll be like 8, January, February, March, April.
It's awful. But it doesn't tell your intelligence. That's the thing. It's just.
Yeah, but then again, like I have to do that, but I can also tell you the dialectic origins of like almost every word in the English language. Like
exactly.
So like, am I smart or dumb? Which is
you're smart when it comes to this, but it's like no, that's not like how it works. I mean, kind of, that's how it works, but like
there is a general idea that intelligence is your ability to learn things, not necessarily how you apply it.
I feel like that's kind of I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense, but also I feel like that's just I feel like that's definitely not the intention. I'll say that. That's the best thing I can get out of my brain right now. But
it's one of those, it's just like, so like math, for example, it's like technically speaking, if someone is super like intelligent, you can teach them math and they will not necessarily in a good amount of time, but they will learn and understand the math problem. Someone who isn't intelligent will never truly understand the math problem, if that makes any sense. right?
I do see what you mean. I do
Um,
see what you mean.
Now, obviously, some people are faster at it, some people are slower at it, um, some people
Yes.
are kinesthetic, some people are visual, some people are auditory. There's other factors into it. It's never a black and white thing. Almost nothing is, but um, we're humans. We like black and white things. It makes things easy. um, but
That's why I don't get why they changed the color TVs.
do what?
That's why I don't understand the invention of the colored TV.
It's it's a hard thing to quantify. And then bringing it back to Dead by Daylight, it's like, how do you quantify a win? Like, it's do we purely go off of like kills and escapes, because like that doesn't tell the whole story. But like, I think it's the hard thing to do when like we're doing tier lists on killers. We mentioned this earlier, where it's like, are we talking the 1v1? Are we talking the 1v4? Are we bringing maps into account, add-ons into account, perks into account, the specific survivors they're going against, the palette RNG? Like, I said this, like, people have been saying like Billy is probably people have been arguing Billy is number one in the game right now. My argument against that is that Nurse does better on more maps than he does. Because if Billy's on like Larry's or Hawkins, he's
He
not
dies, yeah.
he's not really doing much. But Nurse can still make that work, even if it's not necessarily as good as some other killers can. It's her consistency that makes her number one. There's almost like I can't. I'm trying to think of like a map that like really messes with Nurse, and I really can't think of one other than like maybe Larry's. But even then, if you're good enough, it doesn't matter.
Maybe RPD. I feel like two-story maps she kind of struggles with, but also doesn't at the same time.
Yeah,
So it's kind of weird.
it's just a hard thing to quantify. It's like we were like I bring up Chucky a lot. It's like, yeah, Chucky is really really good in the 1v1. Sucks ass in the 1v4 though.
Exactly. It's like you got two aspects. You try and like generalize it. It's just like, you can't really.
So it's like, once again, that brings in the question: am I bad at Chucky because I don't 4K all the time?
Yeah, I mean, not really, because like you're. It's hard to play the 1v4. You're not gonna win every game because the 1v4 is just that horrendous. But yeah, like that's why the win around like 3K or 4K is like kind of crazy, you know? Because you have to generalize. You have to generalize a character into the general. Oh, you must get 3 kills. You must get.
I mean,
this
like,
amount of downs.
yeah, like Deathslinger's another example, pretty much in the same boat, where it's like his 1v1 is arguably unmatched, but his 1v4 is just really really bad.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if you down someone in 10 seconds. Was that a display of skill? Yes. Are you about to lose 3 gens on the other side of the map? Also, yes.
Right. So like, when I'm like watching a Deathslinger player who's good at Deathslinger, they can win their 1v1 super fast, but they still lose all the time.
Because they just don't have the tools to play the 1v4. And the thing is, also, if you give them good 1v4, you need to lower their 1v1 in like a compensation, in response, yeah. So that also creates like sort of like frustrating gameplay because the Deathslinger player is playing Deathslinger because he likes the 1v1. He's winning in his brain because he likes 1v1ing and he likes winning those 1v1s. No one plays Deathslinger because they're like, I hate all 4 of these survivors. I need to kill all of them. If you want that, you play Bubba, you play, okay, maybe not Bubba. I was thinking multiple downs, but you play like Blight, you play like Nurse, you play like even Legion.
Singularity.
Legion does well. Singularity does really well in the 1v4 and arguably 1v1 actually.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're not playing Deathslinger because you can 4K every game. You're playing Deathslinger because you saw this really cool hole in the wall and you really wanted to shoot through it.
But and like, that brings into the question with like the validity of like how do we measure how do we determine if someone is actually good with a character? Is it based off their win rate? Is it based off their downtime? Is it based off their understanding of how the power works? Is it based off of the knowledge they have on like specific things you can do with the power at specific loops?
This goes for general things as well, but I think a really good tell of someone being good with a character is if they're able to explain it to like someone who's new at the game. If they're able to explain their power, their use cases, where they're strong, where they're weak, how to play the 1v1, how to play the 1v4. I think that's a really good tell because again, Dead by Daylight is mostly a knowledge game.
Right.
You're not like unless you're playing Deathslinger, but like
But even then, like
I just lost my brain.
the general micro or macro of the game would come into play there. And then the question becomes, are they just good at the game or are they good at the character?
I suppose it's their comparison on different characters. Like, how fast does this guy win chases on Deathslinger versus this guy? But also, like, of course, Deathslinger is gonna do the chases faster. So it's hard to like quantify. That's why I really think that knowledge is the most telling because like gameplay results way too varied because survivors can be it's like trying to test it's like they're trying to test the reaction times of like 10 different people, except you're taking like caffeine addicted college students who are like 5 seconds away from sleeping and this 8-year-old who's really good at soccer. It's just there's too much variance to really consider. And but the one thing that's consistent is knowledge. Because knowledge applies in every game. You can show knowledge in every game. You can show what you know, what you've learned, unique use cases. And then
execution and all this stuff. Like I've said this before, I say this a lot on the stream whenever I'm playing, because if anyone in my chat is here, but they will tell you like I don't like try to win that much. Like I don't really go for the 4Ks that often. I will often tell like I'll say it out loud. I should do this here if I wanted to win, and then I don't do it.
Exactly, because some things are just...
I do it all the time. However, there is a redeem in my chat for me to go, like, super try-hard mode. I just don't do it because it's exhausting, and I don't find it fun. But I can do that. And, you know, I think with, like, generalizing killers in the way that a lot of us tend to do, just, like Deathslinger, back for the example, it's like, if someone is good enough at the game, they should still be winning most of their matches, even if they're playing Deathslinger. Most being the key
most
word
of them,
there.
if they're trying, yeah. But
and before someone brings up comp, that's a whole other can of worms. But in a general public setting, they should still be winning most of their matches.
Yes,
now,
I do agree with that.
We all have bad days. I'm not going to pretend we don't. I missed like 10 slice and dices in a row a couple days ago because I'm rusty.
I feel that.
Yeah, you can never miss a slice and dice, by the way.
Yeah, you actually die in real life every time you miss slice and dice. He gets another nerf.
Yeah. God, I hate that argument so much. Don't worry, the podcast question will come up. I don't know if you know what it is, but it'll come up in a little bit. But like, Hillbilly, I think, is a good example for me. I suck at Hillbilly. Like, absolutely suck at Hillbilly. I can't play Hillbilly to save my life, even after the changes. I just can't. I don't know why I can't wrap my head around it. I just can't do it. But, you know, I play most other killers and I do just fine. So does that mean I'm bad at the game or just bad at Hillbilly? It means I'm just bad at Hillbilly. Right?
Right. But, and also, if you're using Hillbilly, if you're playing Hillbilly as like the intention of playing Hillbilly and not like an glorified M1 killer that can break pallets sometimes, then you're not bad at the game. You're just bad at Hillbilly. But even then, you can't quantify because if you're only using your M1s, you can be good at the game, but you can still lose by like playing M1 perkless add-onless trapper because the killer tools are there to give you an advantage.
Right.
And if you're not using that advantage, then obviously you're not going to win. Does that mean you're bad at the game? Not necessarily. So it's really hard to quantify. Even these two different sides of the same coin, the common denominator is it's hard to quantify.
It is, and I know people try. It's just sometimes when I see it, it just seems fruitless, I guess. like we're not really getting anywhere by trying to quantify it, I think.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's like what you said about intelligence earlier. Like, there's so many different aspects to it that one main can be really good at this and really bad at this, but the other main of the character can be like splendid at doing this thing,
Well,
but just sucks
like
at that.
audio tracking is a good thing, like a good indicator. Like Spirit and Chucky players are probably more than likely better at tracking audio than most other players in the game in general, because we have to. It's kind of part of our kits.
Yeah.
But that's because we've kind of been forced to learn it to make the most use out of our characters. But does that mean we're necessarily better than the other people who play other characters?
It definitely makes you better at the game. I wouldn't say it makes you better compared to other players because or other mains because
But then
to some extent.
sorry to cut you off, but it's like, but like with Larry, right? It's like, okay, well then we take Larry for an example. If someone plays Larry all the time, they're probably better at understanding map positioning and where the survivors are at most times and understanding what the high traffic areas are.
It's true. That is true. And it depends on like the difficulty of the killer too, I suppose, or like their general game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, another example,
Twins.
like who needs to know like palette positioning? Nemesis, I guess.
Nemesis, Pyramid Head, Clown.
Like they'd be more inclined to like learn the loops and learn where things are,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it's like all these different aspects, and I guess some characters don't really have that. Most, no, I feel like all characters you need to learn at least something, but
I mean, like Clown. I mean, there's a reason Aaron Ed, in the Clown Guide brought up Zancian as much as he did. He's kind of like dwindled off of it a little bit, but you know, people were like, why would you bring Zancian? And it's like, because knowing the loop is very important for Clown. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I do. I get the Zancian craze.
it's just one of those different aspects to that specific killer. Like a lot of killers still need to know the loop generally, but Clown needs to know it exactly to get the most use out of his power.
Yeah, and he's one of those killers that can like if he knows the loop, you're getting hit. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-drop the pallet or you die.
Exactly. It's once again, it's a very hard thing to fully quantify, like someone's skill in this game.
Exactly, because yeah, especially because the killer's powers are like they're so different and they require different use cases. Do you quantify someone's skilled because a clown got a hit in 5 seconds versus a trapper?
And then, you know, the whole idea of like knowledge. It's like I've talked about this before with like zoning killers like Deathslinger and Pyramid Head and all this stuff. Zoning on its own is not very skillful, right? It's not very like mechanically intensive, but knowing when you should and shouldn't zone is the skill.
Yeah, even then it's hard to quantify that skill in the effect, the thing you said, like zoning.
It's just it's just a very very it's just a lot of aspects. It's just like with like 3-genning. It's like, you know, when we were in the 3-gen meta, don't get me wrong, I hated it too, but also like, is it skillful for a killer to know from the beginning of the match, okay, this is my 3-gen, I need to protect it, and knowing how to leverage that as much as they can?
There's like a skill floor and a skill ceiling to that because at the baseline, you're saying 3-gen. I don't leave this area. I hit people. I kick. Right. But at the high, I know what I'm doing. It's like, can I chase this person in this area without risking substantial gen loss? Can I somehow force them to throw the pallets in the 3-gen area? So they're completely fucked if they get chased in it. Should I hold this 3-gen at the start? Or do I know the positions of the survivors so that I can hold this later and I know they're not on those gens?
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard. Yeah, it's super hard.
It's kind of like, you know, some killers can't play certain main buildings. So it's like they see that main building. It's like, okay, well, the gen in there is just gone. I just ignore that gen. Like some would say that's not skill expressive, but I would argue it is because it's you applying your knowledge to the game at that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Skill is knowing also when to not do, like I just said what you said, but it's when to not do something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because you're not doing something doesn't mean it's not skillful. Going back to the example with Clown and Chucky, where you hold the chuck spots,
Mm-hmm.
it would be more skillful for the survivor to not do anything. Knowing to not run into the killer because the killer could be there is a skillful action in itself, even though fundamentally and physically you're not fundamentally, physically you're not doing anything.
Right.
The act of not doing the bad option is the skillful part.
It's kind of like dodging like a death slinger. It's like sometimes the best course of action is to not dodge because they're going to expect you to dodge.
Exactly. Like,
same thing.
I love walking in straight lines against Death Slinger.
Oh, it's so I've said this before. Like, watch a good Huntress player play against bad players. It's the funniest shit. It's so
They just like, yeah, they try and out juke themselves, and you're just holding the hatchet up. You're like, I'm getting distant.
Well, no. I mean, watch like a good Huntress like who goes for shots play against new players. It's so funny. And nothing, no hate towards good Huntress players. I'm just saying it's hilarious because they're like, why wouldn't you dodge?
Oh, you mean in that? Oh god, you just opened my brain up.
It's one of those things. It's like I bring this thing up sometimes where it's like the world's greatest swordsman doesn't fear the second greatest swordsman. He fears the worst because he has no idea what he's going to do.
Exactly. You can't outbrain someone who doesn't have a brain. So it's like playing a... Okay, maybe that's a bit harsh, but, you know...
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's like... You're training for the high level.
Mm-hmm.
So when someone doesn't know what the high level is, it's kind of like a, oh shit, what?
It's like when you go up to a loop, like let's say you're playing like Clown, Vecna, and any standard killer. You come up to a loop and like you're like, okay, this loop is bad for me. So you like prep yourself to like kind of mind game the loop, and the survivor just left. It's like no sane person would have left this good loop. None. But they did, and as a result, they actually wasted more time.
Exactly, because you're thinking so hard, what would like a player who knows this killer's strengths and weaknesses do, and less of like, oh, what if they just like left?
But
because sorry, what?
I was gonna say, but I think to our point with that, it's like technically speaking, they're actually bad though because they don't know why they did it, or like why it was a good idea to do.
That's true. That's why it's the application of knowledge, because if a good player runs from a loop versus a 10-hour player,
mm-hmm.
the good player knows why they're running from the loop because mm-hmm. they know the killer might mind game themselves, or they're playing against Pyramid Head and they have to kind of. While the bad player is just like, I run away, killer doesn't hit me. Which, I mean, is a correct mindset to some degree, but like arguably not what you should really be thinking.
It's just and once again, that's part of the reason why it's hard to quantify the reason someone does something versus what they did.
Exactly. It's not like a behavior employee is gonna come to your house after the game. There's like, I noticed you pre-dropped this pallet at around the jungle gym at 11. Why did you do that? It's not like they're gonna hold a microphone up to you and they're like, okay, good response. Let me check this in our database. It's like, oh, they made the excuse, I wanted to make distance minus 20 MMR points. It's like there's so much personal cases and different reasons that you just can't quantify it. Mm-hmm. You just can't. It's impossible to an extent.
Going back to Vecna on this, because I think we've been on this long enough.
I forgot.
We were talking about Vecna changes, by the way.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, this started on add-on design, is what this started on.
Can I go to the bathroom real quick? I kind of just drank my entire liter of water.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna go loop at the background.
I can find the Twitch VOD too if you.
The problem with Twitch, I try to not do Twitch VODs if I can because the ads show up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not that I don't want to support you, but then I have to go through the
No,
editing.
I get it. No, I get it. Don't worry.
Yeah. Fun fact: did you know that your videos can be demonetized if you play ads that you're not allowed to play?
You can?
Yes.
How did they even detect that? What?
That's a great question. I
You
don't know. Chipotle does it every single time.
you dare give us free advertising? Your video is gone.
Yeah, no,
Cool.
that's pretty much the reasoning. It's really dumb.
That makes no sense. What?
Yeah, welcome to 2024.
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because like you want to control where your ads go, but they just throw their shit out like willy nilly, no?
I
Also, am I
don't
allowed to
know.
swear?
Yeah, you're allowed to swear.
Okay, okay.
None of these another behind the scenes thing. None of these are almost all of these get limited ads regardless
Ah, I
because
see.
there is no way for me to control what me or let me rephrase that. There's no way for me to control exactly what is said during the like 2 to 3 hours these usually last.
That is fair. That's a lot of time to like
Well,
manage.
okay. For example, the one I did with Davude for Spirit, it has limited ads because of 2 seconds.
Happened during those 2 seconds.
Davude said a word that is very common in the UK, but not very common in the United States.
Ah, I mean, it's also Davood. I feel like out of everyone, he's probably the most likely to.
Well, I mean, even then, like, I mean, let's see. The Plague one with Maggie is limited. The one I did with Cardinal last week is limited. Um,
Yeah, YouTube is very picky with that kind of stuff. I feel like.
the one I did with Crow is limited because we talked about serial killers.
Really?
Yes.
They manually listened to the 3 hour thing, or like you talked
No,
about.
no, no, no,
You
no, no,
talked
no, no,
about
no.
murder in the.
It's because we used the names of the serial killers so that the AI was able to detect it.
Oh, they look out for that,
Yes.
or they have systems for that. Damn.
Yes, they have systems for everything. I get I get like notifications when people watch or look at my videos on stream. Not stream, but like if someone makes a video on my video, I get an instant notification about it.
Damn. Copyright really has gone far nowadays,
Um,
and
yeah,
detection.
you didn't hear about the guy who got copyright claimed because he was a singer and he got copyright claimed because he was doing song covers, which is fine on YouTube for YouTube, but he was doing them so well YouTube couldn't tell the difference, so he would get copyright claimed.
I have not heard of that, but that's kind of funny, but also like a big flaw in like YouTube detection systems. If their manual support was a bit better, then it would be fine, but like they take days to get to stuff typically.
There's like 4 million videos uploaded a day. Like, of course, it
I
takes forever.
I know, but like it still sucks.
And like, let's say
But
like
I guess
let's say I wanted them to like manually review one of my videos. It's like 7 hours long.
yeah, never mind. That's fair. That's fair.
Um, yeah. But how are you doing today? By the way, I didn't even ask.
I'm doing good, other than getting like almost no sleep, but I got that like caffeine energy in me, so I'm good to go for another hopefully 8 hours.
8 hours. You're gonna try to beat it.
Yeah, I might take a nap after this, but for now, I'm absolutely hyped. How are you?
Good. I am good. Apart
That's
from
good.
some of the strange comments I got yesterday on my question, but otherwise.
You're talking about the Fartna one
No,
or a different one?
I asked a question on Twitter and YouTube, which was obviously a mistake. I like doing it though. Should the difficulty of use determine how strong a killer can be?
Ooh. How do you get weird comment? What happens?
Well, because the way I like whenever I ask questions like that, I do it very similar to how I do this. I'll ask a question, someone will answer it, and then I'll ask another question to like clarify. And
See,
people don't a lot of people don't like that because I don't technically ever say my stance on it.
they don't like being like overseen. I see. I mean,
Well, no, it's just
they're
like someone said like yes, but there's a line with Nurse and whatever, and I was like, okay, well, what about the other end of the spectrum? Should Trapper always be bad because he's really easy to play? And then then the question there becomes, okay, what determines Trapper being easy to play? Are we talking mechanically easy? Are we talking macro easy? Are we talking micro easy? 1v1 potential? 1v4 potential?
So it just becomes like a bunch of questions back and forth.
Yes.
Questions about the question. I
Yeah.
get that. I get that.
People don't like that.
I mean, I think that's a fine way of like getting other people's opinions because you're getting more clarification on the topic that you're specifically researching.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wasn't even research. I was genuinely just curious what people thought. Like people often say, like Nurse is really hard to play, and it's like, okay, does that justify her being the one of the arguably? I can't believe I have to say that now. Arguably the best killer in the game.
Yeah, with Hillbilly, it's kind of hard to decide nowadays. Honestly,
But Hillbilly's
I don't
another
think.
Hillbilly's another example. And here's the problem with the whole difficulty debate on that too. I can't play Hillbilly to save my life, but everyone says he's easy.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the skill floor is kind of low, but I feel like
So
I feel like you need to know how to.
so
Yeah,
so
exactly.
do we
That
go off the
brings up
skill
question.
floor? Or do we go off the skill floor or the skill ceiling?
I've always took the tier lists as kind of killers at their maximum potential because I don't think it's average because the average person isn't gonna do as good on Nurse as say like, what's a regular killer, Huntress, but obviously Nurse is at the top, so I feel like maximum potential is what's being discussed, and in that case, I don't think difficulty necessarily matters.
But it should.
It should. It should because the stronger killers should theoretically mostly be the harder killers because you need to put more time into them. More time into them means better results.
Right.
But that's not always the case with behavior balancing, unfortunately.
But then the question becomes, what determines the difficulty of a killer? What if a killer's just really clunky?
That is a good question.
Then they're still difficult to play, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not like, oh, I'm putting my brain into it. It's just like, oh, I finally figured out how to move through the molasses.
That's why I like that question because it like spawns like a bunch of other questions. Because then with some killers, it's like Chucky, for example, is arguably compared to a lot of other killers, especially the stronger end, easy.
Oh god, there's so much discourse around Chucky difficulty levels.
But his 1v1 is really strong. His 1v4 sucks.
Exactly. So it's like you can never be like objective on it. That's the thing because you always have your own perspective. Like of course he's going to feel extremely fucking broken in the 1v1 because, he's a 1v1 character kind of. But like experienced Swifts that have experience, dealing with him, they do gens really efficiently. They're gonna be like, oh, maybe Chucky isn't that bad.
Even experienced survivors destroy him in the 1v1. I've had people run me for like 4 or 5 gens before.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of hard to quantify, and like it's like what you said. How do you quantify skill level if it's so different and people have different experiences? How do you make it objective when the general viewpoint doesn't even exist because everyone comes from like. It's like we grab a killer main from southeast. We come grab 2000s hour survivor main.
Because like I bring up Deathslinger sometimes with this too. It's like people will say Deathslinger is I don't know anyone. I think Deathslinger is the closest parallel to Chucky because no one can agree if Deathslinger is easy to play or not.
That is true. They do have a lot of similarities when it comes to their general game plan.
Yeah, they're both really good.
4.4 1v1.
Yeah, they're both really good in the 1v1. They're both terrible in the 1v4. They both are very frustrating at a lot of different loops. Some would argue that in theory, a Deathslinger should never miss. In theory, a Chucky should never miss.
That does beg the question, though, why a lot of people are like, oh, it's like, okay, difficulty levels. I feel like you see more discourse on Chucky rather than Deathslinger because this is no offense to like your character, but like I feel like most people think and have the impression that Deathslinger is more difficult to play. I feel like a lot of people like heavily undermine Chucky's general admission for skill, and that leads to people hating him more, I suppose.
I think
it could also be because he's short as fuck.
I think that last point is actually the main reason. And there's nothing they can do to change that. They're never going to be able to fix that without completely destroying the character.
Yeah, and that's unique too. That creates like character. What's the word? Character
identity.
Yeah, exactly. It's part of Chucky. You don't want to You don't want to make every killer homogenized. You don't want to make every killer the same, because there's different options for a reason, right? So like if you make Chucky tall, then effectively he's like almost the same character as Deathslinger if you really think about it.
I mean, I've made suggestions to make him better to play against. I think his cooldown should be 12 seconds. I don't understand. I know why they brought it down, but they shouldn't have. His cooldown should be 12 seconds. I think he should have when he misses a slice and dice, it should be a 3-second window instead of, I think it's 1.7 right now. I probably have that number wrong. But basically, he's not punished very much if he misses. I think the footsteps shouldn't linger. I think they should be exact positions. And otherwise, like, I still think he's... And obviously add-on adjustments.
Yeah, exactly. He's like fine. It's just he's punished too like little compared to maybe other killers, but also like the cooldown needs to keep him in check because he is a 4.4 killer. So he should be using his slice and dice to get hits because it's hard to do otherwise.
Yeah,
but also you have a small stature to finesse your way around.
Yeah, but you also
some moves.
You can't like make his cooldown like back to 18 seconds like it was, because if you do that, then he's just worse blight, basically.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was terrible. It did not feel nice, in my opinion.
I mean, people like ask like, why did so many people have scamper brain? It's because why would you waste a slice and dice you might miss and have to wait 18 seconds when you can just activate it, scamper, and then hit somebody immediately?
Exactly. And if it's not a good scamper, what do you lose? Like the valuable window position you can vault back to in like 2 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I also think like window scampers should still be a thing, but I think they should be the same speed, but they should be quiet.
Yeah, I don't know why they removed the quiet. I don't. Was that the problem with Scamper? I thought it was mostly just the pallets.
It was mostly the pallets. That's why I went on PTB when he had window scamper. Everyone thought it was fine.
Yeah, it's just like you can vault windows anyways. Vaulting pallets is a.
It's a complicated issue. Like I said, and it's never going to be perfect. But I think Chucky is in a similar boat to like Skull Merchant. It doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah, the trauma will always ride through.
It does. I mean, I still get comments on like every Chucky gameplay video I release where people say all Chucky does is scamper every 20 seconds.
What?
I still get comments like that. Yeah.
People are still strung up. Damn.
Yeah, I get comments. I see comments like that on other people's videos when they talk about Chucky.
Yeah, let's do the scamper thing where you can't move your camera 90 degrees after you scamper with slice and dice.
That's my other thing with slice and or I want to change with Chucky. I feel like when he scampers a pallet and slice and dice, it should increase his turn rate by 10%.
I can get behind that. It's pallets specifically though, right? Not windows.
Yeah, I would say both.
Or Windows too.
I would say both.
What would that entail? I mean, I guess.
Well, because
would it let you? It wouldn't let you hit around corners, right?
Depends on the window specifically, but for most of them, no. Because you still have to go through the ending animation of slice and dice before you can turn.
That is true. That is true.
The thing with that though is I want that to encourage people to actually use the slice and dice scamper at pallets and such.
To like catch people out like in a misposition. And I think that's healthier than just scampering through the pallet, no slice and dice. Because that's something you're actually committing to. And if you miss it, then you're on cooldown, you're probably halfway across the stratosphere, you're 4.6 or 4.4. Survivor's already probably made it to the Toba landing when you're on cold winds. Like you're already punished enough.
Well, I mean,
you might as well.
I mean, I've also suggested, like, if they do bring back manual scamper, like some people want, make it 2.5 seconds.
0.5. Would that let them play around most loops?
No.
I feel like that would just...
It would
Fair
literally,
enough.
it would just be a utility tool. That's it. That's all I want it to be. I don't want it to be a chase tool.
That would make. The thing about adding stuff like that is that it takes some of the power budget, if that makes sense. Like if you have a character, if you have a toolkit, and you have a very minimally used tool, because you said it was more of like a utility tool. You wanted it to be more of a utility tool, but like theoretically, you wouldn't use it that much, so it might eat like unnecessary power budget, if that makes sense.
It would mostly only be used
If
at
it's
god
not,
palettes.
yeah, but you'd rather like break them at that point, no?
Well, that would be the trade off.
That's a good point.
Would you and that was the thing with old Chucky too, was back when manual scamper was a thing, a lot of times because people would scamper brain a lot and because the cooldown was so long, there would be pallets like everywhere that you could still play around because he wouldn't break them.
Yeah, and it just adds like another unnecessary layer. But yeah, 2.5 seconds. That kind of makes sense, I suppose. I'd have to get my like brain down for it more. Uh, it's just scary adding. It's just scary like adding stuff to a character that can be used as like a balancing lever, because the more balancing levers you have, the less you have to direct away, or the more you have to direct away from certain balancing levers. Like a good example is like kind of like Trickster. They added a bunch of stuff, but they also like made him 4.6, and that's an additional balancing lever they have to consider. They have to make his power weaker in order to compensate for the part where they turn him 4.6. And that just leads him to be frustrating. His power is frustrating to play with. It's even more frustrating to play against, because now you get main event in like 8 knives.
But he's not
it's kind of ridiculous. But he's not good, exactly. They didn't make him better. He doesn't have a higher play rate.
So I was just talking to Rev about this. Yeah, but it's like, but that's where that comes back to the question of like, should difficulty dictate strength? Should Trickster be good?
I think having Trickster be good is dangerous.
Even in his old state, should he have been good?
I'm under the impression that certain characters shouldn't be good. Like, let me think of an example.
I mean, we'll get into this when we actually get into the interview, but it's like, Vecna.
Yeah, Vecna. I mean, I feel like Vecna's good. I think a good example. Have you played League of Legends?
Yes, I bring it up.
Someone like
like a Kali.
I love League of Legends.
Like a Kali.
A Kali, exactly. A Kali, a Phelios, fucking
Aurelia.
Another hard character. Aurelia, yes. If they have over a 50% win rate, good luck in your solo queue games. That's where I do think that difficulty does come into play, but not at the higher levels, especially. I think it's difficult with Dead by Daylight because there's no like actual ranking.
Well,
it's either you're in a high MMR or you're not.
But it's also difficult because difficulty is subjective.
Exactly.
Because like,
but I feel like there's
well, no, because some people will say like Dark Souls is a very good example. Some people will say those games are super hard, but then I beat Dark Souls 3 like with barely any resistance. It was actually decently easy for me.
That's true. I mean, I guess the only way you could determine it is like behavior itself through stats. Like what's the kill rate of killers who picked up this killer yesterday? What's the kill rate versus the kill rate of the people who picked it up like a month ago?
You can't use
but
kill
even
rate.
Then
you can't just use kill rate though.
Even then, it's just a whole like there's too many factors to consider, and also the fact that of course you're gonna get better at a character when you play them more. So it's just like where do you draw that line? How do you determine that? And that's why it's so difficult to balance, unless the character is like universally seen as like difficult to play. Like I think most people would consider characters like Nurse or Blight difficult to play to an extent.
I would disagree.
Really?
Yeah. I think they're difficult to master.
That's another important distinction. Yeah, like what you said earlier about skill ceiling and skill floor.
Yeah, like I think Nurse is definitely difficult to master for sure, but I think in essence playing her is not that difficult. And then it
Hmm,
becomes what's the determining factor? Once again, is it based on how well you can chase with them or how well you can win with them?
that's a good point. It's
Because I mean, like let's say you're someone like me who doesn't tunnel or camp that often, so I'm not really
yeah, and
winning all the time.
if she's balanced around the high thing, then all of a sudden your nurse playstyle becomes extremely shit because you're probably not performing at like Xeno levels or whoever plays nurse super alpha. And but the thing is, if you balance around the skill floor as well, like an example I like to use is Skull Merchant. I think she has the most piss low skill floor in the game,
But
but
the
her skill
ceiling,
ceiling is something else.
hmm
Her ceiling is, in my opinion, super high. I was in tears watching that Pixel Brush video. So if you're balancing around the bottom, where she's super easy to play, you drop a drone at every loop and then you run around it a couple times, pray to God that the survivor doesn't leave, and then the drone hits them, they get hindered, you hit them. Then all of a sudden, Pixel Brush is crying because his character just doesn't have as much depth, because if you make the high tier good as well against good players, then her skill ceiling becomes super oppressive.
I think another example would be like Artist.
Exactly.
Like I think
Like
I forgot who was commenting that to me yesterday about Artist. It's like if you wanted to, in theory, if you want to play Artist and all you want to do is put birds at loops and just like kind of cut people off and put them into lose situations, you can do that and find decent success with it. But
exactly.
there's also that skill ceiling of cross map birds and basically essentially chasing two people at the same time. Like there's a lot that goes into Artists, but which one are we balancing around?
Yeah, especially when like multiple parts of a kit are just not utilized at all when they're there to be utilized and are actively taking power budget and just people are not using them.
Well, and then there's the idea of like what is the developer's intention behind the character. I think Knight is a good example of this. While I do think that he needs to be adjusted because global cooldown is stupid, because
Preach, I hear you there.
I think it just makes him unnecessarily clunky. But my point is like when they change Knight to how he is now, global cooldown, regardless, um, it definitely feels like behavior is trying to push him into a split pressure killer, right? He sends his guards to chase one person while you chase somebody else. That's what they want him to be.
But at the same time, they've removed so much like decision making because it's less of like, oh, how can I use this guard properly in a certain circumstance, ignoring the fact how Jailer was kind of
Well,
doo doo. And
well,
now it's like,
okay.
sorry, continue.
Let me ask you a question on this. If you hire a plumber, would you rather the plumber have all the tools he has and knows exact and uses the exact tools to fix a problem, or would you rather him MacGyver that shit? Which is more interesting to you?
probably, probably the first one.
Exactly.
I like my toilet being fixed.
Okay, maybe the plumber one's a bad example in that sense. Let's say you were watching a plumber work. What's more impressive to you?
Okay.
Them MacGyvering something to make it work, or them using the tools they know they need to make something work?
The tools?
Yeah, if
Or
they know they need a pipe wrench and like an Allen wrench to fix something, but they don't have one, so they use like I don't know, a belt and what's a good substitute for an Allen wrench?
oh, are you talking like watch from like an entertainment perspective?
Yeah,
Oh. The finessing one.
the finessing one. You think that's more impressive?
I mean, it depends on what context we're talking about. Are we talking like we're in the plumber Olympics? You know, we got a couple of plumbers competing for the top spot,
Yeah.
and
There you
we
go.
got like a nice selection of toilets. All they're given is a Crunchwrap Supreme and a fucking we remote. Who can fix the toilets the best?
Yeah,
That's hella interesting to watch.
yeah, but it's like, but it's one of those things. It's like what to me. I we'll get into this with Vecna again as well. It's like Vecna can switch to any spell he wants at any time. Now, there is the cooldowns, obviously. But I think the idea that he can switch to any spell he needs at any given time is actually impressive, because it means you have these options and you have to choose which option is best in that situation, rather than being given the option and being told, okay, make it work.
I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. It's like
Now, there's arguments for both sides. I'm not saying my idea of it is the way to go. I'm just saying, like, I see what the intention behind behavior changing him the way he is for Knight was. But I think that's a problem we have with a lot of killers. Like, what is their intention with Nurse? Like, do they want her to be a character that just breaks the game, basically?
yeah. See, the thing with their balancing as well is that I feel like with some characters, they're trying to appeal to like a certain demographic that doesn't necessarily need that representation. Does that make sense?
I suppose, but
Like,
I mean, if you're talking about like newer players, I mean, we need newer players.
that is true, yeah.
Um,
I just feel like they
and
should listen to like the character mains more as well, because
so here's the thing with that. Riot has talked about this in the past. Riot from League. Um, Veterans and experts on characters tend to be the worst people to listen to.
really?
They've done it in the past. Every time they do it, it ruins the game.
I mean, I guess that makes sense due to like bias and whatnot. Because of course you want your character to like play nice and feel good, but also that comes at a trade off of like how do you balance this character while having them feel nice and be good.
It's a
But
balance.
also,
It's a balancing act of both sides. But at the same time, with Dead by Daylight in particular, um, and most games actually, game devs don't like it when people main characters.
really,
Game devs hate it when people main characters.
really,
Oh, they despise it. Blizzard has gone on record saying that, I think they actually said it very recently. They do not encourage people to main characters. They don't like it when people do it.
oh yeah, I heard that entire thing about Overwatch. They're like, you need to swap more. Stop sticking on Genji for the entire game, please.
Um, I think Overwatch is a different case because you can swap in the middle of a match, but like no, a lot of like in not just from like a gameplay perspective, they also don't like it from a business perspective.
Really
because
now, I feel like
because I mean we're kind of seeing it in Dead by Daylight now. It's like, especially on Survivor side, when people start maining a certain character, it means other characters don't get cosmetics, which means while they do get a bunch of money from those people who main that one character a lot, it means they're basically, they have dead weight in the game of characters they can't make money off of.
that does make sense. That does make sense, especially when you have the big popular characters, and it just leads to like making more popular characters,
Mm-hmm.
like that are generally attractive and like Sable, for example, and doing less of like Hattie or Gabriel, which I think are awesome characters, by the way. But it leads, yeah, I do agree. It does lead them to do like less than that, and then the characters that already exist is just kind of like they're just kind of there. Like, maybe
Yeah.
the last time Gabriel got a good cosmetic.
Never.
Exactly.
But
This is
it's a chicken and the egg situation. Is Gabe not popular because of cosmetics, or do they not make cosmetics because he's not popular?
exactly.
Which is it?
Exactly. They don't give these characters a chance is the thing. Like they give
I'm gonna
fucking Sable.
I'm gonna bring up League again because Riot has, once again, Riot's been in the game for almost 20 years. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, League of Legends is awesome.
But so Ivern, I'm sure you know who Ivern is.
I do know who Ivern is.
Ivern does not get that many skins. And the reason for that is because he's not very popular. But the devs have said they made him not popular on purpose. They knew he wasn't going to be popular. But when he got his first skin after release, it was like a year and a half later, and it didn't sell well at all. Even Ivern mains didn't buy it. So they had to ask themselves the question: did this skin not sell well because the character isn't popular, or because the skin wasn't good?
And exactly that creates that sort of like divide between do we consider making skins for this character because this one flopped really hard, or was it because the character was unpopular, or was it because the skin was just shit?
Right. And they came to the conclusion mostly the skin was just bad, but then they had to ask, well, if a skin is bad and doesn't sell well, how do we determine that into our standings on what skins we make for characters?
Exactly. Like, is there a point anymore to like even making skins for this champion?
Lux is another good example. They've gone on. I mean, they made there was a point in the game where they were making a skin for Lux every other month.
Lord, I hate so many Lux skins.
And they had to ask, like, well, people are still buying it, so clearly she's popular. She wasn't even that popular at the time, but people who didn't even own the character would buy the skins.
Yeah, like she's generic cute girl. Even I knew like several friends who had like 6+ of her skins, and they have like Mastery 4 on her.
I mean, I'm guilty of this. I mean, I used to main Zoe when I played League all the time. Whenever a Zoe skin drops, I literally download the game and buy a skin. I'm part of the problem. Because what if I do want to play the game again one day? I want to have skins for my main.
That is exactly. I'm guilty of the same thing. I bought the $30 Samira skin because I was a diehard Samira main, and now I don't even play the game anymore. But
we'll okay. Do you have water, by the way?
No, I should probably grab that soon.
Go get some water. You're gonna need it.
My throat is gonna dry out after 4 hours. Alright, I'll be back.
Okay, chat. Sorry for the prelude. You know me. I just keep talking.
Yeah, like, have you heard that M.E.T.A guy? I can't believe he doesn't think that Pop is good on Chucky. That's absolutely preposterous.
I said it's funny. I put that tier list up last night on Twitter. No one said anything, but I'm waiting for someone to say something about Unrelenting being up in the top.
We put Unrelenting in the top? I didn't even notice.
I put it in Synergizes with his power.
I mean, it does kind of synergize with his power.
It's not even that it synergizes. Chucky misses M1s all the time. Just because of how the FOV is.
He's so short, it's so hard to judge when you have to lunge.
Yeah. Well, once again, I think for some people, because I showed that to a couple friends, and they were very confused, and I was like, look at the tags on the left. Because I didn't make it S to F like everyone else does, because I don't like doing that. Because I don't think
it's just too broad.
It's too broad. So like I said, I tried to like simplify it. It's like synergize with power, good on its own, good if you build into it, not good, not bad, or bad but not useless, and then don't use.
I feel like most people just don't read those like at that point though.
Well, I did the same thing I did the same thing with the add-on tier list. I was like always good, sometimes situationally good, good if built into, never good, detrimental.
But if you're not like spoon feeding people what the tier list is about, they're gonna be like, "Oh, why did you put Lightborn in F tier? I used it against Bully Squad number 5, and it worked wonders."
Yeah,
you got like a lot of people wondering.
I use Lightborn all the time off stream.
Yeah,
because I don't want to think about it, but like we can all agree, it's not good.
Yeah, and it doesn't synergize. It actually anti-synergizes because Chucky's like, isn't it kind of hard to blind him anyways?
You just have to aim lower. There is a couple pallets he can't be blinded on. RPD, for example, the top of the stairs.
That do make sense.
It
is
literally impossible to blind. But no, Lightborn's also like, if it could synergize with Shadowborn, I don't think that combo would actually be that bad. In the right situations, but it doesn't even synergize with Shadowborn.
I know, right? It's so And why did they make Shadowborn give haste when you're blinded anyways? When that niche was already filled by Lightborn, just kind of.
I have found one character who can actually make decent use out of Shadowborn.
Really? Who is that?
Myers.
Hold on, I'm thinking of this implication right now.
Bring Myers with Shadowborn and Brutal Strength. You're tier 3, someone stuns you with a pallet, you kick the pallet, you're now getting a bunch of movement speed coming at them at Mach 10 with an insta down.
Lord. Oh, Lord.
Is it good all the time? No. So much has to go right, but when it does.
Now imagine you run like enduring in Game of Foot as well, so you get 15% haste on top of that. And even if they stun you, you just stare at them.
Oh my god. He's like the only killer I think who can use it decently well. And I say decently in like the most broadest of sense.
Because you're mostly just getting blinded at
Pallets.
yeah, it doesn't, except with him, it doesn't like synergize. I mean, it might be fine, but it doesn't synergize.
Well, nothing's going to like anything that requires you to be blinded is never going to synergize with any killer. It requires the survivors to do something.
That is true. Anything, I feel like perks that require the survivor to do something or make a mistake. Like what's that one unknown perk called?
Undone?
Undone?
Yeah.
Undone, yeah. Undone, if you're playing against like survivors who were born yesterday, it's a great perk. I mean, not even then actually, it's not even that good.
So
it's like, wow, you made this, the survivors failed 7 skill checks. Here's a pop goes the weasel.
It goes into the idea of like consistency versus potential. And people love consistency. People love consistency.
So good. That's why pop is so good.
It's the same reason why like there's that debate right now on Unforeseen versus Trail of Torment, right?
Yeah, it's Unforeseen is consistent, right, and Trail of Torment has the potential to be good, but that doesn't mean it's gonna always like get the 5 minutes undetectable 4-man slug win streak.
Yeah, and like one is once again like I the way I've always looked at it is Trail of Torment is a trap because it lights up the gen. It's a trap.
That's what I've been saying. Like one brings you to the gen, one
takes you
says
away.
Go away. Yeah, but the thing is, like, how useful are they in their own circumstances versus just giving you the undetectable? I feel like people are just looking at the undetectable.
Well, that's the other thing. It's like I said, it's consistency. It's like, how useful are they in this specific situation? Well, Trail actually might be more useful in very specific in like certain situations. Unforeseen though is probably more useful in more situations. So, just take Unforeseen.
Yeah, people don't like gambling, which sucks. Gambling is a lot of fun.
I've said this before for years, and we'll probably get into this when I talk about state of the game. I think more perks need to be more situational. I think the biggest issue this game has is because you'll notice it with all the meta perks. That's what they all have in common. Almost all of them are always good in every single game in most situations.
Yeah, they're too versatile. Like
I wouldn't even say versatile. It's like Sprint Burst, for example. Is there ever a situation where you're like, damn, I brought Sprint Burst?
No.
Like no, because Sprint Burst is always good. Same with Life. Well, for the most part, Life is almost always good. On the killer side, it's like Pain Res. The only time I've ever heard anyone complain about Pain Res is when they're like me, when I don't bring it because I don't like the RNG aspect of it. And that's it. That's it. It's the only complaint I can think of for Pain Res. But like, that was my problem with Deadlocked for the longest time, and why I get why people say it didn't need to be nerfed. It probably didn't, but I also had a problem with it because it was a perk that just worked.
Yeah, you just don't think about it. You set it on and forget it. Yeah. Which, I mean, I guess needs to exist in perks to a certain extent. But when it's on a perk that's like that strong, because I kind of disagree with you. I think it was too strong before. For how little input you actually had to do. Because at least with Pain Res, you know, you need to hook, you need to make sure that the only gen, I mean, I guess you don't need to make sure, but like, if a gen's at like 10% and that's the only gen that's been done, you lost like 10%. Deadlock, you just kind of throw on, and then you...
I mean, Deadlock works on every killer. It works in every game. There's no stopping it. There's no thought behind it. It just works.
Exactly. And it does actually kind of like promote like slugging and tunneling too, because you're not just going to get gen rushed if you camp the guy on hook for like 60 seconds. I forgot how Isn't it like 70 seconds now? No, that's next patch. Never mind.
But I mean, it's like perks like I think Babysitter is a very good example. Like I know a bunch of people complain about the buff, but like Babysitter isn't always good. Like there are situations when the killer is like right there next to the hook when you unhooked, and they're gonna find the other guy anyways. Right?
Yeah, and the thing with its buff is it didn't make it do a different job. It just does its job, but better. It's still
Yeah.
extremely situational.
Mm-hmm. Which once again is how I think more perks need to be designed.
I do agree with you. Like one of my favorite perks is Resurgence. It's like it's present in every game, but not overbearing. It activates in a single scenario when you're unhooked.
Yeah, it's the problem. Once again, though, here's my thing with Resurgence because people were complaining it got buffed, right? How often do you see it?
Never. No, almost never.
But people were like, "Oh, but Resurgence is good." Okay, then why is no one running it?
And even then, like this Resurgence buffs don't actually do anything for the killer normally. Because if you're on the unhooked's ass, you're not gonna notice it because you're tunneling them.
Yeah.
Or you're getting the unhooked person.
Well,
and if you're not, then they save like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's kind of it's another nerf to the hit and run play style that Behavior has been trying to kill for the past 2 years. But like, I don't think that's necessarily a problem if the perks are the things that are killing it.
Yeah, like I don't think hit and runs end all be all is Resurgence.
Yeah. Well, no, not for, I mean, because like even the solidarity buff, like I love the solidarity buff. I have been running my survivor build, and you can judge me later, is autodidact, deadline, solidarity, and then whatever other perk I want.
Oh, I am 100% judging you later. What the fuck?
So the idea is I get injured, I get out of a chase somehow, either lithe or something like that. And then when I go to unhook somebody, I get my autodidact stacks to go off, and then I instantly heal myself because of solidarity.
Damn. Extreme heal efficiency build.
Yeah, it's well, not even heal efficiency necessarily, but like it's just a resetting build.
Well, yeah, reset.
Which is one of the more like annoying things in solo queue a lot of the times is resetting is annoying as hell.
I know, right? It takes so long.
It's like Desperate Measures is another good one. I feel like a lot of people don't run, but then like the other problem becomes like with something like Desperate Measures is like, what if you're going up against Legion? Well, Desperate Measures does nothing for you. What if you're going up against Plague? Well, your entire healing build means nothing.
I would, yeah. Is that like a...
What?
Sorry, I was thinking out loud. Continue.
I was going to say, but then it's like, what if something like, I think Overcome is another good example. I actually don't think Overcome is that bad. The problem Overcome has, in my opinion, is it has 2 conditions to go off. You have to be healthy and unexhausted, which isn't uncommon. But if you're playing against, I don't know, Hillbilly or Ghostface or Myers or... You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's like, since the survivors don't know who they're playing against, they have to bring like perks that in general are good against most of the cast.
Yeah, I feel you.
Like Made for This is a good example. There was a killer that actually didn't care about Made for This. Clown.
Most exposed. Who is it?
Clown.
Most exposed killers. Clown. Oh yeah, because he
countered it completely.
He makes you extremely slow and him extremely fast. What's another 3%?
Yeah. So he didn't care. I mained Clown during the MFT. Oh, I mained him beforehand, but like I was maining Clown during the MFT meta. I didn't even notice it was a problem.
But it was still good despite that, because no one plays fucking Clown. But
that's the thing, though, right? It's like because it's generally a good perk, people are going to run it, even if they go up against a killer that completely counters it.
I see that. And especially, yeah, I literally couldn't have said it better myself, actually.
It's like I mean, like, windows of opportunity, always good. It's always good. There's never a match where I'm like, damn, I brought windows.
No, I brought windows. I can see the windows through the walls.
It's just one of those things. It's like, how do we design perks in a way where they're both useful, but also not like always useful? And even then,
I
how do
mean,
we encourage
even
people to use them in that case?
even for the generally useful perks, they can still be kept at the same level as situational perks. They just need to be weaker in response.
Right. There's a
Like,
there's a common there's a White Light video. I don't know if you know who White Light is. He's a game reviewer for the most part, but he did a video talking about Destiny 2 a while ago. I think it was the Forsaken DLC when it came out. I don't know if you know what that is. But the way he worded it, he was like, things. He said, I'm trying to think of the quote exactly, but basically he says people always say buff, never nerf. But what he thinks should happen isn't buff or nerf into meta or out of meta. We should buff and nerf into conversation.
what do you mean by that?
So instead of I'm gonna bring Sprint Burst because it's good, it should be should I bring Sprint Burst or should I bring this other perk because it can help me here, here, and here.
Like creating contention.
Yeah, there should be a conversation behind your build, not just I'm bringing it because it's the best.
That does make a lot of sense, but it's like really hard. Like, you need to strike the balance between like which perks do I create contention for. Like, I feel like healing is a nice example, kind of. Like, what perks do you want to bring for healing? Do you want to bring botany? Do you want to bring
Desperate.
desperate measures? Do you want to bring autodidact? I feel like the problem with that though is in a game like Dead by Daylight where you have 4 perks. If you make the competitors, like, this doesn't exist with exhaustion, by the way, because you can only have one. But like, how do you create that contention without also making it super like power crept to so to have like 4 healing perks and you heal someone in like 2 seconds because all the healing perks are in general good.
Yeah.
And you can just stack them to create this other issue.
Well, Plague exists.
That is true, but she's like Plague and Legion are like 2 killers out of
yeah, but their mere
34.
existence makes it so you don't want to bring a healing build.
That is true, I suppose. But even then, if they still bring the healing builds from the killer's perspective, it doesn't. It's like, what do you say? Oh, whoop-de-doo! I didn't play Legion. Time to. My hit and run is ruins.
But like, well, then there's like the idea of because I don't even call it power creep in Dead by Daylight because I actually don't think there's many perks that are power crept in the traditional sense. It's feature creep. Which is kind of different, but the same thing. Like, I think Circle of Healing is a good example of this. Circle of Healing didn't necessarily power creep self-care, right? It feature creeped it. It did.
Now it's AoE.
Yeah, it did more than self-care. Don't get me wrong. It was technically actually about the same, wasn't it, on your own? Without a med kit?
I think it was. Wasn't it normal healing speeds? And then they nerfed it to 50% and then just removed it?
Yeah, I think when it was 50%. Regardless, the point I'm making is like it didn't necessarily power creep self-care, but it feature creeped it. It's self-care, but it does more things. Not that it necessarily does that thing better.
I see what you mean.
But
they had like.
But the argument could be made that self-care could be done anywhere. So it still has a point.
But yeah, why would you bring it at that point when?
Because you could do it anywhere.
You could do it anywhere. Actually,
so,
you're right.
But then people would say medkits. Well, yeah, but medkits have a limited use. Self-care is always useful. Well, let me rephrase that. Self-care can always be used.
Yeah, and that's not like the good kind of like what should I decide to bring? I don't think.
Yeah. Well, the problem was boons, like, because once again it was team wide. So, and on top of that, the penalty to activating them wasn't that hard, and the killers really couldn't do anything against it. Like there's a lot of other factors that go into it. It's just like it's a complicated thing balance, especially in a game like Dead by Daylight where there's no like real what's the word I'm looking for? There's no real comparison to other games. Like, I can compare it to League and Destiny and all these other games all I want in terms of like how they should balance and make the game work, but it's nothing like them.
Yeah, because it's so asymmetrical.
Um, it's yeah, and there's like the closest competitor they have is like, I mean, do we even really have one that's exactly like
DCM
the
would be the
way?
closest thing, but it's still extremely different.
Yeah, I mean, we had VHS for a little bit, but even then, like I do agree, there's some stuff from VHS I would love to see put into Dead by Daylight some way. Um, but for example, I don't know if you're on Twitter very often. But
I love Twitter. What do you mean?
did you see Davude's tweet
Devotes? Like
about
as of recent?
the two survivors hiding at the end of the match?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes, I did. Didn't they get banned for like 2 weeks?
yeah, Davude did, yeah, because of the body blocking. But you know, the question becomes, like I said, for VHS had a system called the Rift system. I don't know if you played it, where if nothing happened for a certain amount of time, uh, no hits or anything from either side, a rift would spawn. And the way the rift worked is if you stood on the rift for long enough, you would get aura reading on the other team. So it basically it would spawn an objective that both sides had to go for.
I do feel like that Dead by Daylight needs something like that, or even if it's not an objective, just something to stop like the whole I hide for
My
2 hours. Your turn.
my suggestion that I said yesterday, I actually think could very easily be implemented, where it's if no game progress, so no gens have been touched, no totems have been touched, no healing has been done, no chase has started, no hit has happened, no hook stage has activated, and no the anti camp meter hasn't filled. After 2 minutes, if none of that has happened, Killer Instinct should proc on all the survivors.
I did see that one, and yeah, I do agree because that's not gonna come up in normal gameplay like at all.
No,
My only issue with that though is that like what if there's just a survivor like at a totem just blessing it or like touching it like once per like
well
minute and then
then
just walking back to the locker.
then they're necessarily not hiding.
That's true, but like most totems are like at the edge, so you can still like and you're not like notified when a survivor blesses a totem either or like touches a totem.
No,
So
but
like
like
yeah, there's
but like I could see that like that being probably a part of a problem. But for the people who like are doing it in the sense of like they're trying to hide the entire time, do you really think they're going to step out and risk doing up a totem?
that is true. That is true. But I feel like if the system exists, then they have more reason to. Like if
I mean,
if
maybe not the totem one. Maybe just gens and healing, hits and chase.
yeah, I could get behind that.
Um, because like once again, two. I've said this before with like Base Kit Unbreakable, which don't get me wrong. I know people have a problem with how me saying that, but
Yeah.
2 minutes is a long ass time.
It is a long ass time. That's like 1.5 generators.
Like, if no game progress has happened in 2 minutes, is it really that big of a deal to tell the killer where the survivors are? And it'd be a Killer Instinct proc for like a second. It wouldn't be like, oh, he gets constant aura reading on the survivors for the rest of the match. No, it would just be a Killer Instinct proc to tell you, hey man, they're in that corner over there.
Yeah, and it would encourage the game to progress past the whole hiding thing. Because now this person's getting chased, and now the other person's like, oh shit, I should probably go find Hatch. Or, well, I should probably do the generator that I've been staring at for the past 2 minutes.
It's. Have you heard my idea for how to make Base Kit Unbreakable? By the way,
I don't think I have. I heard Unbreakable, and I got a little I got a little scared.
all right. Here's my thought process for Base Kit Unbreakable.
Okay, okay.
When you're slugged on the ground, it's just like normal. Your recovery speed is the normal speed and everything like that. Once you hit the find help option, like once it's like at the very end, after a minute of being on the ground, I'm sorry, 90 seconds of being on the ground from that state and not moving, you can then get yourself up. That means you're on the ground for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Before, and like the biggest argument is, oh, well, killers have to slug to get pressure. Someone has to slug you for
Not for
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, but it can lead to what if a survivor's right there, dude? If a survivor is keeping you at that spot for 2 minutes, you're just bad. You're just bad. If you can't down that one survivor in 2 minutes, like even if a pallet's right there. Um, on top of that, I made it 2 minutes very specifically because it's 30 seconds for the base recovery. It's actually a little bit longer than that, but it's about 30 seconds for the base recovery, and and 190 seconds makes it would end up being 2 minutes at the wait. I'm sorry, 90 seconds would end up making it 2 minutes max. However, I think people also forget that there's a 1 second buffer for when you get knocked down that actually takes off your bleed off timer or your bleed out timer. So your bleed out timer is technically not 4 minutes; it's 3.58 or 3.59. So it's 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Because the animation of you falling down to the ground counts. So you would only get to do this once.
The more I think about it, the more I'm not totally against the idea, but also like is the problem that's like being solved here like the 4-man slugs where like 4 people are like on the floor?
Yeah, pretty much. That would be the main use of it. It's also just to kind of quell some of the solo queue issues.
Honestly, I can get behind that because it wouldn't be like useful if you have like survivors up and getting to heal you. Slugging is still gonna
Like
get counted the same way.
like
If
like okay, I mean you played solo queue Survivor.
I hate solo queue Survivor, I had to play it to get Eerie 1 before today.
I mean, like, imagine, let's say, in theory, this never happens. You get slugged by the killer on the other side of the map, and the killer just walks away to go find somebody else because they want to keep their momentum. And your teammates just keep doing gens, and you bleed out anyways.
Sounds like a common scenario, yeah.
Right. Like, wouldn't it be nice if you just had a base kit unbreakable after 2 minutes?
Yeah, and that doesn't even come up that much, but in those certain circumstances where it feels like all of your agency is gone because your teammates are like not coming to you, and the
Mm-hmm.
killer leaves you on the floor because like I don't know. I feel like the if a survivor was gonna be left on the ground for 4 minutes, of course I'd leave him on the floor. You know, that's a 3v1 right there. It's like I don't even need to hook them. I don't. It's like tunneling them, except I didn't actually tunnel them. It's like perfect.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, where do we, like, how do we like, because like I said, like maybe the 2 minutes, like maybe make it 3 minutes, or maybe make it so like at the end of the 4 minutes. I've also heard the idea of like just letting them just bleed out, but I kind of think that would lead to other issues of very similar to like on hook. Also, I have to use the bathroom real
Yeah,
quick
I need to.
before we officially start. Hang on. Hatch hunting is just it's one of those things. It's why like I saw someone like debating today on whether or not a 4K should count as a win or a 3K. I think because of the RNG of how hatch works, I don't think it. I think a 3K is perfectly fine to count towards a win streak or something like that. And I feel like griefing, like you mentioned with the sabotage thing, is just a whole other can of worms. I'm gonna be quiet so I know where to edit this out. By the way,
All right, apologies. I've returned.
you're good. You're good. All right. Um. So I think to move on from here a little bit, Vecna's teachables. So
Vecna's teachables. Oh boy.
I'm gonna start with the first two because I don't think they're nearly as discussed as the other one. Um, we have Lingwen Touch, One I Forget, and Weave Attunement. What is the one I forget?
Dark arrogance. Is
Dark
the
Arrogance. I
25.
run it. Why do I forget that?
It doesn't sound like a real perk name. I'm gonna be honest. Dark arrogance. Wow, you vault faster. It doesn't fit in my opinion. But
So I think we can start with Dark Arrogance because I actually think Dark Arrogance is fine. Um,
It's fine. Yeah,
I
it's
I actually run it on Chucky all the time. I think it's one of those perks that only a few killers can actually kind of make good use out of it. And it can also like be thrown into like a full vault build and be super fun. Um,
yeah, it's like it has competition with Bamboozle, but also like
there
yeah, you combine it. You go max vault speed. Michael Myers jump scare, half a second vault.
So there is a I run Dark Arrogance over Bam on Chucky, personally, for a few reasons. One, the downside doesn't really affect Chucky because you shouldn't be getting stunned that much as him. Um, Same thing with Xenomorph is why I think Xenomorph actually makes decent use out of it because you combine it with Self Destruct Bolt. Uh,
Oh yeah, that combo was kind of crazy.
the extra couple percent that Dark Arrogance gives you over Bam actually means that there's a lot of hits you can get, particularly Shaq that you normally can't, faster because of Dark Arrogance.
That makes
Um,
sense, yeah. And it benefits people who like the vault speed but don't necessarily need to block the window. Like, okay, bad example, but like Nemesis. You don't need to
mhm.
block a window as Nemesis. You're gonna hit him anyways. Dark
Mm,
Arrogance.
Shaq.
I'm okay, yeah, Shaq. Extreme example, but it's it's nice for the vault speed. I feel like it's too like I'm not gonna say situational because vault speed's always nice. I feel like it's in too hot contention, and most killers would rather bring Bamboozle instead for the utility. Because for most killers, I don't think 10% is that big of a deal. And also, there's the downside, which, I mean, for example, if you bring it on Wraith and you get stunned while you're in Cloak, you kind of die in real life. So,
I think it being in contention because I can see an argument for either or, but I also like the fact that like it only works on a few killers really really effectively.
that is true. It doesn't have to be a generalist thing, it can
Um,
be a thing for select killers, and it can be still be fine. I don't think it's problematic. I think, okay, Vault builds, I have a different opinion on those, but I don't think it causes a problem. I don't
mhm.
think it's misbalanced. I think it's fine to exist.
I know some people want the vault speed to be increased, and the reason they can't do that, and I think people didn't think about this when they were talking about it that way. Y'all have to remember people can combine it with other perks like
Yeah,
bamboozle. That's
exactly.
why
You
they
make
can't.
it.
That's why they can't make it too much more than bamboozle.
Yeah, they'd have to like if you bamboozle the window and dark arrogance, you're vaulting as fast as a survivor vaulting. So it's like
um,
you just kind of it adds like an additional mind game because around Shack, for example, you can go one of two ways. Now
mhm.
there's a third way.
It's it. I think dark arrogance is fine, and if anything, I want more perks like it where. I think one of the bigger problems on the killer side as far as perks goes, there's too many generalized perks. Like, how often is there a perk that like only works on this one killer, or only works on like these couple of killers?
Um, I mean, I'd argue that they shouldn't make perks specifically for a couple killers. I think that should be a byproduct of
Well, that's what
making
I'm
the
saying.
perk.
Like, I don't think they should go out of their way to make a perk that's like this perk makes it so that slowdown effects are like twice as much. So then it only affects Clown and Freddy, and that would literally be, and I guess Nemesis. But
It's like old Tinker.
that would literally be it, right? But like perks like Dark Arrogance, like I said, the downside means that only a couple killers kind of get the most use out of it because they're not getting stunned that often.
Exactly, but you can still use it on those killers.
Hmm.
You just gotta get stunned longer, or just
Yeah.
don't get stunned. No.
um, and I think that's like how many like M2 specific perks do we have? Do we even have any?
What do you mean?
Like a
Like
perk
old
that
Tinker?
only works on M2s?
Oh, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure everything that works on M2s works on. I mean, I guess add-ons, but that's not perks.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Because I think that's also a problem with some killers. Like people have complained that since Nurse lost the M2, which most people agree should have happened. But the thing is, now that she can't use M2 perks, she doesn't really synergize with any other perks. I'm sorry, M1 perks like exposed effects. Because she can't use Jolt. She can't use she can't use most of the exposed effects. So now her limits are basically slow down and aura, and that's really it.
Yeah,
And she's
and like
nurse. She can't use vault perks realistically.
yeah, ignoring the fact that I'm assuming we're ignoring the fact that she's like turbo S tier for this, but
Yeah, I'm just using her as an example.
yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, what do you really use?
Same with like Huntress. Huntress, I think, is a better example. Like, realistically speaking, Huntress, like, she can't make the most use out of kicking perks because she's slow. She can't make any use out of like M1 perks because she's Huntress. So like her options are the generalistic slowdown like Pain Res and Deadlock and Grim Embrace, and then Aura Reading. It's like realistically her only options. She can run other stuff.
Can run those.
Yeah, she can run other stuff, but like she doesn't make the most use out of it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's just it feels very samey, kind of. There's like no perk variety, which is surprising due to the amount of perks in this game. But
because I've heard the argument with Spirit too. It's like I think Spirit's phase hit should be an M2, but people have brought up to me that if that was the case, she would have like no perks to work with her because she can't use aura reading perks because she's Spirit.
yeah, she don't see that shit in her passport.
So like her options would literally just be like generalistic slowdown.
More sloppy butcher. I can get behind that.
Well, no, not even sloppy butcher. It would be an M2.
Yeah, no more sloppy butcher.
Yeah, no more. Like I could get behind that because no more sloppy butcher. But yeah, but that's the thing. Like I feel like we need to get away a little bit from generalized perks. We need perks with downsides. Perks with like perks that some killers can make more advantage of, and those exist to a degree, but not nearly enough. I feel.
Exactly. Most killers should be able to put together like they should be able to use the 3 loadout slots that behavior has given. With the perk variety.
Because like a perk like Blood Favor, like I think some killers make better use out of it, but most killers can still use it, right? So like I think that's a good example.
Yeah, it synergizes with some killers. It's ass on like I keep bringing my boy up Nemesis because like he doesn't really care about pellets. He actually wants you to drop them. To an extent.
So I really do think we need more perks like that in the game. It's just like some people would probably hate it, but it's like I think Ott's doing the video on like every couple of years when like he does a video on like the best builds for every killer, and like 90% of the builds are exactly the same.
Pain res corrupt, pain res corrupt, pain res corrupt, pain res corrupt.
It's like I feel like that's a problem.
It's just those perks are. It doesn't even have to be because some killers have no options. Those perks are also just like too strong because they do the job of slowing down the game the best. And why would you run anything else when you can kick a gen and then most of it is gone?
Right. It's quite the conundrum, and I hope behavior in the future finds some way around it. Which brings us into our next perk, one I love to death, and I am still convinced is going to be meta in a couple months. Languin Touch. So Languin Touch, for those who don't know, and I don't blame you because you probably never see it, if a survivor disturbs a crow with, is it terror radius or 24 meters?
Terror radius.
Terror radius, yeah. If someone disturbs a crow in your terror radius, they're exhausted for 20 seconds. 6 seconds, and it has a 20-second cooldown. I apologize.
Oops, sorry, I lied. 36 meters.
Is it 36 meters? Okay. That's an odd number.
Why? Why is it 36?
Just make it 32. What the fuck?
Or just terror radius. It wouldn't kill the game. I mean,
well, no. If it was terror radius, some killers could abuse that. What was I gonna say?
Distressing doctor.
Well, no, I think like killers who can make their terror radius smaller would abuse it.
Really? Oh yeah, I guess you'd get more control over it.
Yeah. But I like Lingwind because as someone who plays a killer who's completely destroyed by Dead Hard, more so than most killers, it's really nice to just know that the person I'm chasing is exhausted. Because that's something else Lingwind does that a lot of the other exhaustion perks don't do. It goes on cooldown.
Yes, you know that they're exhausted.
Exactly. And it's also an information tool. If you're not chasing someone and it goes on cooldown, you know someone is nearby.
Shit, I haven't really thought about that actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes on cooldown even if you're not chasing somebody.
Huh.
Yeah. Now, the argument can be made you should be looking for the crows anyways, but like if you're not and you see the cooldown, well, someone's within 36 meters if you can disturb the crow. But I think Langwind is
Whispers.
also okay, and I really like I still am very adamant it's going to become meta soon. Because the only exhaustion perk it doesn't like kind of counter is sprint burst.
Yeah, nothing really counters sprint burst, unfortunately, because you can just do it whenever. But
Mindbreaker, kind of.
Mindbreaker, yeah.
But
even then, it's like free sprint burst 99 to an extent.
Yeah, but I really do think Langwind is going to become not necessarily meta. I think it's the wrong word. I do think it's going to see more use though in a couple months when people realize how good it is. It's like I said, it counters the biggest thing it counters is Dead Hard.
It does, yeah. But the thing about hot take. I really do not like exhaustion things. Add-ons and perks, I'm not a big fan of them because it relies on the survivor bringing something. That's also the same reason I don't like Lightborn, ignoring the fact you can see flashlights in the lobby. Speaking of which, fuck my pressure. This happens like 5 more times in the match, by the way. But
But like statistically speaking, everyone's bringing in at least one exhaustion perk.
That's true. That is true. I don't know what else I was gonna add. That is true, but I feel like, I mean, it doesn't work on sprint burst as you said, and also there are ways to play around. Okay, there's no if they use it smart, not really, but I definitely think it's a good perk. Don't get me wrong. It's just, do you want to dedicate a perk slot to that? I don't think it's problematic in the traditional sense. I think because the other thing with other exhaustion add-ons is that they happen at like a set time, right? They happen like with genetic limits. It happens when you heal someone. With septic touch, it happens when you heal someone in your terror radius. Mindbreaker, generator. The crow aspect is kind of random because you could still get dead-hearted theoretically if they don't disturb any crows, and you would know that because the perk wouldn't go on cooldown. And also, it can also get triggered like randomly by another person who's not even in chase, but in the terror radius. It's nice. I think for consistent and sorry, continue.
I was gonna say I think for like certain killers who do get in, particularly ones that get messed up by Dead Hard, I think it's actually decently fine.
I do agree with that. It's very nice. It's like one of the only in chase exhaustion perks. I think
it is the only actually. Is it the only?
Is it?
I think it is.
Oh shit!
Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Is Langwind Touch the only in chase exhaustion perk?
I mean, unless you decide to heal mid chase, but who's doing that nowadays?
Who's bringing genetic limits? Come on, let's be honest with ourselves. My favorite thing about genetic limits not genetic limits, septic touch is that like the buff septic needed is just what genetic limits is.
Exactly, and genetic limits isn't even that good. That's it. I'm sorry, is that Twisted Visuals? Oh my god, I know that guy.
It's
what's I gonna say?
It's just like I said, let me rephrase that with it becoming meta. Like I said, I don't think it'll become like every killer's gonna run every match. I do think we will start to see it more often though in the next couple months.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree. People are sleeping on it. I'm not a big fan of the perk, but it is pretty good. Due to what you said, it like basically counters Dead Hard, and by the time they're injured and you're about to hit them, they probably have disturbed the crow already. And yeah, even like things like life, if you get lucky enough, you can just say bye-bye to life and balanced and other stuff. Sprint burst, sprint burst. But yeah, exhaustion perks are just such like big chase extenders, and it's nice to like not have to worry about that, especially because you're not going to worry about that. You can go 20 games playing genetic limits, and you will never understand the value that it brings. You might literally never realize that it's like doing something. The survivor could literally have like
a full exhaustion build.
Full exhaustion build, even though I don't know, you can have fucking full exhaustion build. You're never gonna know genetic limits value because chances are they're healing out of chase.
You'll know it after the match. But even then, you won't necessarily know.
Yeah, it's like, did they already use their exhaustion perk, or is this genetic limits value? Like,
that's another problem with a lot of perks in this game is the value is sometimes just Chorophobia. I think is a good example of this too, because while it does make skill checks faster, like, you know, if you hear them missing a bunch of skill checks, sure, you know you got value out of it, but it also makes healing take longer if they're in your terror radius. But you don't know if they're healing in your terror radius necessarily.
See, the solution to this is this run Whispers. Nah, but yeah, certain perks, like what you just said, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anti-clown. You can't, it doesn't like tell you, like, sure, they're missing, as you said, they're missing skill checks, but what if they would have missed the skill checks without it? Like, what if they just suck at hitting skill checks? What if you don't know they're healing in your terror radius? Like, they could be healing in your terror radius, or they could have run to the corner of the map, and that's why it's taking so long. Which you could argue also is value, but you're not going to know that.
It's just like my problem with blindness. Like, I actually think blindness is let me phrase this, preface this. I don't think blindness is like some super amazing status effect. I do think people underestimate how good it can be, though. But my biggest problem with blindness is that you don't know it did anything.
Exactly. I mean, you can assume it did something if the person on hook goes to second stage. It's the same with obliviousness too. I mean, I guess that's more like that's easier to quantify, but most of the time you don't really, like you said with blindness, it's not happening to you. You're not seeing the physical effects because it's not making the survivors do something. It's making the survivors not do something. And that's very hard to quantify when some survivors don't do that by default.
I've talked about this before with Gearhead too. Like, I think Gearhead is actually an okay perk. My biggest issue with Gearhead is that if you don't happen to be looking in the direction when it goes off, you don't know it really necessarily got value, and you could argue that's a skill issue. Here's one change I would make to Gearhead, and a lot of these perks. A sound effect.
Exactly. And like what...
Just a sound effect for when it went off. I mean, blindness and oblivious would be a little harder to do, obviously, if not outright impossible. But like, when genetic limits goes off, like, would it be that overpowered to give it like a sound effect that it happened? That doesn't even necessarily tell you it did anything. It just tells you it went off.
Exactly. It would be easier to quantify like how much value your perks are getting.
Because like I said a second ago with blindness, it's like I think blindness is actually not that bad, but most people like overlook it because, well, there's a lot of reasons, but I think the big one is you cannot quantify its value most of the time.
Yeah, because if you use it against like experienced survivors, it's not going to do much. But if you're using it against like Lithe Brain Fang over here, who has like windows, all of a sudden she's blind, but you're not going to know that.
Even against good survivors, if a good survivor is using windows of opportunity and they get blinded, I have had like 5,000 hour players like with windows run the wrong way because they were blinded. Like there was a pallet like in front of them, like not like visually in front of them, but like there was a pallet to like Garden of Joy. You know the pallet on the balcony?
Yeah.
Yeah. Towards the God window. I had it was a 5,000 hour Jane with windows. She was blinded. I remember this very distinctly. She ran to the left to the window because she didn't know the pallet was up. Like, that right there is very clearly blindness value. Or is it?
Or maybe she wasn't running windows, but you wouldn't know that.
Well, she was running windows. I saw it after the game. But once again, or is it? Or did she just go to the window one because it was closer?
Yeah, or like, did she make a mistell? Like, oh, I thought I could make this window.
Yeah,
I want to save this palette for next game.
Like that's the problem with a lot of it is just being able to quantify it.
Like, is this human error or is this perk value?
That's the thing. It's just like with Hex 2 can play, right? Like the blindness like isn't good. I'm not gonna say it's good. But like how like you can't like the most quantification you get from that perk working is that you see them drop a pallet on you and then they run into a wall. But even then, like if they're bad, what if they were just gonna do that anyways?
Yeah, and what if they like run into the open, but like otherwise they would have noticed that the pallet was to the right? Like how do you would they have gone for the pallet if they weren't blinded? You don't know.
It's just such a hard thing, and there's no real way for them to fix that. It's just a funny thing, like why certain perks are used more than others. Like we talked about earlier with the whole consistency argument, but feedback is another one.
Yeah, like you know when certain like you can notice like the good perks right now, you know when they're going off.
Mm-hmm.
Pain res, explosion. Pop, you're kicking the gen. Big explosion.
Mm-hmm.
Grim Embrace, all the gens turn whites. With the like the underrated perks that you mentioned, like Gearhead, you don't know that they're going off, and it doesn't help that the gen aura also blocks the auras half the time. You don't you just don't know. That's why I'm not like okay. There's a Vecna add-on called Robe of Eyes. It shows the auras of people that are next to your chest when they use a spell.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people sleep on that super hard because every time you use a spell, that's an opportunity for aura reading. But you need to look around, like you need to 360, and that's not always feasible because you're using spells in chase. You're not exactly, you don't exactly want to like 360 around.
Yeah, and then there's like perks like nowhere to hide. I actually talked about this last night on when I was doing the perk tier list. It's like nowhere to hide, even if you kick a gen and no auras show up, gives you value.
Yeah, because you know that no one is there.
Right. Well, or they have the distortion, but still.
Or they have distortion. Fuck distortion. That's a different conversation.
Still. But yeah, you know no one's there, so it gave you value by not giving you value.
Yeah, because you know that it exists and you know when it brings you value. Same with discordance. I used to be addicted to discordance for like a year.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fact that it exists gives you information.
Right, because if it's not going off, I've heard this argument so much. It's like, I don't run discordance because it never goes off. If it's not going off, that means that people are splitting on gens.
Exactly. That's so much value just by existing. And the fact that it tells you when it happened. Like, if there was no noise notification, you could argue this is different because the gens are so easy to spot. But if there's no noise notification that the gen turns yellow, or if instead of the gen turning yellow, actually, the perk lit up if two people were on a gen, it would be so much worse because you'd have to constantly be checking it. You don't know which gen it is on, which already takes away some value, but also you just don't have an indicator. So you have to manually check every time you want to see, oh, is there people doubling on a gen? Oh no, which gen is it? Oh, the perk isn't lit. Now there's people spread apart. It's just like feedback is important. Feedback is very important.
I always bring this up. There was I don't remember the game that did this. There was a game in the early 2000s. I'm showing my age. There's a game in the early 2000s. There was a Tommy gun in this game, and it was one of the least picked weapons in the game.
Oh my god, I know what you're talking about.
And all they did was they changed the sound effects, and it went to one of the most picked, most used, best guns in the game. They didn't change any of the numbers.
Yeah, it's like the feedback of the feeling is very important. If you know something's working, it's gonna work better for you. It's like some human psychology thing. I feel.
Well, humans like feedback. We just do.
Exactly. It makes you feel like you're doing stuff.
Yeah. It's one of my biggest problems with this is going to date this a little bit, but Dracula on the PTB. One of my biggest criticisms was that the wolf hit, both the dash and the normal M1. It just doesn't feel good. There's like no sound effect, no like you don't really get like the raw presence of like a M1 hit from like a first person perspective. So it feels very lackluster. I don't think they need to like change like anything like inherently with it. I just think like we need more feedback on the hit. That's all.
Yeah, and you mentioned the third person perspective. I think Chucky does a good job at that because his animation is so drastic. He's like struggling to reach forward, but you feel it. You feel the power.
Yeah. And
whereas
the voice line helps too.
Yeah, it's like, don't fuck with that chick. Is you feel like you're Charles Lee Ray trapped inside of a doll with human strength. But
It's
you don't feel that with Wolf.
yeah. Also, the devs have said, once again, this is going to date this. The devs have said the Wolf is actually bugged on PTB.
Yeah, he's 110, isn't he? When
Yeah,
he's supposed to be 115.
he's supposed to be 115. He's supposed to be much faster.
That's gonna be scary, honestly. Like
I think
small killer with 115.
I think the general gameplay for Dracula is supposed to be use your bats to get around the map and find survivors. Once you find them, vampire form to injure them. Once they're injured, chase them down as wolf. I think that'll be the general gameplay pattern.
Does make a lot of sense, especially because of the. Do the scent orbs come out more when you're injured?
I don't know if they come out more, but I actually didn't even realize they come out when you're healthy. I thought it was only when you were injured until someone told me.
I think they're.
There's also an add-on that the wolf has that's really, really cool that I didn't understand at first. Where if you collect a scent orb, you get aura reading on everyone you collected an orb on once it's like after 4 seconds of it coming back off cooldown.
Ooh, I've heard of that one.
It's actually really good.
Wait, is it everyone that you've collected a scent orb on?
Everyone.
So you could like refresh it on other people's scent orbs?
Yes.
Ooh, that's kind of crazy. Kind of spicy.
So like, let's say you're chasing, let's say for whatever reason, you're chasing 2 people and you're collecting both of their orbs. If you pounce, once the cooldown happens, 4 seconds after that, you get both of their auras.
Damn, that's actually more useful than I thought. You can like scum out like flashlight saves with that if you know that someone's nearby and you've collected their scent orb. Then
yeah, there's also one that like makes the direction of the. I didn't even know the orbs had direction. That makes the direction of the orbs last longer.
The direction.
So yeah, the orbs have a little beam that comes off of them. It's very faint, but it's there. That shows you the direction they were running when it dropped.
Really? What?
Yeah. I didn't know about that till I looked into the add-on.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Like, it's very faint. It's very hard to see, but it's there. But there's an add-on that makes it last longer.
Huh.
I don't think it'll be very useful because most of the time I feel like you're using wolf when you're already chasing somebody.
Yeah. Which sucks because they made it as like you see pools of blood more, you see scratch marks brighter. Like we are in chase, bro. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
It's a cool thematic thing, and
it's cool, but it doesn't.
It's also one of those things because I've argued before that Warwick would be an amazing character to add to this game from League, and the werewolf is basic, or the wolf form is basically what Warwick would be.
With the whole smelling, yeah, even as the dash.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't stun you in place for like 3 seconds, but
and it scales off movement speed.
It does.
Yeah, because I mean, just because of how every dash in the game works, yeah, it scales off movement speed.
Oh hell yeah, that's kind of cool then.
Yeah.
So wait, he'll be even better when he becomes 115.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
way
100%.
better.
I think the hitbox on the dash is actually a little bad in my opinion.
Oh no, absolutely. That shit is like it's so small and yet it gets hit on. If you hit it, you're gonna hit an object that's like not even on screen.
Like I don't even think it needs to be adjusted that much, but there was a lot of times when I was like, how did that not hit?
No, literally, it's so. And especially because you can't control the second pounce like timing either. You just like you pray to God that they don't make a subtle movement in a certain direction.
Yeah, because I played against bots a lot on PTB. Because I didn't feel like waiting in queue times. Dear God, I think I don't think I hit a barely any bots with the wolf. They knew.
I'd be surprised if you hit anything on bots. Actually, they're like hard coded to, I swear, like matrix their way out of any projectile or dash.
Oh my God, I remember when Unknown came out and I tried playing against bots. I was like, I can't even like test to see how good the power is.
Because you just can't hit them because they know exactly where it's going the instant you shoot it. There's no mind games. There's no nothing. You just shoot it and pray that they walk into it, which they're not because they're hard coded not to.
There are some killers that I feel get affected by bots more than others. I've made this very clear. Playing against bots as Chucky is one of the worst experiences in this game.
Yeah, because you can't use your small stature because they know exactly where you are at all times.
He's a killer that uses mind games so much that like when you're playing against an entity that can't be mind gamed.
Literally, it's just like, oh yes, I bloodlust around this. I power. Ooh. Oh no, you made it over there.
Oh my
Shit. What do I
god.
do now?
What do you mean bloodlust? Bloodlust on Chucky is normal speed for other killers. um
You gotta reach the
uh,
see what it takes to reach the power of a normal M1 killer.
um but I guess we can talk about the last perk, the more contentious one.
Whoa! Don't speak its name. It's like Voldemort.
So weave attunements. I'm
Hmm.
waiting for it to show up in my house. So weave attunement
Yo, is that a flashlight?
has weave attunement has been a very, 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 very contentious perk. The hate for it has kind of died down, actually. Um,
More people know how to counter it now, which is good. Perks should have counterplay.
they should. So here's my story with weave attunement. I didn't run it, Franklin's weave, when it was like super meta. And even now you can argue it still is. I didn't really run it because I wasn't a big fan of it because I play a killer who doesn't really M1 that much, etc., etc. However, when I tried to get footage of it for a video, here is what happened. I gave it 3 matches to get good footage of it. So, first match, I used Weave Attunement on one person. They saw the flashlight drop, and 3 of them DC'd.
Huh. Average reaction to Franklin's weave.
Second match, no one brought items.
Yeah.
Third match, the survivors saw I had Weave Attunement and immediately put their items all in corners.
Huh.
I then proceeded to get off of stream and try to get footage off stream for 2 hours. I got maybe 1 match where I got decent footage of Weave Attunement working.
What happened to the other ones? The same combination?
Pretty much the same. One of those things happened pretty much. So the question becomes with that situation, with how strong Weave Attunement is. Now you can argue the DC one is the outlier because that's just people being babies about it. But the other 2, survivors not bringing items and survivors putting their items in corners. There's a counter to it.
There is definitely, yeah, but the whole not having items, you can see that as a killer, so you can choose to not bring Weave Attunement and Franklin's Demise, assuming that you're not like autopathing through the pre-game phase.
Right. Well, let me ask you a question. Should killers be able to see items in the lobby? Should we?
I honestly have no opinion on this matter because it kind of sucks, yeah, that the killer has more info than the survivors do at the start of the game. It makes sense to a certain extent to know like what's to come. Like if I see 4 medkits, then I might bring like some anti-heal. I don't know, and it's not like I can switch killers to plague or something because you can't switch killers. But
you could leave the lobby.
That's true. You're not gonna get the same one, but unless you're really fast. But because you can also like playing around the items is super important. Because if I don't see a flashlight, I might like not be careful when I pick someone up in the open. Because like, what are the chances someone is running residual manifest, opens a chest, gets a flashlight, just to fool with my perception of what they have?
Couldn't you make the argument for something like haunted grounds on killer?
What do you mean?
Because like a survivor doesn't know you have it, but like if they did, they wouldn't judge totems, so they had to play around it now.
That's true, but that would also kind of undermine the point of haunted grounds. It's supposed to be like
it would, but doesn't that kind of undermine the point of items being just like this thing you bring into the match to kind of help you out?
That's true. That is true. But you can. The thing is, you can see the items in the survivor's hands while you're like chasing and looking at them.
Right.
You can't tell that a totem has. You can't tell that a totem is haunted ground. So are we drawing this? Are we like giving survivors and killers the same ability to see?
I think
Uh,
that would be my point. Is like I don't think either side should know what either side is bringing at
I
all.
suppose, yeah.
Um,
And it would help reduce lobby dodging as well. That's been a big problem.
I think it also and I get it. The biggest issue I can see with that is it would mean like perks like Lightborn and Franklin's Weave wouldn't be used as much. But here's the thing with Franklin's Weave, and the reason why I think it's a necessary evil. That example I gave of people not bringing items, that was in response to Franklin's Weave. Its mere existence as a combo means people are less likely to bring items. And I think that's kind of a necessary evil.
It's like how decisive strike becomes ingrained in every
Yeah.
person's head, and you wait like 60 seconds after downing someone. Yeah.
Killers don't have that many perks like that. The only ones we really have are Noed and Bloodwarden.
Yeah, those are both endgame perks.
Right. But they're perks that have like ingrained certain playstyles into survivors. Because Bloodwarden exists, survivors 99 gates.
It's true. And because Weave Attunement exists and Franklin's, if you're gonna bring like let's say a brown toolbox, maybe it's better to just not bring it at all. Or at least if you're gonna bring it, you know how to counter it.
Exactly.
In case it does happen. It's like preparing you for the scenario. Do you prevent the scenario or do you deal with the scenario?
Because and people could argue, well, it's a bad thing because it's forcing survivors to do something. But it's like, if the killer brings Weave Attunement in Franklin's and you don't have items, that killer has 2 dead perks. So it's kind of like a mind game in the pre-game lobby.
That's a good way of putting it. But even then, like, I forgot I was gonna say. Sorry.
I think like it does need adjustments because they've even said they're going to adjust it. And I don't know what they're gonna do. The only adjustment I would make is actually to Franklin's, because I thought it did this already. Actually, I feel like the survivor should get the aura reading on the item.
Yes, I was about to say it's not. In my opinion, I don't think it's Weave that's the problem. I think it's Franklin's. I don't think Franklin's is good by itself. But I think definitely that the auras of the items should be revealed so you know at least beforehand which items are being covered by the 12-meter radius without having to go and check for yourself.
Right. I also think that the other thing, and I have a feeling this is what they're going to do to Weave, I feel like they're going to make it time-based. Like when an item is dropped for the next 30 seconds, the auras are shown.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm not saying that's what they're gonna do, but I have a feeling that's what they're gonna do.
I just think that might like kill the perk.
It probably will.
You're not staying. It'll help you if the survivor is staying in the same loop that you just hit them in. But like realistically, who's doing that? Unless you're in like a ridiculously strong part of the map, like Shack maybe, some instance with pallet up, or like Garden of Joy main building, because whoever wants to leave Garden of Joy main building.
But like, given their track record, I think that's what they're gonna do.
Behavior and their band-aid fixes.
We all know what happened to Ultimate Weapon.
What even came up with that perk? Did they ever like go hard on the aura reading, or did they turn it back into screaming?
No, it was turned back into screaming. It's just the way it works now is it's only from the locker.
Oh.
So yeah, like you open the locker and anyone within 32 meters of that locker screams, rather than following.
I mean, that's probably how it should have worked in the first place.
My change to it was just make it so it only works after you hook.
That would be fine, but also like Thwack exists and it might be in very hot contention with Thwack, even though it overshadowed it a lot. Because like, are you saying like it only? Because wouldn't it just be like a better version of Thwack?
Yeah, pretty much. But Thwack would work on pallets and it gives it aura reading.
Oh yeah, I forgot it gives aura reading.
So like it would be a different kind of Thwack, but it would also follow you around because that's how it used to work. So like
That's true.
you
That
would
is
hook
true.
somebody, open a locker, walk around till someone enters your terror radius, and then they scream.
I can get behind that, honestly.
That's how I thought they were gonna change it, but no, they instead of giving it a different condition, they just nerfed it into. I mean, some could argue it's not into the ground. I think they nerfed it into the ground. I mean, how often do
Yeah,
you see it
it's.
now?
I can't even say. I don't think I've ever seen it actually.
It's just one of those things. But Weave Attunement, like, I think it's fine. And maybe this is my killer bias coming out, but like the other thing I said with Weave Attunement, because I made a whole video on it, was if this is the perk combo we're complaining about, this game is in a better place than we realize.
Yeah, because it's not slowdown. It's not. It punish. The thing is, too, it like punishes solo queue, but if everyone does their part, then it doesn't really, because you don't need coordination
All right,
really
all right.
that much.
I'm gonna bring up the solo queue thing because I always do this. How do you fix solo queue?
You don't. The only way you could is by taking what Swifts have and putting it in solo queue.
That
Voice
won't
chat,
that won't fix it.
that won't fix it because you're still playing with four people that are uncoordinated. They don't know each other.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing their own thing. They have their own builds. They didn't talk about their builds beforehand. They're like, you run Deliverance, I'll run for the people buckle up. I will get you off the floor. If you run Power Struggle and Flip Flop, I have background player. I can make them scared until you get 30% progress. There's
Even
not that.
even then though, okay. Here's what I want you to do. Name a PvP game with good solo queue.
Shit.
It's almost like
Shit.
it's not a Dead by Daylight problem. It's just people suck.
Yeah, I fear you might be right.
Because League solo queue sucks. Overwatch's solo queue sucks. And Overwatch has all the things people want this solo queue to have.
Yeah, voice chat, pings, private profiles.
There's a pregame lobby where you can
Pre-game
talk about stuff like how you want to play the match out.
And yeah, actually, you're right. At the end of the day, it does come to the individual players who like.
It's
Just like
the analogy I use is if you. One thing I ask people a lot is, did you guys ever do group projects in school?
hated them group projects. I'm gonna be honest.
That's what solo queue is. It's a group project.
Ooh. Yeah, because you don't know what everyone is gonna do. You don't know that the impact they're bringing. And you can see the impact, and sometimes it might not be enough. And you just kind of have to deal with that.
The other analogy I give is go walk outside, go find 5 random people and tell them, hey, I need you to do this thing. Here's $20. One of them is going to do it. 2 of them are going to sit there doing nothing. One of them is going to leave and take the $20, and the other one's going to tell the person doing it how to do it.
Okay, well, you kind of got me at go outside, but
but the point is strangers do not work well together. It doesn't matter how, like, you don't get me wrong, we should help solo queue. We should be adding more stuff to solo queue to make it better. But there is nothing they can add that's going to fix the inherent problem of solo queue.
Yeah, that's just the thing that happens at that point. You just need to kind of accept it and like embrace it almost.
The difference Dead by Daylight has to every other game as far as solo queue goes is that one side doesn't care about it. It doesn't
true.
matter.
Are solo queuing anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to the other side. In like Overwatch, you say a solo queue sucks, but both teams have to deal with it.
2v8 brought some solo queue issues for killer sides. They know the pain now, but yeah, no, I agree. It's just you need to bridge the gap between solo queue and Swifts, but that's never gonna happen.
Right.
So it's hard to balance between one or the other because Weave Attunement in a Swift, light work. Tell everyone to go drop your item in the corner. You're fine. Solo queue, you can't exactly communicate that. You can't trust your teammate to be like, to not run off with the $20 anti-hemorrhage syringe that they brought.
My one problem though, because people say bring voice comms in. One, I think it would be a terrible idea.
Hell no.
But two, the other problem I have with bringing voice comms into a game this late, or even voice comms in most games. I play Overwatch sometimes, and I have everyone auto muted.
Expect people in that game get kind of spicy.
So like I don't even I don't even start with the voice chat. It's just off by default. Because I work my 9 to 5. I pay my bills. I don't need someone to tell me I'm shit at the game every 5 minutes. And I don't even play ranked. I just play like quick play. But my point with that is, you know what's worse than not being able to talk to your teammate? Thinking you can, but they have you muted.
You just talk into a brick wall.
Yeah. Not even a brick wall. You're literally talking to air.
Yeah, just
like there's just no fixing solo queue. Like in the way people want it to be fixed.
yeah, you can never like truly fix it. You can make it better, but like at the end of the day, it's still gonna be like inferior and really hard to balance around because there's so many varieties of people and varieties of playstyles, varieties of how much people are actually trying.
Mm-hmm.
There's just too many factors. You can't like. I think the HUD was a very nice step. I think it's one of the best things they've added for solo queue in the game.
Mm-hmm. But
I think bridging. Sorry, continue.
I was going to say, I think the other problem though with this whole idea of like trying to bridge the gap between Swift and solo queue is when I think people are talking about that, they're talking about like coordinated competitive Swifts.
Yeah, no, definitely. They're not like considering I'm running Sprint Burst and Life in the same build because it's funny. You should do the same thing.
Like, I mean, I do community nights like every Saturday, right? By the way, if you want to join community nights, you should definitely join the Discord. The link is below. Anyways, I do community nights every Saturday, and you know we'll Swift, but like we're talking about random BS while we're playing. None of us care.
Yeah, the people are just talking about like the killer is at 10 o'clock. The killer is running the mastermind. He has not hit a single bound in 3 years. Yeah, no, most people are just like talking about other shit.
Like we were playing against a Vecna the other day, and I was like, bringing this back to Vecna. We were playing against a Vecna the other day, and I was like, yeah, he only uses Flight of the Damned during animation cancels. Like, that was probably the most information I gave.
Yeah, the communication is. I mean, it's not the only part of Swift's. Like, if you like know the people you're playing with like super well, it also. It can be like sort of unconscious, but like most people aren't considering that. They're considering the hyper comms of higher level teams.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of shit that makes playing stealth killers like almost unbearable.
Yeah, because like you know, I like I said, people in my community, there's some who can play against Chucky very well. So like when we go against a Chucky, I'm like, okay, well they can probably run him for a decently long time. I don't have to worry about much. Or like, like this person always brings a flashlight and goes for saves, so I'll try to go down near them. And they'll go for it even like if it's not possible. So like I'll take the chance. You know what I mean? Like there's that unspoken bond between like friends playing together.
Exactly. There's like that expectation.
Mm-hmm.
And you just can't get that in solo queue.
You can't.
Simply.
It's just not possible. The only games I know that do solo queue well are co-op games.
That is, actually,
PvE co-op games. And Dead by Daylight is not one of those.
With the way my solo games feel, it's definitely not a co-op game. Feels like we're all working towards different objectives.
Well, that's the other problem is the differing objectives. And if the objective is to escape, why would I be altruistic? It kills me.
Exactly. We're going back to winning now. Like, it makes sense now. Full circle.
It's like, I think a good example is like once the exit gates are open and the killer like has someone on hook. In 99% of situations, your best course of action is just to leave.
Exactly. But like that's not the fun thing. Are you really a winner if you don't risk it all to save the person on hook?
I mean, like, how many times have you like lost a game, very clearly lost a game, but you end up winning it because the survivors do something stupid at the end game?
Oh, so many times. I actually had an example last night. I was on Greenville, and actually not last night. This was on stream actually. I was playing against this team on Greenville, and I was doing terribly. I had like, I think 4 stages at first hook, but and the exit gates were powered. This gate was like almost 99s. I hooked. You know that? Okay, so there's Shack on Greenville, and then there was an exit gate behind it that was almost 99s. These guys all crowded the hook without like considering to open like the other exit gate or an exit gate
Mm-hmm.
because of how the game was going to that point, and I was able to slug like 3 of them because they had no regard for like where they were gonna go next because they're like, oh, we can just get the person off the hook and then figure it out from there.
And I mean, the other frustrations with solo queue is I bring this up a lot. Humans, by our nature, we like control. It is
True.
it is something we all crave, whether it's conscious or not. We like control. Uh, we all do. It's just how we work. And when you bring in three factors that you can't control into a situation, it becomes way more frustrating than it needs to be.
Yeah, because you feel like your agency is just skewed with
Yeah,
like, are you really having the impact you should this game? If you are mind controlling all of your teammates, will you have more impact than if they're normal
right.
human beings?
And people make mistakes and have differing ideals on how things should be. It's like, okay, let's say someone's on hook, you're injured on the other side of the map. You're on death hook as well. Logically speaking, you shouldn't go for the save. I'm sorry. You're on death hook, injured, and you're the closest to the hook. Someone else hasn't been hooked the entire match. They're on the other side of the map doing the gen. Logically speaking, they should be the one going for the save.
But you can't count on that exactly.
Yeah, that's the problem. You both have, but in their mind, they're like, well, you're closer. You should go for it. So like we both have differing ideals on what should be done in that specific moment. So,
And there's no way to communicate it either.
exactly. And that's once again that's the biggest qualms with solo queue. And there's really like I said, even if they add voice chat, if everyone has you muted, doesn't matter.
Exactly. And it's even more damaging because you think everyone is on the same page since you're saying it,
Mm-hmm.
but in reality there's like 2 people that aren't hearing it, so they're off doing their own idea of what they think will win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it is effective, maybe they will win the game because of it, but because they're not on the same page, because there's different ideals, it's just not as effective as like a team that's got their shit together.
Yeah, and then like archive challenges are another thing that brings it up. Don't get me wrong, I love archive challenges. I think we actually need more of them.
Lord, the archive challenges, I've thrown a couple of games for those.
I think we need more of them, if I'm honest with you. But if someone has an archive to do like 10 totems, like they're clearly not trying to win, quote unquote. They're just going to go around doing totems. Does it help the team? Technically speaking, yes. But for a lot of people, that can be very frustrating because it's like, why aren't you doing a gen? Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? It's like, I want to get my challenge done, bro. That's just all.
And this goes back to the idea of winning and losing too. Because
Mm-hmm.
what if your idea of winning is getting your archive challenge done, but your teammate's idea of winning is a 4-man out?
Exactly.
Those are very different. And this also brings up the discussion of like sweating versus non-sweating.
Mm-hmm.
Playing for a 4K versus not playing for a 4K. Playing for 4-man out versus someone who's not wanting to 4-man out. You don't know what the other side is gonna do. You don't know what your teammates are gonna do. You don't know their ideas. You don't know the killer's ideas. You don't know if it's a crouching ghost face. You don't know if it's Super Alf on his nurse win streak. You just don't know. And even if you're in a Swift, you don't know what the killer is gonna do. There's always gonna be that sense of like not being knowledge on people's intentions, solo queue or not.
It's a hard thing, and it's like people will say we'll bring in a ranked mode. It doesn't. I played ranked in other games. It doesn't fix the problem.
It's not, especially in Dead by Daylight. If you go to the sweat mode, the sweats are still gonna play in the casual modes, and they're gonna stomp. That's kind of how it
Well,
works.
not even just that. It's like I also my other problem with the ranked mode is what reason does a killer have to not play ranked? Why wouldn't they? In theory, it's better matchmaking,
That's true. Yeah, it's not like their teammates will be better or worse.
and it's like, oh well, they do it so they don't have to sweat. Yeah, they just play ranked and don't sweat. Then they get against people who also don't sweat or aren't as good.
Shit, you might be right.
That's my biggest problem with the ranked mode in this game. Honestly, it's just what is the incentive for killer not to play ranked? It's like
I
an
guess to have like different mindsets, but also that's just causes problems because you can sweat
but
in the casual mindset.
I,
You can
I was gonna say, but differing mindset. That's a personal thing.
yeah, that's not something that you necessarily need another game mode for, or nor will it work.
Yeah, it's just like in the base game. Like I said, I don't really play to win, quote unquote, all the time. It's just how my brain works. That's my mindset when I go into a match. I don't expect to win most of the time. I just play.
And that's
Like
fair.
and like
And
what's stopping me from doing that in a ranked mode, especially on killer?
it's true. Yeah, it does literally just seem like better matchmaking for killers. Which honestly, if they make better matchmaking, I don't think anyone's complaining. But
It's
a different
it's
mode for it is
it's the same problem in like other games. I feel with ranked. Same problem kind of emerges. It's like people complain about ranked all the time, but it's like, what if people are legitimately just playing ranked for, in my opinion, its intended purpose, just for better matchmaking?
I mean, I feel like in other games there's also like a parallel because a lot of people do care about their rank. So they will play casuals if they want to be, casual.
But that's a mindset thing. Your rank doesn't actually mean anything.
That is a mindset. Yeah, you might be right actually.
Like I used to play ranked in Siege all the time. I didn't really like go in trying to win or like playing like at my optimal level all the time. I just played ranked because the matchmaking was better.
I mean, but also it helps the people with the mindset that their rank does matter. They can go into ranks when they feel comfortable that they're gonna win and they feel nice,
Mm-hmm.
and they can go to casuals when they want to play casual, when they just want to play the game stress free. It is a mindset thing. However, it does help people with those mindsets because it's not an uncommon mindset to have a competitive spirit and want to be at your best when competing for an imaginary number. Imaginary numbers are cool. They're very nice.
Right. But it is still a mentality thing.
It is still a mentality thing.
It's just like with the MMR system in Dead by Daylight now. It's like we were talking about the winning thing, but it's like realistically speaking, what do you get for winning in this game?
You get to see the little skulls on the end game thing. You get to see four of them next to the four dead hearts, the four decisives.
Yeah, but physically speaking, what do
Yeah,
you
no,
get?
I got
Yeah,
it.
you see
That
what I'm
was the, that
saying?
was the bit.
Like,
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. That was a bit. Sorry.
and people also complain like MMR. It's like, oh, I get punished for winning, so don't try to win every match then.
Yeah, that's how it works. So, yeah, congratulations.
Um, it's like you can't complain that you're getting punished for winning every match if you're trying to win every match.
Yeah, that's it. It's giving you what you want. If you win more, you're gonna go against more experienced players. If you farm with the survivors, don't expect to go up in MMR. And that's if people are fine with that, then they're fine with it. They keep doing it.
I think the biggest problem people have with MMR, honestly, is just that it doesn't go down.
Yeah, once you hit the soft cap, it doesn't go down, right?
Yeah, but in theory, if a lot of people are hitting the soft cap, like we all think and know is happening, then MMR doesn't even actually do anything. It
I
just
mean, it
all it's doing is protecting the bad players.
it actually tries to match you based on your invisible number in high MMR, but nothing below. Like if you're, let's say, the soft cap is like 12,000s,
Hmm.
and I'm like 15,000s, for example, and let's say some pro play team with like 2,000 MMR is hopping on, and then Jimmy's for Fun Swift, which has an average MMR of 1500. It'll try and place me with the 1500 because it's closer.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a really good video on this. I can send it to you later.
Hens did it, I think.
Hens, yeah.
Yeah.
I think was it Hens?
But Hens also
Uh,
pointed out in that most people are at that soft cap.
Yeah. So why does it exist at that point?
Once again, it's just to protect new players.
But are new players like really protected? I've watched my friends go against like
That's a good
literal
question.
players with thousands of hours. I've watched my friend actually like I watched them play Hillbilly. She played against like 2P100s, which isn't telling a skill, but it usually is a tell of like how much someone has played the game.
But that brings into more of the question of like I've said this before, and I always ask people this opinion because I'm very curious. If they dropped MMR into the game but didn't tell anybody, do you think it would have been better?
I feel like people would figure out like
Yeah, but let's
eventually,
say,
but
but the general population still wouldn't know.
hold on, I gotta think about this one for a bit.
If people didn't know MMR existed, would it be better? Even if it did exist, but people just didn't know.
I think it would serve to truly stop behavior's intention of people bragging because you cannot tell if you're actually playing against good survivors or if you're playing against bad survivors. However, it also would like heavily hinder your ability to tell someone's skill based on their match performance because they could be playing against 4,000 hour survivors or 100-hour survivors.
But that already
It's
happens.
kind of, it happens, but it's less extreme, kind of.
I mean, how
But
often?
the point is that people don't know. The point is that like people don't like know about the MMR. So
I mean, because like even now, like how often do you get comments or like people saying like, "Oh, you're only winning this much because you're playing against bad survivors," which is an oxymoron, by the way. Um, because if you're winning that much against bad survivors, in theory, your MMR is going up. So either the MMR doesn't work, or you're not playing against bad survivors.
yeah, I feel like it'd be more common though. It would be more of. I mean, I guess you can never really stop that kind of
Well,
thinking. But
the biggest issue people have with MMR, I feel, or one of the bigger issues, is that it instills this idea that people have to win at all costs, and that's why they bring meta all the time. But if it was if they never told us MMR was in the game, would that mentality still persist? Because I still think it would.
I mean,
Because
people would always like to believe that MMR is a thing, even when it's not. And sure, some people might like winning because of MMR, but like the majority, like a lot of people just like winning because it's you kill people. That's the objective. So would it stop that kind of thinking, or would it just change to a different reasoning?
I mean, it's just like X Defiant didn't have MMR. It's one of the few
I
modern games that doesn't have MMR. It is miserable to play. It's miserable.
can only imagine.
Unless you're that top 1% of players. Then it's great.
Until you reach there, though, you're dead.
Yeah, like I loaded it up, I uninstalled it immediately and got a refund because my first match was I couldn't move. I was just getting killed like 5 seconds after spawning back in.
That's why MMR does serve a purpose, but like, I mean, I guess yeah, you would still feel it even if you weren't told that it exists.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have a definitive answer.
That is true, yeah.
Because like there's a lot of games that have MMR that people don't complain about it because the devs have never said it does.
But that's kind of something you just like assume until it's like disconfirmed, right? Like I feel like a lot of people will assume that games have MMR unless the devs have specifically stated that it doesn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, because a lot of games back in the day, people say didn't have MMR, did. So what was the difference?
I guess as like skill disparity gets higher, kind of as with time,
Maybe.
maybe.
I also
It's
think
like
I'm gonna get so much shit for saying this. I also think it's a societal thing. Um, back in the day, like no one cared.
Yeah, no, that definitely that definitely makes sense because I feel like competitive spirit in video games. Because back when I'm not gonna say older, but like I'm gonna say older, but back when it was older, when it was seen as more of like a for fun thing, as it was always intended to be, when it was like evolving,
Mm-hmm.
and now that it's like evolving more, it's being seen as more of like, oh shit, this is kind of competitive. I want to win. So as it evolves from less of having fun to how much can I win,
Right.
I feel like the idea of MMR is like, if I win more, I'll be able to face the best, and eventually I might play against Faker himself. I feel like that idea is kind of
Well, it's once again back in the day. Like, could you make money playing video games? Yeah, it was very difficult, but you could do it. But like, no one cared. Like little, like Tommy down the street being the best Smash player, no one gave a crap. Like it
yeah.
was cool. Like they'd be like, oh yeah, Tommy's like the best at Smash. Like all that stuff. But like at the end of the day, no one cared. There was nothing to be gained from being the best at Smash. Now though, like you can
Now you
actually
got
you can you can
yeah,
you can get something from being that good.
you got opportunities, my boy.
And I think that's also part of the problem. And I don't I'm not even saying it is a problem. I'm just saying mentality like on how things like that like I mean like I'm gonna get into societal issues here for a second, but it's like the whole idea of like a side hustle. Like everyone has to have a side hustle. Everyone. And like being a streamer is part of that, right?
Yeah.
And being a streamer kind of entails being good at the game you're playing if that's what you stream.
So it has more of like, yeah, societal impacts. Like it's more important it if you're good at a game now versus like say 20 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
people care more because you can do more with it
Right.
instead of just like showing to your neighborhood, wow, I can pilot Luigi. I can grab you and kill you at 0%.
It's like speed runs. It's like back in the day. I used to casually speed run Resident Evil 4. I would come home from school. I would pop in Resident Evil 4 on my GameCube. I would play through beginning to end and speed run it. This is
I feel
before
like speedruns are so fun.
I didn't even know speed running was a thing back then. I just did it for fun.
Yeah, now there's like leaderboards, there's speedrun.com.
Mm-hmm.
People are summoning salt makes like 20 videos an hour about it. It's like a big thing now.
It was a thing
And
back then, by the way. It just wasn't as like it is
wasn't as
now.
big. Yeah.
People would like send VHS cassettes recording their gameplay.
I wasn't around for that, so
But it's just like I said, it's just the mentality has kind of switched on it over the years. On things like that.
yeah. As things have evolved, yeah, you're just able to do more with that. So people just care more, and it's entertaining to watch too. So people will
Yeah.
watch it.
Well, I mean,
Now
it's
that
just
we have
like
videos to watch it.
I've criticized Dead by Daylight players, but League players too. Why do you guys only show your wins? Why do we never see your losses, even when we know you lose? And there's a reason for that. It's because no one wants to watch someone lose.
Exactly. People want to. That's why also, I no, this is on topic. Never mind. People say that no one wants to watch like a diamond Overwatch streamer that just does nothing. Let's say you have no personality,
Mm-hmm.
no nothing, based truly on your gameplay. No one wants to watch you when you're diamonds because people watch people for two things. You're either really good at the game or you have a good personality.
Right.
And I forgot what you said earlier that I was going to connect
Can
this
I
to.
can,
Sorry.
can can I also like add to the point? And I bring this up with Overwatch discussions a lot. Isn't it kind of nuts that platinum is considered not good?
I know, right? It's like, isn't it like the average? I feel
Yeah,
like the average
it's the
shouldn't be not
average.
good.
It's yeah. If you look at a bell curve, it's like it's a little above average. Gold is the average.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's because if most of the people are there, it's easier to shit talk the people that are there because that's the majority. It's really easy to shit talk majorities in most situations,
I
and
mean,
especially when you're higher, like when you're higher rank, it is also really easy to talk down on
The most
people that are.
fun I had in Rainbow Six Siege, I was this is when I first started playing the game. I was in bronze slash copper. I don't remember what the rank was. It was the lowest rank. I was in the lowest rank, and I would play at like 2 in the morning. Um, so like there was only like 15 of us because we were all at the lowest rank, and there's not that many people there, and we would all just keep playing with each other, like the same like 12 people. We would like get swapped out on teams every single time. Because the matchmaking would match us since we were all the same rank at the low end. That was the most fun I've ever had playing most video games because we all knew each other.
Yeah, there's that social aspect too. Also, I have to take a call. My dad's calling me. Can you give
Okay,
me like?
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I
I'll grab
apologize.
a drink real quick. Hang on. I'm back.
I apologize for that.
You're good. You're good. Um, moving on a bit from this though, with the whole rank talks. Builds. So this is gonna be weird because all the gameplay in the background is nothing. But normally speaking, when you're not going on a win streak with no perks, no build, or no add-ons, what typically do you run on Vecna?
Uh, okay, so even off of win streaks, I do run distressing only, but other than that, like when I like put on my like I want to win build or I want to get like kills build, typically I'll run a combination of M1 perks. M1 perks are excellent on Vecna. My favorite by far is Save the Best for Last and Rapid Brutality. I think they work super well on Vecna because the haste actually lets you fly faster because of the way fly works.
Mm-hmm.
And it's super easy to catch up to survivors, along with the add-on Potion of Speed. This makes it so you can act faster after flying. This makes it super nice to hit someone and then just fly after them and then hit them immediately afterwards. And then I throw on Pain Res because it's Pain Res, and No Way Out because I like No Way Out. It's like it. The M1 perks lets you finish chases really fast, which I think is very good on Vecna because the faster you finish chases, the more you can use your spells to pressure other survivors.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I run Ring of Spell Storing because it's Ring of Spell Storing, and the Potion of Speed also lets you end chases faster. I think being able to end chases faster as Vecna is super. I think chase perks are extremely good on him. Bamboozle, Coup de Grace, other chase perks that I'm forgetting. Save the Best for Last, Rapid Brutality. They're very good on him because he has info to an extent.
Mm-hmm.
Info is nice on him. I will say I'm all ears is super nice on him because it lets you aim the skeletons better to like better pressure survivors like behind walls so you can zone them better. But yeah, just any combination of N1 perks should do. I've seen Sloppy work. I've seen Jolts work. or Surge, whatever it's called now. But that's what I like to run. There's also another build I like to run, and it's something I've kind of theory crafted over the time I've been playing Vecna. It's an anti-heal build, but not in like the traditional sense. So Vecna has an add-on called Vorpal Sword, which makes it so your Mei-Chan breaks pallets instead of lifts them. That's not the important part though. And your Dispelling Sphere makes survivors broken for 30 seconds and makes them scream if they're injured.
Mm-hmm.
Combining this is my hot take. I think Vorpal Sword and Gift of Pain is one of the silliest combos. And by silliest, I mean it's really good. I think it's super slept on. The idea is you hook them on the Gift of Pain, and then when they're unhooked, they're hemorrhaged and they're mangled. It takes longer to heal them, and if their healing progress is interrupted by any means, it goes down. I think you know where I'm going with this.
They scream, so it stops it immediately.
Yeah, and then they become broken, so they can't continue to heal afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So if they heal under hook, you know where they are. Especially if you're far away, they're definitely going to heal under hook. You throw Dispelling Sphere at them. The 20 seconds they just spend healing, they watch as it slowly dissipates. You could run Floods too, to like track the survivors, predict where they're going to heal, and throw Dispelling Sphere. It helps super well in keeping all the survivors injured. That's the idea, making sure that people are injured and wasting time healing instead of not doing gens.
Hmm.
And then of course you throw Pain Res on because it's Pain Res, but
would you say Vecna has any actively detrimental add-ons that people probably shouldn't run ever?
Detrimental, not detrimental in the sense that you're worse running this add-on, but Tattered Headbands. It increases the distance that your skeletons fly for Flight of the Damned by 4 meters. In my opinion, if you play with it in mines, it literally makes you play worse. You're not supposed to use Flight of the Damned at max range ever. It's better melee range. You never want to like try and snipe someone max range using Flight of the Damned. If you are trying to snipe someone, it's on an elevation, and you want to do it somewhat close. Even then, the 4 meters, it's not gonna matter at all. It just doesn't do anything. The only truly detrimental add-on, as in it takes stuff away from his kit, is Vorpal Sword. But it's still good. You just need to use it in a different way.
Right.
Because instead of lifting up pallets, you break them. It's like the party. It's like the party. Yeah, the party pallets. The blows up pallets with mines.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's no detrimental add-ons though.
Yeah. I was just gonna say we talked about it a little bit earlier. How Vecna at the end of the day, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. I'm not trying to demean him. Is a glorified M1 killer.
Yes, he is an M1 killer by definition.
Also, can I tell the secret about Vecna and say the best for last? Can I say it? It's not a secret.
They're onto us, you know. They're gonna get it removed.
God, I found this out on day 1. Oh my god.
I suppose you can spill it.
For those who don't know, for whatever reason, I still don't know the full reason. I've been told a bunch of stuff, and I don't think it's true. Vecna doesn't lose save the best for last stacks when you use Flight of the Damned to injure the Obsession. I don't know why it is the case. Now, here is my question to you. Do you think that should be changed?
Yes, absolutely. It should be changed. Yeah, it's not intended. And honestly, it wouldn't be that big of a deal because it's not reliable to damage the Obsession with Flight of the Damned. You could do it, but if they're smart, they'll just like when you're about to throw it on them, they'll just like either crouch or they'll like run circles around you, and it's almost impossible to hit them. So you'll just have to M1 anyways. It's not the biggest deal, but it does feel nice. It does give you a way to injure the Obsession and pressure the Obsession in loops, especially when they don't know that you have saved the best for last and are not actively trying to play around it.
It's a funny thing because I brought this up to a couple people and a lot of people don't want it to go away. My only argument for it is that I would like it to be consistent with the other kit. Why is Vecna the exception?
It should be consistent. Who are you talking to? It should be removed. It's not intended. But you don't actually need to name drop it.
Yeah, I'm not going to. But it's one of those things where it's like, and I say this for all the killers. Like, I don't think Deathslinger should lose a stack from spearing somebody. It should only lose a stack from the injure. I don't think Trickster should lose a stack every time a knife hits somebody. That's so stupid that it does that.
They should change it to wait. Does he? Or
I
was that
thought he
that was
did.
play with your that's play with your food? I think. I think they changed that back.
Oh, oh. Doesn't
Did
artists
they?
lose it for
Oh
just a?
no! Wait.
So once again, this is the problem. We don't know.
Yeah, it's so inconsistent.
Like it should be consistent on every character, and the reason I've been given why it doesn't work on Vecna is because technically speaking, the Flight of the Damned Skeletons are a different entity from him, as far as the coding is concerned.
That would make sense, except it's still part of his power, which should still be
Right.
tied back to him, which is kind of weird.
Right, because why doesn't it work that way on artists would be my question, but apparently they're, as far as the coding is concerned, they are a part of artists.
But like, it's also similar to like a hunter's hatchet. Like when you throw it, it's not part of you, but it still is. And
But
it
yeah,
still
as far as
loses
the
state
code
of
is
select.
concerned, it is.
Behavior and their spaghetti code.
It's like Nemesis zombies.
Do you lose save the best for last zombie
No.
stacks? Ah. Yeah, that's definitely just coded weird then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Nemesis zombies are the best example of it. Yeah, they're not part of Nemesis. They're part of his power, but they're not part of him.
I think their idea was to make it so that it has to be like you intentionally using the power on the survivors, because zombies, that's not intentional at all.
Mhm.
You're not like intentionally like mind control zombie, go this generator. So maybe they coded it similar, even though you do have to use it intentionally.
I think the question would then become, like, what about? I think the one exception to this would be Knight. Should Knight lose a save the best for last stack if one of his guards hits the obsession?
Oh.
That would be the one where I don't know.
Okay, well, if we're considering his guards like separate killers,
Mm-hmm.
and you send it to the non-obsession, and the obsession body blocks, is that not the same thing as you chasing that survivor and then the obsession body blocks? Obviously, you have ways to play around the body block, but you still hit the obsession.
Right, but does it make sense?
I think for consistency's sake, they should make it count, because I think... Okay, I didn't expect the questions to get philosophical.
Oh my god.
See, because you can make cases for both, because you might not be intentionally hitting the obsession, but are the guards part of the night, or are they their own separate thing?
That's what you meant by philosophical, okay.
Yeah, I feel like...
Is the Guardian Companion a knight, or just like knight adjacent?
Exactly.
Or any of us real, or just controlled by the man? I don't know.
Exactly. This is why I think Knight should come with its own queue 4v4. Each player controls a different Knight. Or different guard.
Dibs on Alejandro. Thank you, Pixie,
I love the noises he makes.
Thank you, Pixie, for teaching me the guards' names.
What's Jailer's name?
I have no idea. No, that is Jailer. Jailer is Alejandro.
Oh, I thought Assassin was Alejandro.
Okay, I take it back. Pixie, don't kill me. It's it's a weird thing. Like, I still do think Vecna, like, regardless of Knight or not, because I feel like it's a whole other, like, I could probably hear discussions on both sides of that for hours, but I do think Vecna should lose a stack.
Vecna should absolutely lose a stack, yeah.
Once again, just for consistency's sake, why is he the only ranged projectile killer that doesn't?
It's probably just not intentional. It wouldn't surprise me if Behavior had a bug that made him not lose a stack.
And if it gets nerfed after this podcast comes out, I'm sorry to everybody, but yeah.
If it gets nerfed, I'm gonna cry. Nah, it's not that big of a deal. It's not.
It would still be good on him. You still just play save just like you do with every other M1 killer that uses it.
Yeah, no, it's safe. You want to know a secret?
Mm-hmm.
I have not thought about save the best for last value in so long. I have not been like, that's the obsession, I shouldn't have hit them. It works just fine.
I tell people, like, if you have like 4 stacks of save, you're getting more value than you imagine.
Exactly. Even if you have like 2.
Yeah.
On like Vecna, where you like every bit of distance counts for fly, whether they make it to a pallet or window. That's why push on a speed is good. It gives that like insurance. It lets you do things a bit faster. So even just having 1 stack or 2 stacks, it's still really good. And that's why rapid brutality is good. 5%, that's really good. Even though it's a little amount, it's really good because it applies to fly. It lets you just do everything faster.
I say this with Chucky all the time. Like I run save on Chucky sometimes, just on its own, because if you're running it with jump rope, you can double tap people in about 5 seconds.
I know, right?
Like that's with just 2 stacks. If you have all 8, you can down somebody you can double tap somebody in 3.5 seconds if you time it correctly.
Damn, and they said he didn't work with insta down perks.
He doesn't work with insta.
Yeah, but you got the insta down right there.
There you go.
Technically, it's an insta down perk. Nah, but like, I was gonna see something else regarding Chucky. What was that? Oh yeah, isn't that why the good guy doll is in hot contention? Because it's really easy to 2-tap with it.
Yes.
And people are like, "Oh, this is bad. It's bad, but it's also good." And there's like a lot of debate surrounding it.
There's a lot of debate around Chucky for a lot of reasons, and I do agree with some of it. I've made my suggestions for changes. I think the cooldown should be 15 seconds. I mean, we talked about this earlier, but I think the cooldown should be 15 seconds. I think manual scamper should come back, but if you scamper a pallet, the power instantly ends. So you can't just scamper, slice and dice. I think if you do slice and dice and scamper, your turn rate should be increased by 10% per. I think there should be a longer cooldown when you miss a slice and dice. Right now, I believe, someone can correct me, but it's like 2.5 seconds, or not even, I think it's like 1.7 seconds. It's something insane to the point to where, like, if you miss, but you're, like, right beside the survivor, you're going to get the M1 hit anyways. I would like to punish that more, so it's like 3 seconds.
Yeah, that makes sense. Even, like, using my limited experience playing Chucky, even if I miss the slice and dice, like, I'm right next to them.
I'm fine with it if they buff the add-ons that affect it, because then you have to commit your add-ons to it. I would be fine with that. It's my similar problem with Hillbilly right now. I kind of feel like after the buff, or after the rework, he doesn't get punished enough for missing and hitting collision, and I understand why, because collision in this game is bad. But I feel like if they tuned it down a bit, but made the add-ons that affect it better, I would be more okay with it, because then you're committing to the build for it.
Yeah, you're like picking what aspect of my kit do I want stronger.
Right. It's like with Chucky with like using slice and dice for mobility. I'm fine with him using it for mobility. It's just right now it feels like he can just do it at base. And I wish it was more add-on reliant to use it for mobility.
I feel you, yeah. Add-ons, they just don't enable certain... I'm speaking specifically for Vecna on most cases, but they don't really like enable certain playstyles. They just make things better, which I mean is not a bad thing, but like that's why Vorpal Sword is one of my favorite add-ons, because it changes how you play Vecna. Mm-hmm. It makes it so instead of lifting up pallets, instead of possibly like short-siding tech, forcing them on the short side and then lifting up the pallet, you can treat it as the anniversary mode. It just like stops most loops. It's like running Dissolution. It's like it's different.
Yeah. And some would argue it's actually probably a little overpowered, but it depends on the palette, the loop, and what's around it. There's a lot of factors into it. I think as a community we tend to throw words around way too much.
Most definitely, yeah.
I think one word I really hate hearing is undodgeable. That word irks me so much.
A lot of things are dodgeable in this game. It's maybe sometimes they're a bit unforgiving.
I think I think now is the time to bring up the podcast question in that case. Did you dodge or did they miss?
I think with Vecna specifically, you absolutely missed.
You missed?
You missed.
If you're good enough, there's no way for them to dodge a Flight of the Damned.
They can predict it, but the reaction time is very, very tight, and I have not seen anyone react to it before.
But
an instant place on your head.
Mm-hmm.
Flight of the Damned. I have not seen anybody dodge
Well,
that.
well, no. I'm not talking
Or
point
like,
blank ones.
oh, from range? Oh, yeah, they absolutely dodged it. It's like,
But did they dodge or did you miss?
I mean, it's kind of hard to miss when you have 5 projectiles that are small. It's like, it's easy to dodge. They just don't know how. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I still see, whenever I, like, elevation tech someone, I still see them crouch it. They don't even try and dodge it.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they definitely dodged on that front.
But what's the qualifier?
The qualifier is, okay, usually you want to place Flight of the Damned in a way to where, like, they have to take the biggest step in another direction to dodge it.
Mm-hmm.
That way, if you don't hit them, they still lose distance. That's the entire point. You hit them or they lose distance, and you hit them anyways. The indicator is if they actually take that step to dodge it, or if they're just running in a straight line, or if they crouch. If they crouch, or if they're running in a straight line, they didn't actually dodge it. If you see them make a noticeable movements in a certain direction into at least attempts to dodge it, then they're dodging it. It's kind of hard.
Shouldn't you be good enough to predict the dodge and aim for that instead?
It's very telegraphed, is the thing. Like,
Flight of the Damned is actually an interesting one to talk about now that I think about it, because you can't really flick a Flight of the Damned.
Yeah, it's like they appear at their location for half a second and then they move. Not to mention that it is extremely loud. If I casted it from here, you could probably hear it. It's
But we also talked about it earlier. I feel like the devs intended Flight of the Damned to be dodged.
Oh yeah, that's why they made it crouchable.
Yeah,
but it's telegraphed for that reason. And on that front, it doesn't really matter if they dodge it at that point. If they dodge it, you're still gonna hit them anyways if you use it correctly. So it's kind of like. Sorry, continue.
I was gonna say, but getting off of like Vecna, as a generalistic question on someone like Huntress, would you have an answer for that question? Because in theory, if a Huntress is good enough, she should never miss.
But will she ever be good enough to? Because good enough implies that you are mind controlling the survivors.
Right, but some people will say, well, yeah, they dodge, they clearly moved to the left there. But if the Huntress knows what they're doing, they should predict that and aim for the dodge.
I mean, that's kind of like saying Chucky should never miss his slice and dice, though. I feel because.
But that's the thing. When I miss one, am I missing it, or did the survivor dodge it?
Like, I'm going through 5 different life experiences right now. Hold on.
But like,
this is important.
Because like the other day, like I was playing, and I'm going to use the word miss, but like a lot of them weren't me missing. It was the survivors dodging.
But if the survivor dodges it, then haven't you missed?
Well, no, they're two different words. A dodge has intention. A miss is a mess up. One is an action from the other side. The other is an action from the different side.
Did they dodge or did you miss?
I love this question. I love this question so much.
Okay, in terms of a Hunter's Hatchet, I think you missed.
So if the hatchet doesn't hit the survivor, you missed.
You missed. Even if they dodge it, that still quantifies you as missing. Because
but if they dodge it and you hit them,
then you didn't miss.
Right.
But they didn't dodge it either.
But if they dodge it, or if they don't dodge it and you miss,
then you missed.
You just missed.
They didn't dodge. You missed. You thought they were gonna dodge, but
did.
No, you missed.
So that's that. So is that the qualifier? The intention of the other side?
I mean, the Huntress is always intending to hit her hatchet, so.
So by that logic, that means every time a hatchet doesn't land, you just missed.
Yeah.
Which means Huntress is also undodgeable. But nobody says that.
I think this is catching me in my own words. I think the survivor's dodging makes it so that you miss more often. The point of the survivor dodging is so that you miss. You're not hitting them so that they dodge.
Mm-hmm.
The huntress doesn't want them to dodge.
Mm-hmm.
The survivor wants you to miss. So they'll dodge to increase that chance. Now, realistically, no huntress is hitting 100% of her shots. Let's be real. But, good survivors can dodge and reduce the chances and reduce the confidence of the huntress holding up the hatchet.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not she misses or not, you can still like gain distance or find cover based on that. But I definitely think that the intention is to make the huntress miss. So I think she missed.
But if the intention is to make her miss, then you dodged.
You did dodge, but also the huntress is trying to hit you. And if she doesn't hit you, then you missed. Actually, why are we arguing about this? Both can coexist at the same time. You missed and they dodged.
They can't exist at the same time. It's either one or the other. They're two different concepts.
Why do we live in a society where they have to be so separate? Why can't we live in harmony? Why can't we this and dodge?
Because like I said, okay, here's a dodge, right? If you're in the middle of the road and a car is coming at you and you move out of the way, you dodged the car. It didn't miss you. You dodged it.
But the car wasn't intending to hit you.
Right, but what I'm saying, it was going to hit you.
It was going to, but
you moved out of the way, so it's a dodge. The car didn't miss you. You dodged. If the car was coming towards you and it moves out of the way, it missed you. You didn't dodge it. You see what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, actually. Hold on. This adds several new possibilities.
But the problem with a game like Dead by Daylight, this goes for any video game. What is the qualifier for a dodge versus a miss? And how do we apply that when it comes to speaking about balancing a character? Because in theory, if someone is good enough, they should never miss. But does that mean that someone should never be able to dodge it?
This is like unstoppable force versus immovable objects.
Mm-hmm.
Aimbot versus the DC bots that replace the players.
And yeah, someone will counter this by saying, well, yeah, but no one's good enough to hit every single shot. I'm not saying they are. I'm saying in theory they should. So which do we balance around? Because someone was bringing this up when I asked yesterday about mechanical or should a killer's difficulty to play determine how strong they are, and someone brought up the fact that it's kind of impossible to do that because if a killer is super difficult to play but someone masters that killer, they still shouldn't be allowed to be so good at the game they're unstoppable.
That is true. I suppose they dodged then, because you'd have to have some element of counterplay to dodge, right? Otherwise, Huntress is fucking plopping on you.
I mean, I hate Huntress, but
understandable. Honestly, I liked playing against her, and then 2v8 happens.
I hated her before 2v8. I hated her before 2. I hated her before the buffs.
I see your ways now.
But no, my point is like even like Deathslinger and Deathslinger, Chucky, Huntress, even Trickster to a degree, even though it's not as severe. But like people will say, like I said, Chucky is undodgeable. But like, why is Chucky undodgeable but Huntress isn't? If a Huntress is good enough, you're not dodging a hatchet.
It's mostly people's perspectives. You don't see a good Huntress every day. However, most Chuckies like hit a lot of slice and dice. No flame towards your character.
I got you.
But I would say Chucky's skill floor is easier.
Lower. It is.
Lower.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I feel like his slice and dice is very, not going to say oppressive, but I feel like for lesser skilled players, it is hard to play around.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it's the general perspective of how much counterplay do I have
But how much
with the
counterplay
current
should?
knowledge.
But I think the question from that would stem: how much counterplay should you have?
I think
If
if
you're
the killer,
if
I
you're
think
in a sorry, go on.
in an ideal world, the killer should have the advantage if they are perfect with their aim. Or not perfect, but if they're really good with their aim and the survivor is really good at dodging, I think the killer should have the advantage.
So let's
So
say you're in a dead zone, no pallets or anything around. It doesn't matter what killer you're playing, the survivor has no counterplay for you.
that is true.
Why does
That is
no
true.
one complain about that?
Because that is the baseline, kind of. Everyone can do that. Not everyone can punish in certain loops. I think killers should be strong in certain loops. I'm not arguing that, everyone should be equal strength in everywhere. I think people are expecting killers to do similar things in similar situations when that's not at all true.
Do you know
Like,
do you know what Chucky's worst loops are?
trash loops.
Trash loops.
I definitely agree.
And rocks. Oh my god, if you want to frustrate a Chucky player, go to a random rock on the map, like on Coldwind, and just run around it.
4.4 turn rate killer things.
Yeah, he can't slice and dice it, and you can probably get about 6 turn loops around it.
Exactly, and that's not gonna be good against every killer.
No.
But that's like a 110 specific thing, except ranged killers obviously have more advantage because they can shoot over it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've made the argument before that Chucky's like the anti-killer. Everything he's bad against is everything other killers are good against, and everything he's good against is what every other killer is bad against.
He's like Jhin in League of Legends. Whenever ADCs are bad, he's good. Whenever ADCs are good, he's bad.
Yeah, it's just I say this all the time. It's like I think we need more characters like that. The only other real killer we have like that in the game, other than Chucky, is Hag.
I feel like Nurse hits that as well. No.
Well, kinda, but she's still at the end of the day, it's lose line of sight. That's like the only real counterplay for Nurse.
That is true.
And be unpredictable. Because there's not really very many loops Nurse is bad at, if any.
Yeah, the best. I mean, she's different in cases where you want to run to the edge of the map, typically. Whereas with most killers, you will literally explode if you go there.
Yeah, it's just like Chucky and Hag are like the anti-killers of the game, I feel. Hag doesn't want to chase. She wants to set up her traps and have you drop into them and hit you that way. Alright? Unless you're a weirdo running waterlogged shoe.
Chag Gaming.
Oh my god. Someone on PTB was running waterlogged shoe, Hag.
What?
Yeah.
What? The PTV clowns are evolving.
I know a PTB clown. Don't shame them.
I will shame them. I wanted to play against Dracula.
I played Legion on PTB once because my chat wanted me to.
Your chat is evil.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to say.
I got flamed for that match because, and I quote, I was abusing a bug on Legion.
What?
Yeah, because there was a bug. This was Vecna's PTB actually. There was a bug where survivors would like get stuck in the animation of standing next to a gen if they were deep wounded. I didn't know it was a bug. I didn't know it was a thing. My chat just wanted me to play Legion, so I played Legion. That's all that happened.
Maybe your chat knew. You're being framed.
Oh my god.
Hire a lawyer. I'll be back with you in 10.
It's just like I said, they're like the anti-killers. And I think that becomes a lot more frustrating. And I've said this before with Chucky in particular. I have never claimed his counterplay is easy. I've never claimed that a single time. What I have claimed is he has counterplay. Like I said, I think a lot of the Dead by Daylight community, and its gaming communities in general, are way too hyperbolic. And it makes discussions way harder than they need to be.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do agree. Like, you go to any Skull Merchant thread, you will find that simply.
Like, I'm cool with like people saying, yeah, slice and dice is hard to dodge. I'm fine with that statement. That statement is perfectly understandable, reasonable, and I get it. I don't like it when people say it's undodgeable.
Yeah, exactly, because that's just a gross. That's just saying I don't want to learn the counterplay, so I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist.
Um, so once again, Skull Merchant falls into this too, where it's like, uh, people don't like the counterplay, so therefore they just say she doesn't have any. Now,
Exactly.
I'm not saying Skull Merchant is perfect by any means. I think even Skull Merchant players would say she probably needs some changes, and the devs know that. But she has counterplay.
It's just people don't learn it because there's so much to her kit, and there's like, why would I learn this when I can just DC?
Bringing this back around to Vecna, it's like when Mage Hand first dropped.
Yeah, for sure. That's going exactly like, especially after it got nerfed from a week.
Uh-huh.
People, I'm not saying that it wasn't deserving of its nerfs. I'm not exactly arguing for or against that. But the fact that it didn't give people a chance to learn how to play around it, because Mage Hand, I will say, Mage Hand, if both sides play perfectly, it is a glorified 50-50. In fact, most things in Vecna's kit are glorified 50-50s if both sides know everything.
Isn't that most things in this game, though?
Exactly. Yeah, but it's like, the disconnect is that it's like hard to know like exactly what Vecna's gonna do, because you need to, if you're the survivor, going back to earlier to what we said about playing against bad players. If you're a survivor who knows everything about Vecna and the Vecna knows nothing, you could say you have an advantage, but also the Vecna has an advantage because you could be playing around something that just doesn't exist. And you could say that, oh, maybe you misplayed because you should have expected that.
This does remind me. There was one quality of life change I think Vecna needs. You can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I feel like the survivor should be able to tell what spell he has active easier.
I wouldn't be too against that. I feel like that would kill his. I feel like it would.
How often have you played against a survivor that's trying to dodge a Flight of the Damned when it's on cooldown and you don't even have it pulled up?
A couple times, yeah.
Or you don't, your Mage Hand's on cooldown, you have Flight of the Damned prepped, and they're playing around like you have Mage Hand.
I mean, if it's on cooldown, then they should know that, theoretically.
They should, in theory, but, you know.
And the Vecna items do serve to let you know, hey, Flight of the Damned is down, Mage Hand is down.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to talk about those later because I think they're kind of flawed in that aspect, but cooldown, I feel like. Sorry, continue.
I was just gonna say, I feel like nothing like major. Like, I don't think there needs to be a symbol floating above his head, but maybe like his hand changes color or something.
I mean, he has an animation when he pulls it up. Although I do understand if that's not what you're talking about.
I'm talking about like once he enters chase with you, you can tell what spell he currently has equipped.
I wouldn't be against that. I just don't think it's super necessary. I think a good Vecna will already like quick swap the spells that they need mid chase,
right?
And won't be dwelling on like Mage Hand like too long. You can like quick swap the Flight of the Damned to hit through the wall.
I don't know. It's one of those things because I know they did it with Knight. I don't know if it's actually there now that he's been changed.
I think it is. I think I've seen it.
Where when you look at his hand, you can actually tell which guard he has prepped.
Yeah, I think it's still a thing on Knight. I swear I've seen it. I actually have it. Hold
on. It's one of those things where like I feel like once again I don't think it needs to be massive or like a giant symbol floating above his head, but just something simple.
Vecna actually has on the bottom left of his screen, you can see it in the video, like a little particle effect.
Yeah.
For each spell, I feel like that could play, but they need to make it more different because honestly, I cannot tell the difference.
Like I said, just a color change on his hand.
Yeah, that could theoretically, yeah, that could work.
Yeah, like
I don't feel it's super necessary, but I don't think
it's terrible. Necessary, but I think for a quality of life thing for playing against him, I think it could make him a little bit less frustrating because I know some people still find him frustrating now. even though his play rate has definitely gone way down.
Yeah, exactly. And it's still like it wouldn't change the fact that you still need to play and predict these spells.
Yes.
It's just you know which spell you're playing around. But
It,
Vecna still has counterplay because he can like quick swap to another spell like instantly, and you have like, and it's just the same as before. So
it would just mean like a survivor isn't trying to dodge a Flight of the Damned that might about to come out. You know what I mean? They're not prepping
yeah,
themselves to be in a position to necessarily dodge Flight of the Damned just because you have it equipped. Or like they don't even know you have it equipped. Right?
yeah.
Or a mage hand. Like like you're going around a pallet and you have mage hand equipped getting ready for it. Like now they know that mage hand is equipped, so they know that they should be playing around it.
That would definitely be nice. I just don't think it's super necessary because you'd want to be playing around everything anyways. Because even if there was an indicator, you could still, as I said, quick swap to a different spell, and you would not have the reaction time most likely to like pick up on it.
It's I don't know. It's just I feel like quality of life changes are something a lot of killers need, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, and I'm not advocating or unadvocating for
No,
it.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm just yeah.
I'm just spitballing, anyways.
Yeah, it's nice. I feel like Vecna could use other quality of life stuff first, though.
Also, here's another quality of life thing. This is a small animation thing. When you're selecting spells, I really wish Vecna would move his fingers in the direction.
Like with his Mega Minds think.
Well, so like when you pull up the spell wheel, I know a lot of times you're quick swapping, but like when like you're holding it up for a couple seconds and like you like go to Mage Hand, I really wish like he flicked his finger to the left.
Doesn't he already like move his arm, or are you talking like a full
Flick, like a very hyper exaggerated like flick to the left.
Oh, I know you. I'm trying to think of what this reminds me of.
It's like it's such a small thing and it means nothing. But
like Lucio flicking his finger.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That would be sick, honestly.
It would once again, it's a small thing that affects literally nothing. It's just like whenever I look at that animation, I'm like, why is his hand just like there?
I mean, yeah. It kind of works for repetitiveness, but any buff to the fidgeting of the spell wheel is a massive buff. So
maybe that's why they don't do it, because of the quick swapping. That might actually be why. Because
imagine Vecna doing fucking gang symbols mid chase. It's like up, down, left, right, left, up, down, left, up.
Do the Witcher sigil and like he gets Dracula's fire spell. There you
go. If you do a secret combination, yeah, use a Konami code. You get a pyramid head.
I mean, has anyone tested it?
I don't know if you can BA start on Vecna. I'm gonna be honest.
You can go up, down, though.
True, that is true. Maybe this is how you unlock the secret fifth spell. Maybe this is how you get a third add-on slot. Maybe this is when Tattered. Maybe the first time someone does that, Tattered Headband becomes a usable add-on.
Wait. Vecna does have a secret fifth spell. It's called the Mimic.
It is called the Mimic. Oh lord, the Mimic. The Mimic.
Thank you, devs, for not telling me that was a thing on the live stream. I hate you.
No, literally, there was no indication that it was ever a thing. I don't even think it's listed in his power.
It's not. I mean, no, there's an add-on that affects it.
Yeah, bag of holding. Actually, I have the game open right now.
I was so confused because the Mimic injured me, right? And that was fine, whatever, you know what happened. But then the chest turned back to normal. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just roll again. And then it was still a Mimic.
Yeah, they don't tell you that. I just checked. The power description doesn't even have it. The chests stay mimics. They don't like. I'm pretty sure it's predetermined which chest is a mimic every game.
It is a cool effect, and I love the reference. But man, can you tell us about it, please?
I know.
Like it doesn't stop this. Like the same situation would happen. It's like I'm not gonna just stop doing chess.
It must be less of a jump scare. Like, oh shit, the chest is eating me. This wasn't mentioned in the description.
Is there a way to tell? Does anyone know?
Not the first time. The first time, I think I think there used to be a way, but they patched it. If you search the chest once and it's a mimic, it'll have eyes on it for the rest of the trial, and the little yellow glow won't be there anymore.
Mm.
So, and this applies for other survivors too. Like if someone else searches the chest, it'll have eyes on it for the rest of the game. They're kind of small, but you can see them.
It's one of those things where like I don't know. I feel like if it was to be in like the true spirit of a mimic, it should have a tell before you open it.
It should.
Something like have you played Dark Souls before?
I have not.
So the tell in Dark Souls, the chain is placed differently, and if you stare at it long enough, you'll see it breathing. You have
Huh.
to stare at it for like 20 seconds though.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that's staring at chest 20 seconds.
Yeah, but the chain is
But
differently
I get what you
placed.
mean.
That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
My point is there is a tell, you just have to kind of commit to noticing. And even then, I've seen people like who played the games like over and over still mess up sometimes and forget. Um, human greed and all that. But it's
Yeah.
I feel like there should be a tell. I don't know. Maybe
There
that.
should be. I think it should be small though, because I mean, the whole point of a mimic isn't even to like distract. I mean, it gives all right information. It's kind of RNG dependent,
Mhm.
but the main like upside of it is that it removes a chest from the equation. That's a chest that survivors are not getting
An item
items
from.
from.
Yeah.
And if it's like in a very convenient spot like main building, congratulations, you have to now travel to the Cold Wind map while you're on the Tobal landing in order to get an item. So
It's just I
kind
don't
of
know. I do like I
yeah.
kind of also wish the minigame wasn't skill checks. I kind of wish it was I'm gonna get some crap for this. I kind of wish it was Skull Merchant's minigame.
They need to make more mini games like Skull Merchants. That's like the most. That's like one of the coolest things about Skull Merchant
Um,
is that it's not just skill checks.
I well because okay, I'm about to self-report myself. I suck at skill checks. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you guys. I suck at skill checks. Don't at me. I just do. Um, I'm old. Shut up. Like I suck at skill checks. So like like when people were complaining about technician and like hyper focus like on its own, I'm like, yeah, but you gotta hit a great skill check. That's like the defining factor. And it's like in a normal game, like most people aren't hitting great skill checks all that time, all that often.
Yeah,
Um,
and the difference between that is this: when you fail a skill check on like a generator, you lose some progress. Big deal. When you lose a skill check on Vecna, you lose a health state.
or get deep wounded.
Or you get deep wounded. It's just punishing. It's punishing bad and visually unadept players,
It's
which I don't know. No good player is ever gonna be like, oh shit, a mimic, drop their fucking spacebar and struggle to hit the skill check. No, it's just like, oh no, I'm
well,
stun
I'm
locked for like
actually
5
fine
seconds.
with the mimic ones now. It's just like I remember the first time it happened to me, I was so confused.
Oh yeah, the first time you're gonna shit yourself, but unfortunately after that it doesn't really work that well. It's just
Yeah,
like,
they're just kind of there.
yeah.
And I don't,
But even
and I'm
though
not saying that to be like, oh, they should lean into it more. No, 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 don't lean into it more, please. But it's like, I mean, there's an add-on for it. There's only one add-on for it, right?
yeah, and surprisingly, it is a very good add-on.
Um,
Top
well,
three, actually.
I mean, it's not for that reason, all right. It's for the other
Yeah,
effect.
it's no, actually, I said this before, but like just removing one chest from the equation is so good because it gives you less chances to roll a nat 20, less chances for survivor to get the two important magic items, I think, which are the hands one and the spear one. And the Obliviousness is really good too. Don't
Mhm.
get me wrong, it's really good.
It's
I think
just,
it's the combination of the two effects. Yeah,
yeah, I would have been cool if it was only on PCB. I'm gonna be honest with you.
the mimic.
If the mimic was just an Easter egg on PTB, I would have been okay with.
I mean, I still think I think it's funny, but I think it serves as a reminder of RNG and how it's like important in Vecna's kit because he is a D&D character and RNG is an aspect of that. So it definitely fits him thematically that like you have a 1 in 7 chance of getting eaten. But balance wise, it's hard to balance around RNG.
Yeah, well, it's not impossible. I think a lot of games manage But I think Dead by Daylight has enough RNG. I really don't like them adding too
Yeah,
much more.
yeah.
I mean, I've said before my favorite map in the game is RPD because it's not RNG.
Literally, it's so linear. It's so awesome.
Um, I hate it with Chucky, but like as a map, I like it.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. That's why
Um,
I like Irie so much. There's like so little variation.
that is true. I never really thought about that because Ira is actually one of my favorite maps too. And maybe that's why.
Yeah, Ivory has main building is super predictable. There's either a pallet when you come up the stairs or on the balcony. There's always the McDonald's arches. Shack is in the same spot. There will always be a whack ass rock to the right of main.
Mm-hmm.
Back of main is always the same. Left side will usually have a generator, a divot, jungle gym connecting that area. It's super consistent. And if there's pallet variations, it's only two. There's only like two pallet variations, and that's main and that area in front of main where there's like either a pallet on the left or the right next to the fence or next to the rock on the fence. And it's super bright too, which I like.
That's probably my favorite thing about Erie. I tell people this all the time. I have old man eyes, so Erie is Erie is perfect for me.
I feel you. I love Eerie aesthetically. I
Just,
use it in the background of all my videos.
just use filters. Listen, I shouldn't have to use filters to see on the other maps, and I'm not going to use filters. I don't shame anyone who does. I just don't like doing it.
I do use filters and I still struggle seeing on the maps. I'm gonna be honest.
It's But you said you wanted to talk a little bit about the items for Vecna.
Oh yeah. Okay, so uh okay, so the 4 items, I'm not counting the D20s, those are both good. Or the Nat 20s, those are both good.
Mm-hmm.
The hand is better than the eye. People don't know how to use the eye. I can't even count on 20 fingers the amount of times someone has vaulted into the locker right next to me with eye thinking it's gonna teleport them. But I don't know. The flight ones and the skeleton ones are quite redundant. Why? Flight, when Vecna flies, he makes a loud "huh." You can hear that shit from like across the map, I'm convinced. I still need to test that.
I think the flight ones. I think the point of the flight one is literally it only works like when you're in a Swift, realistically speaking.
Yeah, but even then, like you're still gonna get called out because you're broadcasting to the entire.
Yeah, but you know which direction exactly he's going. I think that's the point of it.
I suppose, but you can always like supplement it with like, and his terror radius is still active too. So
I like.
yeah, sure, like you can see him, but like, what are you gonna do realistically?
Yeah, I like the. I think the orb one might be a little too strong, if I'm honest with you.
Orb one is very good. Orb one adds counterplay to something that has no counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, it protects your other Vecna item. It lets you see the orb. It hard counters the build I mentioned like an hour or two ago, where you throw it at under the hook. It is super good, but it's only really good if you combine it with the hand. It's good if you combine it with the hand because it protects your other item, and the hand one is really good because it like actually counters Mei-chan. The problem with the Flight of the Damned one is that you don't need to see the aura of the skeletons because chances are you can already see them, or you're just gonna crouch them.
I feel like they could change the Flight of the Damned one to if you dodge it in a certain range, you get a speed boost.
I can see that. Honestly, what I wanted for it is I think it should give you a vault speed increase.
During it?
Like, for like 3 seconds after you use Flight of the Damned. It should give the survivor a vault speed increase. Why? Because a lot of the time you're using it at windows to either make them crouch or make them dodge.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is like extremely... There is a way you can counter it, but if the Vecna times it correctly, it's always a free hit. So right. I think that'll add like another layer that you need to think about, which is what the items should be doing.
The flight one, I can't really think of anything that could add to it.
The flight one, I have had this idea. What I think they should do, make fly quieter. This will indirectly buff, and they can make fly quieter. Yeah, just make fly quieter.
Okay, I can see that.
Which will indirectly buff the item because it's more necessary now to see where and know where he's going. Mm-hmm. It would also buff a certain add-on that he has called Cloak of Elven Kinds, which reduces his terror radius by 8 meters during fly. If Tattered Headband didn't exist, this add-on would be the worst. It serves no purpose. The survivors know you're coming. They have a Vecna item to tell, and that's all I need to say.
Does it? I mean, is it loud after the initial launch? I don't really know.
Yes, he makes like whoosh, like whooshing noises.
I think the items are definitely an interesting idea for counters. I do kind of hope, and we did see this with Dracula a little bit. I'm kind of glad that we're kind of getting away from items being the counter for killers.
Yeah, I think it's
nice.
nice.
Fine on Xenomorph and Larry, but like I don't want it to become the norm.
Yeah, it's a super nice like balancing lever so that a killer's power can feel strong because it is, while also having counterplay because that's like the most like bread and butter way of adding counterplay. Just having items that counter the killer, but it shouldn't be the norm, yeah, because you end up having a power if the power is not powerful in response, or if the counterplay is not powerful in response, that leads to an overwhelming one-sided advantage of my shit feels strong, you can't do anything about it.
I think Xenomorph struck the perfect balance with that though.
Yeah. I think Singularity had a bit of problems, but I think it's mostly okay now. I think it definitely benefits Swifts more because
my biggest issue with old Larry before they changed the EMPs was I remember this very distinctly. I was playing on Red Forest, and I was chasing a survivor. I had all my cams set up. None of the other survivors were picking up EMPs. So the one survivor I was chasing, who I was constantly hitting with cameras, kept just running to EMPs and getting the camera off of them. So I couldn't do anything.
That does not sound very engaging.
So here's the funny thing about that. Technically speaking, they were doing the wrong thing, but because they did the wrong thing, that one player was getting rewarded.
It's like that's kind of funny, actually.
Oh my god! Now that they're not like instantly done and they have to finish the progress, that doesn't happen anymore. But
yeah,
god,
you actually have to
frustrating.
Spread out and actually use the different cases and stockpile EMPs. But yeah,
well, like I think Xenomorph. Some would argue, but I think the turrets are the best example of them doing like an item as counterplay.
Yeah.
Because like even let's say you pick Xenomorph and you run into a loop with a flame turret in it, you still have the option to just ignore it and try to go for the tail attack on the survivor.
Exactly. Or you could break it and risk the survivor gaining distance, or you can secret third option.
Yeah, you
back up.
Back up. And try to like zone it out from around there. Like, there's a lot of options, I feel, with Xenomorph turrets are concerned, and I think that's what a lot of these items lack.
Yeah, I mean, it would make more sense if they were all equal in power level, but they're just not. And so you don't have options on which spell you want to necessarily counter, because I can see Flight of the Damned. Cool. I'm crouching anyways.
I think their idea though was that Dispelling Orb was supposed to be the counter to the counter.
Yeah, but
because of cooldowns, I don't know if that's necessarily. It's
the thing about it. It's uncounterable unless you have a magic item to counter. There's a counter. There's magic items, and then there's a counter for the counter. Well, there's also a counter for the counter to the counter. It's how many times do we go around?
There's just like D&D.
Exactly. Oh my god, there's perfectly in character and in universe.
Yeah, and then Hand of Vecna and Eye of Vecna.
Oh lord. There's no worse feeling loading into a game and then hearing Boom Brigands and then hearing Boom you will pay for that. That's like the top 10 worst things that can ever happen in the game. I definitely think the RNG needs to stay because it is like an integral part of his thing. and I
Mhm.
think it would feel really bad for both sides if it was like a fixed thing.
We'll
What
we'll
I do
we'll
think,
we'll get into that with thematics and adaptation because I think that's actually a big part of it too.
yeah, like you gotta stay like thematically consistent, especially with a licensed character.
Hmm.
However, I think one thing they can do, if someone rolls a 20, no one else can roll a 20 for a certain amount of rolls, not including the mimic rolls because that's always a one.
Right.
But I think finding a Vecna item at the beginning of the game is something. Finding two items at the beginning of the game, Lord, you are in for a rough one. So I think just limiting it to one for a while
Hmm.
is the best possible thing they can do while conserving the RNG aspect. Because
It's
it's like reverse gotcha pity, kind
it's
of.
yeah. It's once again, and I mean we can talk about this now. Adapting a D&D character was something that some people have can some not great people have said doesn't fit Dead by Daylight, even though I think they did the best job they could, and I think Vecna fits perfectly fine.
He's
Um,
awesome. I do agree.
but the idea of D&D being integrated into the game in general, I think thematically speaking, they nailed it with Vecna. And from not only the spells he can use, but also just like I said, the RNG aspects, the mimics, the eye in the hand being like these super powerful, basically god moves. Um, Now, whether or not that's balanced or not is a whole other discussion. But from a thematic and adaptation perspective, I think they nailed Vecna.
Thematic, he's so good. The dice rolls sound amazing. Uh, the chests feel so like satisfying to open, no matter what you get. In my
Mhm.
opinion, his whole thematic of being a lich who has several spells. Oh my god, amazing. Uh, and just like in D&D, even though a lot of things are RNG, there's still counterplay. There's still stuff you can do.
Mhm.
I don't know much about D&D. Me personally, I've never played it. But I know that there's like there is stuff you can do to things that like seem uncounterable. There is counterplay,
Well,
despite
D&D is a tabletop game, so it's like a lot of it is you coming up with solutions to problems that normally wouldn't have solutions.
yeah, exactly. I saw people being like, "Oh my god, Flight of the Damned is so broken!" Like day one PVE, and then they realize you can crouch it.
Yeah.
So like a tabletop game, the counterplay reveals itself through your repeated like
Mhm.
exposure to it, and I think in a way, Vecna's skill ceiling really elevates that because you don't know, and especially like playing against him. Like let's say you're level 1 in a D&D campaign and you meet Vecna. Do you know what he does? No. Do you know what he's capable of? Probably not, unless the dungeon master tells you. It really feels like you're playing against a D&D like final boss.
Yeah.
Like once you level up through the campaign, once you amass hours and experience playing against Vecna, you know what he does. You know what he can do.
I never even really thought about it that way with getting items. It's kind of like leveling up in a D&D campaign, isn't it?
Exactly. It's like that's why I'm so sad that there's only two good ones because choosing your I was the thing I was most excited about playing against Vecna was being able to choose a loadout and customize my loadout depending on what aspects of Vecna I wanted to counter
Mhm.
specifically. And that felt so good. I still feel super good opening chests and finding shit.
and
But
and I think that also like feeds into the idea I had earlier, where I feel like Vecna should. And once again, people are going to hate me for this, but Vecna should be add-on dependent to a degree, in the sense of making a particular spell better based on how you want to play Vecna.
I do agree with that. It would be more interesting than the number changes they have. However, I just don't think that's feasible in the current game of Dead by Daylight.
Um,
I would rather
yeah.
I would
Well,
rather the base kit be
cool.
not as like sorry. What?
I was gonna say because that also means like the items would have more of an impact, right? It wouldn't be just like, oh,
Yeah.
take the two best ones. It would be like, well, no, he's spec'd for using fly this match. We should probably use the items that counter fly, quote unquote counter. But
That is a good point.
you get what I'm
I
saying?
I do get what you're saying. I just think add-ons are in a weird state, honestly. I think I can't tell whether I want add-ons to be like overly, because I don't want add-ons to define a character's kit, right? Like Map of the Realm, Memento Blades, those are peak doofus.
Yeah, but
Peak.
I think, and
They need
I
to somehow manage, because the thing is, you need to balance. If you had like add-ons like change his spells a bunch, you effectively need to balance like 8 different characters at
yeah,
the same time.
but I think, and maybe this is just me being weird, but I feel like Vecna should be the exception to that rule, just because of what the character is.
That is true, but then that also that begs the question: how much do we want to lean into thematics versus how much do we want to lean into gameplay?
Well, that's a question I've asked many a times. It's just like with Pig. It's like, everyone complains that the bear traps don't do anything. It's like, okay, well, if we want to lean into the thematics,
All the jigsaw boxes don't give you your shit. Amanda has rigged every single one.
well, no, I mean, like, I'm cool with her, like, giving people a chance with it. It's just like, do we make the bear traps better? Because that is thematically what Pig is. But that's also not very fun to play against.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the whole ambush buffs, like, she doesn't do that in the movies.
Oh, she does, but
Not as. Sorry, my lack of Son knowledge is showing.
she ambushes people all the time in the movies, just not that way.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. It's like,
Yeah, it's just,
I don't think she's crouching around pallets of wood and and charging at you necessarily, but yeah, definitely ambushing.
but no, like even like the survivor side of things, the only thing I'm really disappointed on the survivor side of it is I'm very disappointed we didn't get an invocation perk, because I feel like it would have been perfect for the
That
bards.
would have been amazing for the bards. Oh my god. I am very happy about Bardic Inspiration. That is the best fucking thing they've added ever. But it would have missed opportunity for an invocation, honestly.
Yeah. I actually thought Bardic was gonna be an invocation.
I mean, that would imagine someone's like a little campfire down there.
That's what I thought it was gonna be.
The ballad of the bard. La la la. Zoom zoom zoom. Yeah, like that would be incredible.
So there should have been a vicious mockery perk, I swear.
What does Vicious Mockery do?
It's what do you think it does?
Like a taunt? Is it like a taunt?
It's a taunt, yeah.
Oh, D&D, and they're easily readable spells at least.
Yeah, like Still Sight, I think needs to be buffed to 2 seconds, but whatever.
I think Still Sight. I'm gonna do a little hot take here. I think Still Sight should affect your teammates and not you. I think if you stand still for 3 seconds, you shouldn't see. You should be blinded. But I think your teammates should get all the info that you're getting. That would thematically for a bard. I don't know how bards work actually.
Well, no, Still Sight in game basically does what it does in this game. You stand still and you get a bunch of information.
I was not aware that it was an actual D&D.
Oh, every single one of them is a D&D spell.
You know, that does make sense. Considering the fact that it's a D&D chapter.
What is the last perk? I always forget. Still Sight, Bardic, and... what is the last perk?
Hold on. History, Teachables. Probably should specify Dead by Daylight, huh? Mirrored Illusion. Oh, that one is funny.
Yeah, that one's fun.
That one is funny.
But
have you seen the videos where someone puts the illusion on a chest and then they loop around the chest and then they go on the chest with calm spirit so they don't make noises and the killer loses them?
I have not, but that sounds hilarious.
If I can find it.
I'm not gonna lie, like people say Mirrored Illusion doesn't trick anybody. I've been tricked by it a couple times.
Oh no, they've made it so that it's impossible to tell from afar. Yeah, you can definitely be tricked by it.
Yeah, like I've actually swung at an illusion before.
They're uncommon enough to where you just straight up don't expect them.
Yeah, and it's not because I didn't notice. Like as I'm swinging, I notice, but like sometimes like I'll round a corner, see somebody, be like, "Oh, sweet, free hit."
Yeah, exactly. It's like instincts, and enough people like stick generators in front of your face to where you don't think it's abnormal, or they just.
But like I do think Still Sight, like I think should be buffed to 2 seconds. 4 seconds is way too long.
Yeah, I guess they just want to be careful revealing the aura of the killer in general, but
This is
also you're
coming
standing
from
still, not
someone.
doing anything.
This is coming from someone whose playstyle would completely get countered by still sight. By the way,
Yeah.
I made a joke about it when it got shown. Like that perk is literally an FU to Chuck spots.
Fuck the Chuck spots. I see your ass standing still.
If you don't like Chuck spots, by the way, run still sight. Serious. uh,
Do you risk standing for still 4 seconds in a chase? Of course, because you don't see the Chuck.
yeah, he's 110.
You don't fuck with the Chuck.
He's 110. If you stand still for 4 seconds, you'll see him coming.
That is true. That is true.
And if you hold like right next to the corner, he can't slice and dice you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Don't leak this information.
Yeah, it's almost like the counterplay
Chucky
to
mains
Chucky is just standing still most of the time, and people just don't want to do that.
They should make Survivor insidious.
Oh my god. I mean, we did just get Survivor lethal, basically.
We did. How would they even have Survivor insidious, actually? You get distortion and iron will when you stand still?
Yeah.
That actually could be cool.
Why not? That would
Adding survivors and things. That wouldn't that wouldn't be that bad.
No. Would we give it
Probably
stacks?
have to do more though.
Yeah, would you give it stacks though?
Yeah. I mean, if you have to be standing still, I mean, would it be stronger than still sight is the problem? Because still sight is, I would not say by any means a top tier perk, but
I would actually be fine if they changed still sight to not show the killer's aura, but show totems and keep it where it is. Because that's what it was gonna do on PTB. Apparently, they just messed up the wording.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's supposed to be like a why is my H3 standing next to the gen but not actually doing it? I'm watching for the killer, but that just limits it too much.
Yeah, like I said, I think
nice.
I think 4 seconds for what it's supposed to do is too long.
I feel like 2 seconds is too short. I feel like 3 seconds is a good compromise because like you have to think about using it in chase, not specifically against Chucky, who's using a Chuck spot, but like against other killers who are going to actively be pushing you and not doing check spots.
Fair enough.
So you need to like strike a balance. Is this too strong? Am I able to see the killer like turn a corner? Or
it would be so cool if we had some way to test things that everyone can play, or that most PC players can play, and we can implement crazy stuff and see how it goes. It'd be crazy if we had something like that, wouldn't it?
You know, I just thought of a really cool acronym they could use for it. I don't know if it's still in development.
Mm-hmm.
I might need to test it to the public. We could call it like a public test beta. I'm so mad that they don't use the public test beta to do goofy shit, dude. Like anything drastic.
Remember the Unbreakable thing we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
The main argument I hear from people whenever I bring it up is like, we already tried that, it didn't work. We tried it once.
That was different, and that wasn't even the main purpose of it.
We tried it once. Why don't we try it again and keep working at it till we can make it work and then decide if it's bad or not?
Exactly. That's the point of a PTB. In fact, they're bringing the Mori changes back. And do you know what's coming back? Back to the PBE. PBE. Sorry.
PCB?
League of Legends brain.
Yeah.
League of Legends brain. My brain. Why don't... Ugh. What's probably coming with the Mori changes? More Unbreakable. Because you kind of need that if everyone on the floor got Mori'd.
Okay.
So yes, I feel like the Mori thing.
Here's the thing with the Mori thing, by the way. They said during Anniversary what it was going to be. I don't know why everyone forgets this.
Like, of the feature version?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just going to be a base kit Cyphers.
Ah.
I don't know if everyone forgot that.
Oh.
Yeah, they said it during the Anniversary.
Maybe because that's the boring option and people just filter that out.
Yeah, they said it's just going to be a base kit Cyphers.
I can get behind that.
Which I think is fine. I think it's what it should have been in the first place.
Is Cypress the yellow one or the...
Yeah, Cyphers is the one that lets you kill the last survivor.
That would be very nice.
the one argument because I made a video about this before they announced it. The one argument I hear against it is, yeah, well, that survivor now doesn't have a chance. Okay, well,
They never had a chance.
if they have
What?
like decisive power struggle like flip flop, the killer's just gonna let them bleed out anyways. Why not just let them more you and end it there?
Yeah, and it doesn't even matter. 3K, 4K. I'm pretty sure if a survivor escapes through the hatch, you don't actually lose MMR.
You
So it
don't.
doesn't even matter from that perspective.
Yeah, it's such a weird argument, and I never understood it. It's like, and the other thing, people were like, why would they do this? Because, okay, here's the thing with Moris that I have said for years. The fact that they're tied to like 2 perks and only on offerings, how often do you actually see Moris?
Not often, unless someone is like hard sweating with no regard to blood points. And even then, is it really that good of a sweat tool? You lose so many hook perks.
Exactly.
You lose Pop Goes the Weasel. It's good. I will say, I did Mori someone on a pallet once against like a bully save squad.
Mhm.
So that did feel nice. But that's the only situation in which it is beneficial. Sometimes it is just straight up faster to hook them. And you could make the argument that, oh, it saves hooks, but that's not even a thing now. Hooks respawn in 60 seconds.
It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like Moris should be more a part of the game naturally.
I mean, it depends if they want to go in the game direction or in like the Mortal Kombat fatality direction, where they want it to be a.
It's a coup de grace to end the match. Like I said, if it's only a Cypher's Mori base kit, it's the last survivor.
Yeah.
So like, it doesn't even affect anything. It just ends the match faster with a flare.
Exactly. And like, what? So what if you have DS? Okay, either this game is getting extended for 20 seconds or you're fighting Hatch. Whoop-de-doo, big deal. Neither of which is not necessarily fun for either side.
And it's also like, if Behavior wants to start selling Moris like everyone wants them to, wouldn't you guys want Moris to be more of a part of the game rather than an offering?
Exactly. No, I definitely agree with you now.
Like I don't, maybe that's just a me thing. It's just like executions in like Call of Duty, and that's probably a bad example, but it's like, yeah, you're not doing them all the time, and honestly, it would be faster to just, shoot them.
But it's funnier.
It's
and
cooler.
It looks cool, and it adds character.
Yeah.
Trickster's Mori adds so much character to him. Like, look at the man, like, show off his little knife skills and give him an autograph. That is so him.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's. I think it would be fine as long as they are true to their word and make it just a Cypher's Mori.
Yeah, that's not gonna break the game by any means. The old Mori one definitely did.
Yes,
because like you could just mega slug, but also unbreakable. Which, if you don't mega slug, is a big nerf.
The one problem I see with it though is that it would mean people would slug for the 4K more often.
For the old Mori one or the new Mori one?
The new Mori. If there's 2 survivors left.
But people do that with Mori offerings anyways.
Yes,
I feel like that's not going to stop. The only people that do that are the people bringing the Mori offerings. So I don't think that's...
Well, people do that anyways without Moris.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to change the people who do it.
Yeah.
In my opinion. It'll give them a bit more dopamine, which honestly...
Which, like, for me,
they probably need in their life.
For me, here my argument for this, or not my argument, my way of doing this has always been, if I down somebody, or if there's 2 people left and I down someone and I know where the other person is, I'll slug and go for the other person. If I have no clue where the other person is, I'm just hooking them. I don't care. I got my 3K. Who gives a shit?
Exactly. It doesn't mean anything. You could be like, I could have slugged for the 4K, but I didn't. I would have gotten the 4K. But I'm not wasting like 5 minutes to do that.
I'm not wasting 3 people's time.
Yeah, exactly. for
a little ego boost.
Literally, it's like, and it even goes back to what do you quantify as a win.
Mm-hmm. There are some people who claim that only 4Ks are wins.
It's just no. What's
I mean, it's like
winning is what you make it.
Like when I was doing like the 50 games Chucky's no perk no add-ons, there was a lot of times when I would be on the last survivor. I would find them at the door. The door wasn't touched yet, and I would let them go. I would count it as a 4K.
Yeah, because you had every you were gonna win if you
Yeah.
played the game normally. 100% you would have won.
Hmm.
You would have won. So
I mean, there's probably like a cosmic thing that could have happened that made me lose them, I guess. But
yeah,
like,
maybe your PC fucking explodes and they make it out. But even
like,
if your PC didn't explode, like you would have won. So even then, wouldn't you count it as a win?
yeah, I would. Like, even if I didn't find the fourth person, I would just count it as a 3K. Like, and that's still a win in my book.
Yeah, exactly.
With how the game is designed, that last person is supposed to get out.
They have higher odds. Yes.
Yeah, it's door RNG and hatch RNG. The last person is that whole setup is supposed to be a gimme for the last person.
That's why, yeah, that's why it doesn't give MMR if you or lose MMR.
Mhm.
It's mostly just that's why most people consider 3Ks as wins.
It's also like if you I think it was during the anniversary event, there was a challenge. The last challenge where it was for survivor, it was escape. For killer, it was kill 3 people in a single match. That is basically behavior saying what the win conditions for both sides are.
I feel like they've said that before though.
They have, but like that
In
was
general.
them basically confirming it in game.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, is it nice to have a game win condition in a game like this, or
it's a PvP
Because-
game. There has to be a win condition.
I feel like for killer, I think it's fine. Like, you can still have fun and not win by the game's definition.
Mm-hmm.
If you have fun, you're winning by your own definition. By most definitions.
But survivor.
But survivor, I think escaping is a win is absolutely bonkers. I think it should be based on like majority lives, majority dies. Like if 2 people get out, I think that should be a win for all the survivors. That's my hot take.
My idea to fix that is make the blood points a pool.
That would also reward like players that don't do anything in stealth though, which
It would, but it would also reward the players who get chased the entire match.
it would. Yeah, it would. I guess there's a little kerfuffle there for behavior to. There's no way I just said that word for behavior to solve. Kerfuffle.
It's a hard thing to balance. I don't think it would solve the issues completely, but it would also mean like, because like, you know, if you get tunneled immediately throughout the match, like you leave with like 6K blood points.
Yeah, even though you did like skilled plays, just because you didn't do everything, the game is punishing you for it, which I don't think is a good thing.
So like if it was a pool and your team like still got all the gens done, you would still get part of that pool. It would also encourage teamwork more. Because you're all going for the same goal.
That is true. Although you would have to balance that with the fact that it's solo queue. And not everyone is gonna do anything. That's why solo queue is inherently a problem. But it can't be solved. That's the thing.
In Deep Rock Galactic, I don't know if you know that game.
I love Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah, in Deep Rock Galactic, the way it works is the resources are shared.
The thing is, you're also playing with this team more than once usually. At least I think last time I played.
Yeah, sometimes, but you know, a lot of times I'll leave the team immediately after the mission and just join another one. But I've never had a bad experience in that game, and I think a lot of it is because they found ways to make it so trolling and being selfish is like never a good option. I think.
Well, also you're not playing against another player; you're playing against the environment, which could be a factor, possibly because.
Yeah, but it's like
you're not.
So if you make it a shared blood point pool, you would be encouraged to try to get as many people out as possible, rather than just yourself.
I'm seeing what you mean now.
Yeah, so like because that's the thing with that co-op games often have the advantage of they like a lot of co-op games actually are not that great at making you work together. They're great at tricking you into working together.
The incentives be hitting you.
And DRG is really good at it too because a lot of things it does. Like, there is, like, no advantage to kind of trolling your team in that game. You don't gain anything. Because, like, let's say you not troll your team. Let's say you, like, go ahead of your team and, like, go and get all the resources because, oh, I want all the resources for myself. They're shared. Can't do that.
Huh. That does make sense, yeah.
Even with, like, a lot of the things, like, require 2 people. Like, minimum. Like, there's some enemies that, like, require basically 2 people to kind of play to kill it the most efficiently.
So you're less incentivized to just not do the objective and more incentivized to work together and ensure that more people get out.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
I mean, there's
like
videos all over the place in DRG of, like, some guy, like, there's one I forget. It's like 7 minutes long of some dude, like, he died, like, accidentally got left behind, and goes down. And there's this engineer player who, like, 7 minutes goes back by himself to get this dude up.
Like, I've heard so many heroic stories in this game. It's like
there's no reason for him to do it because the only thing that happens, and that's another thing, is it doesn't punish you if not everyone makes it back. It rewards you if they do. That's the difference. So, like, if everyone makes it back in DRG, you get a bonus 25% per person of materials. Not 25. I think it's like 5%. It's something very small. But if someone doesn't make it back, you don't get -5. You just don't get the bonus.
So it's not punishing you, it's just rewarding you.
Yes. That's something a lot of game designers will tell you about most things in games. If you want a player to do something, don't punish them for doing the thing you don't want. Reward them for doing the thing you do want.
That way you can trick them into working. Yeah, it's like you said, you trick them into working together for the bank.
Exactly. Now, would Blood Point solve that? Probably not, because there's players like me who already have everything. Why do I care? But I think for the average player, I think it would definitely help a little bit.
Yeah. Because, yeah, blood points are the greatest motivator in this game. For real.
I mean, even small things like what if you get like
Eerie shards?
Yeah, or Eerie shards. What if like you got like a bonus experience for everyone who makes it out of the trial?
Yeah, now that I think about it, there is nothing to reward multiple players, not even experience.
Yeah. Like, what if body blocking gave you way more blood points than it already does?
Yeah, honestly, that could like alleviate it a bit, especially if they made it like known. Because if you like subtly change it but don't make it known, no one's gonna notice.
Right.
If you say it changes, then everyone's gonna notice. Another in League of Legends, there was a patch where they said they buffed Vladimir, and Vladimir's win rate went up by like 3%. And then they said, "Oh, actually, we didn't actually buff Vladimir. That was an accident." So even telling them about the changes, even if it doesn't do anything,
perception is a huge thing with nerfs and buffs.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the idea of something being stronger than it is often more than enough to actually make it stronger.
Yeah, because it can like force you to think differently. Like, oh, I can do this now, when in reality you could always do that.
Like Yuumi in League I think is one of the prime examples. Okay, maybe she's a bad example, but I like this example.
Cats.
So when Yuumi first came out, she got nerfed like week 1. She got buffed week 1 because everyone was complaining she was so bad. They buffed her and her win rate skyrocketed. It was a very small buff too.
Oh yeah.
Here's what happened. People didn't know how to play her. That's what happened.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this.
So they had to nerf her, and then her pick rate plummeted, even though the nerf was literally just a revert to her original state. It was just the perception that caused it.
Exactly. And this is why it's so important to, like with Vecna again, to not knee-jerk something when something new comes out. Because there's no one in League of Legends that plays like Yuumi. There's no equivalence to a parasitic worm on your shoulder. So
I'm Mastery 7.
Sorry,
I'm Mastery 7 Yuumi, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I got that.
Goodbye.
I got that day 3.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I like Goonie. I like being a support. Shut up.
You know what? Can't diss it. I do it with the player.
Um,
Uh,
it's just I mean, even perks from the PTB. Like remember Scavenger?
I do remember Scavenger.
Yeah, remember
That
how
shit got like.
it got gutted before it came to live, and now I never see it.
I mean, to be fair, it was really good. Just people slept on it.
But did people sleep on it because it got gutted?
That is true. People say Ots Darva got it gutted, and that's the reason why he doesn't do
I don't
his
think
like
he's the
opinions anymore.
only reason.
Yeah, no. I think it was always gonna get gutted because it does like items like built to last already are really good, and you have to sit there for 16 seconds. Imagine doing that, but at the generator where you're supposed to be.
It's another thing. It's like Specialist. Specialist is another good example. We were all complaining about it. They booked it.
And it's still dog shit.
Yeah, it's almost like we don't know what we're talking about sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. and how people like looked at Vecna's 3 Perks and like, yeah, these are dog shit. But they're actually okay, I'm not gonna say they're good, but they're okay. Franklin's
No,
Lord save me for
I'm
speaking
glad
its
you're
name.
saying this because people told me I was making this up. No. I remember when Vecna's PTB came out and everyone was looking at the perks. I remember very distinctly the exact words people would say about Weave Attunement. You could probably run it with Franklin's, but it still won't be that good.
100%. Everyone was downplaying the fuck out of it. No,
MFT.
it was.
I said this about MFT. The same thing happened with MFT.
I know, right? It's like people love undermining and underestimating and overestimating to an extent shit that they just don't know what they're talking about.
Like MFT is a good example. I remember very distinctly on that PTB, almost everyone was saying it's okay.
It's just 3%.
Yeah, it's just 3%. It's okay. That seems like a decent perk. And what happened 2 months later?
Hard meta. It got nerfed. Deep wounded.
Oh,
Legion killer.
6 months later, it got deep wound. Or it got the.
Oh.
Yeah, it took 6
Shit, my
months.
I
No.
still can't believe it took 6 months.
No, the thing is, it took 2 months before it became meta.
Oh.
That's my point with it. It took about 2 months before people realized how good it was. And like I said, this happens all the time in this game.
I know, right? People have such reactions to things.
And it happens on both sides. Some people will say something is bad and it ends up being good. Some people will say something's good and it ends up being not that great.
I forgot. Did people say Power of 2 was going to be good?
Yes.
I feel like that's a perk people would say.
People thought Swifts were going to abuse it. Yes.
I don't think I've seen that perk once.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Last week, I got healed by someone with Soul Guard and Power of 2, and I think that's the only time I've ever saw it. They even ran away from the gen and would see if I followed them to make sure I knew how it worked. Because no one uses that perk.
Like, what's it called? Like Specialist on Lara, like, everyone was complaining about it. I know 2v8's still going on. I haven't seen it one time since it came out.
No, literally. It's like people see Generator faster, and they're like, oh shit! We're getting gen rushed!
Like, do I think it could be problematic? Possibly, but I just don't see it to warrant that.
Yeah.
What was Laura's other perks? Finesse. Oh
Finesse,
my god.
People were shitting so much about Finesse. It is not that big of a problem.
It's not that big of a deal at all.
It's not.
And I helps. See it all the time too, and I like. It's not that big of a deal.
It's definitely a good perk. It's all right, but I don't think it was worth the whole. Fast faults are killed. It should cause exhaustion. It should do your taxes in reverse at the same time.
I actually kind of admire them for not making it an exhaustion perk.
Yeah,
I'm glad we have a chase perk like that. That's not exhaustion. It's great.
Exactly. Cooldown based stuff that you can play around and reasonably expect. That's awesome. For the most part.
Yeah, and then like And then underestimating perks. Sometimes, like, and I also, Behavior has said this before, whenever they release perks, here is their general philosophy for the perks. There's one that's supposed to be for experienced players, one that's for new players, and one that's supposed to be fun.
I have heard of. Wasn't that around Alan Wake? I'm forgetting.
Yeah. Well, they said it for Unknown because people were asking about Undone. But yeah, that's how they make perks. One for good, one for bad, one for fun. And like for Laura, I would say the one for good is probably Specialist, one for bad is probably Finesse, and one for fun is probably Hardened. You can probably swap Hardened and Finesse, but yeah.
I don't think Laura has a fun perk though. I mean, it depends on what they mean by fun.
I'd say Finesse is probably the fun one.
But it's also all right for experience.
Yeah, but Specialist would probably fall into that one.
Yeah, not true.
And then Hardened, I guess that's for new players.
Who uses Hardens?
I do. I like Hardened. Fuck you.
Well, fuck. Fuck you and your doctor countering shenanigans.
I like Hardened because you get the aura reading after a hit.
Oh, I haven't even considered that.
Mm-hmm. Is it always useful? No, not at all. I actually think it should only take one totem to activate, but
yeah, why does it take a totem and a chest to activate?
I don't know. It's so backwards. It's like the new Victor perk for the Dracula chapter where you had to like open two chests.
You mean Trevor?
Did I say Victor? I meant Trevor.
I'm like, I don't think Victor from the Twins has a perk.
Hey, people always get shocked when I say this. I've never played Castlevania. I don't know.
Neither have I, to be honest.
I'm a huge Metroid fan, but I've never touched Castlevania.
I've played Smash Bros. That's my extent of Castlevania knowledge.
But yeah, I actually think that perk's cool, super cool.
It is cool.
It's high risk, high reward.
Exactly. I think 60 seconds is. You see, you can't make it too short because then it's like you pop a fucking syringe mid chase, basically. Mm-hmm. Effectively, that's what it is. But also the chest requirement makes it so you have to waste time.
Yeah, it's also like Dramaturgy's exposed effect. Like unless you run right into a wall, you're probably not getting down in those 12 seconds.
Oh lord, Dramaturgy is so funny. I love using it. The thing is, you're usually never gonna get hit with that exposed because Dramaturgy effectively is dead hard for distance.
Yeah. But
so yeah. You don't just like use it in the open.
Yeah, it's kind of Dramaturgy is a weird one though. Like I said, but it's very similar. Since you're basically broken the whole time. But like the way I see it, if you were gonna lose the chase anyways, why not have it just in case?
Exactly. And if they hit and run you, congratulations, you're healed.
Yeah.
It kills hit and run too, so.
Yeah, and then what is his? I know he's got the Lethal Pursuer one. What's the other perk he has?
When you stun, you upgrade your item.
Yeah. Also, I was trying to explain that one to people. I think what they were going for with that is it's supposed to be the whip from the games.
I have not played enough Castlevania to know what that is.
So it's like you're whipping the killer and stealing their item.
Oh, why the fuck is the killer carrying purple medkits?
Well, once again, I think from a thematic perspective, that's what they were going for. So it's like in Castlevania because like you can whip enemies, they drop items. So it's like
that sounds cool.
Yeah, I think that's what they were going for with it.
They should have let you keep the items, though. I don't know why it like auto reverts back to when you escape.
I don't know. It's not farming, I guess.
I don't think the. I mean, if you wanted to farm, then you'd bring a full chest build anyways, and just like.
I might run it with Champion of Light, honestly.
That you Champion of Light and Chemical Trap. You slam, upgrade your flashlight. Chemical Trap, blind the killer. They're suddenly moving at sub-zero speeds. They're moving backwards. That's how negative their hindrance is.
I don't know. I love Champion of Light's a lifestyle. It's not a perk.
Champion of Light and Fixated.
Oh my god!
I've seen so many people fucking glide around on the floor going, "I'm on the Champion of Light."
I love Champion of Light just because it counters like I played it against a Deathslinger once with Champion of Light. is the funniest shit.
Or that slinger hates you.
It was because I run Champion of Light fixated Streetwise Sprint Burst.
Oh my god. You're getting arrested.
Yeah.
You lock your windows, dude.
Fun fact to people who don't run Champion of Light, you get exhaustion back during the flashlight animation because you're still technically walking.
And if you run fixated, you literally run. You literally walk at running speed.
It's so fucking great. I love it. It also counters.
was-
It counters Chucky hard.
Yeah, any killer that locks you in animation, like to an extent, it counters like. Let me think. Like Nemesis, not counters, but like it.
Well, no.
Can't look up now.
Nemesis can't look up with his whip out.
Yeah, I'm just saying because he can do it like super fast.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I was watching Rev, and he was getting bullied by this Felix running that same build, and since Trickster's lethality relies on him looking at you for like 4 seconds, this dude was getting like bodied. Not like actually bodied, but I'm pretty sure they DC'd. But it was kind of funny. And they found him in another game, and I'm pretty sure as soon as they saw like his name, he instantly DC'd. Because it's so like against Trickster specifically, it's so like counterful to his kit because
Yeah.
you have to look at them for like 4 seconds because of how low lethality you have now.
I hope they never nerf Champion of Light. It's just a fun perk.
It's so fun. It's not problematic really even.
I mean, some killers don't even care. Also,
Yeah, like,
fun fact
what
I
did you-
learned with Champion of Light. Did you know Lightborn doesn't make you immune to blinds?
What?
Yeah, if you shine the flashlight at their face long enough, they will get blinded.
Like Champion of Light blinded or regular blinded?
Regular blinded.
What?
Yeah, I don't know the timing on it, but yeah, if you shine it in their face long enough, it will blind them still. It's something
did not know that was the thing.
It's something
Why does that
ridiculous.
exist?
It's something ridiculous. It's like 20 seconds, but like
How do you find that out?
because
What?
I was running Champion of Light against a clown once with Lightborn. He was just staring at me as he chased me down.
And you eventually blinded him?
I eventually blinded him and got the Champion of Light proc.
And they said Lightborn was broken.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that. Yeah, my chat told me that too, and I didn't believe them until I tried it.
I wouldn't believe them either. What?
Yeah.
That's like something you say to like the kids on the playground. Like, yeah, if you go to this truck, you can find Mew. Like, if you blind the killer for 5 hours while running Champion of Light and Residual Manifest on a Tuesday, you could actually blind them through Lightborn. It's like that does not sound believable, and that does not sound correct, but I suppose it is.
I mean, I guess it's because they can't make the number 0, technically speaking.
Yeah.
So
make it, like, highest
even
value.
yeah, even if they make the value 0, it's like it's still a value. It still eventually hit it.
Yeah, but why 20 seconds?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it be like
I'm
something...
just spitballing. I don't know how long it took me.
Oh.
Yeah,
Close enough.
It's just really funny that even Lightborn actually doesn't do its job.
I mean, realistically, how much is that ever gonna happen?
Oh, never. Almost never. Unless you're an idiot like me and just stubbornly using Champion of Light against someone with Lightborn.
It sends a message. It's not even about the blind anymore.
Or the slow. It's a clown. That doesn't even matter.
Like, oh no, I'm slowed. Now you are too. And he chucks that shit.
Clown, just drink your yellow bottle, please.
He should be able to drink his yellow bottle.
Just be fast forever.
He's having an IV dose of yellow bottles straight into his bloodstream.
There's a new add-on for Clown. It's just an IV bag.
And instead of VHS porn, the new add-on, you can replace the IV pack with the purple liquid, so you can make yourself slower.
Oh my god!
Burger King Cloud.
I think we need more detrimental add-ons in the game.
Yes, please. Please, we need one meme add-on per character. Not for Vecna though. His add-ons are well designed, and it wouldn't fit unless they made his green or yellow add-on a meme add-on.
I mean, can we not have one like Chucky where it's not supposed to be a detrimental add-on, but it is?
Which one? The Pools of Blood one?
Mirror shards.
Oh.
Um,
Was that you or was someone else advocating that Mirror Shards was like S tier?
that was someone else I was arguing with, and I was like, no, it's not.
Oh.
Like, don't get me wrong, if you learn the logic, it's okay tracking, but it is not S tier.
Yeah, I never understood that add-on.
Um,
It just doesn't
Once again,
like
I think
well, you know what?
the point is tracking, because there is a logic to the footsteps.
Yeah, I know, but typically aren't you using your slice and or your hidey ho when you know the survivor's there?
Yes, typically.
And if you know the survivor's there
But
and you're in hidey ho, you want to hear their footsteps?
I mean, let's say you're walking through a field and you activate Hidey Ho just for whatever reason, and you see the footsteps show up. Well, you know someone's within 16 meters of them.
I suppose.
Because that's
Or
the
you
way.
could run rat poison.
Or you could just run rat poison. um, there's a person on my Discord who may or may not be in chat, but they showed me the quote power of of mirror shards, and they were able to find like 4 survivors in a locker because of it.
Hmm.
It has
I mean,
a use.
It's just 1 in 50 games.
But I call it actively detrimental because here's the thing: if you didn't hear the footsteps, I don't think it would be that bad.
Yeah, it just distracts you, like in your main chase tool, the hidey ho mode.
Like, because you hear your footsteps, the survivor's footsteps, and now 2 more sets of footsteps.
Exactly, it's like audio overload.
It's very frustrating, and I don't understand why it's a purple. If it was a brown, I wouldn't give a crap.
Probably because it changes enough about the power, but it doesn't do it well. It just changes it.
I guess.
I'm guessing they want to save those for the higher rarities and let the browns be meme add-ons or just like stat changes.
I guess it's just like his exhausted add-on is so dumb too.
I know, right? Yes, you walk through the trails. Who the fuck is gonna walk through the trails or the footsteps?
People on generators away from you.
Away from you, where you could really take advantage of that exposed. Yeah. I see.
Yeah, and you can't even see the footsteps unless you're running mirror shards, so you don't even know.
You get that synergy though, if you've ever wanted to waste 2 purple add-ons.
Oh my god, it's so dumb. I hate it. Just run Langwind.
Literally run Languid, run rat poison. You have everything you need right there.
It's so
Is there
dumb.
even a point to the yardstick add-on?
It's okay info. I think they should buff the range on it personally.
Yeah, I feel like it's too similar to rat poison, and then rat poison is just way more consistent.
We a lot of us thought because they buffed yardstick when they did the changes to Chucky when they got rid of Scamper. A lot of us thought the reason they did the changes they did is because you could still window Scamper. And then when he came to live, they got rid of that because it was a bug apparently.
Doesn't he still vault faster in Hidey Ho? I have no idea.
No, they got rid of that.
No.
Yeah. No, not only does he vault slower than the other killers, he also makes noise.
Yeah, the survivor noise for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Makes sense. He's small, but
I still say, like, I don't even care about the speed. Like, can they just make it quiet when he's in Hidey Ho?
yeah, it's not even completely quiet, is it? He does like a
yeah.
So there's still a tell, and it would make sense because he's the name is Hidey Ho. Like he's got the Heidi, let him be a hoe. Goddamn.
Did you know that that's not the actual name of the power?
Hold on, I got the game open right now.
Hidey Ho is not the name of the power. That is the stance you're in.
Hidey Ho mode. What the fuck is it called then? What's
playtime's over?
That sounds like Wesker's. That sounds like a Wesker quote.
No,
in fact, I'm pretty sure he does say that.
Wesker? Chucky says it too.
Does he? I've never heard him say that.
He says it all the time. Playtime's over.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was still doing it in the Wesker accent.
7 minutes.
Playtime's over.
It's like fucking 4 O's to it.
He's so dramatic. I love voice lines in this game.
The guy who does the voice for Wesker, he's done an interview with a couple people, and he said when he's at a bar, his friends have him order drinks in that voice.
Can I get a I'm not old enough to drink Bloody Mary. You gotta,
It's
or I will reach total global saturation.
it's so dumb. Back to Vecna a bit.
Oh shit, I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
So we did talk. I feel like we talked about the state of the game the entire time, so I'm never going to ask you about that. But Vecna's power level. So Vecna's still relatively new,
Hmm.
and I feel like his power level hasn't been fully reached by anyone. No offense.
No, I get, yeah, understandable.
Yeah, but like I have seen people putting him in about B-ish tier. Um, in terms of the other killers, would you agree with that statement?
I I originally thought he was A tier, like high A tier.
Mm-hmm.
After further evaluation, I will say B plus tier does fit him. The thing is, he is very punishing. If again, the thing about tier lists, how are we evaluating this? But speaking from a general standpoint, against survivors that know what they're doing, if you miss your spells, he is very punishing. However, there are certain ways to guarantee value almost. So I would say generally he has a lot of things. He has zoning, he has anti-loop, he has information, he has mobility. He's like a jack of all trades, master of some. So I think B plus sort of suits him. I see a lot of people putting him at C tier. I don't agree with that. I think he's way stronger than that. They are not utilizing or seeing Vecna at his full potential. But also at the same time, he can't be too high because he just doesn't have the consistency of some other killers.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has the long cooldowns. He has the watered down powers in exchange for he has 4 of them. I mean, I wouldn't say they're watered down, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and
I think,
I mean, at the
yeah,
end of the day, he is just an M1 killer with utility tools.
yeah, but I think he's on a lot like higher footing than other M1 killers, ignoring like Spirit. Does she count as an M1 killer? Yeah, probably.
Yes, she's technically speaking an M1 killer.
Yeah, I think he's on better grounds than a lot of them,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think he's. I'm trying to think of a killer to compare him to.
There really isn't one.
Yeah, there isn't. I feel like I might get crucified for saying this, but I feel like he's similar to Pinhead almost.
I could see that.
He has tools. He has hella tools to deal with several aspects of the game. Different ways than Pinhead, but I
Mm-hmm.
feel like in the same way Pinhead is strong, Vecna is strong. It's just that Pinhead is more consistent. Vecna has a magical item which teleports you a random distance at least 10 meters away when you when you go into a locker. So
I never really
it's
thought about that because there's a lot of Pinhead players who actually really enjoy playing Vecna as well.
they're very similar in terms of like feel. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I play Pinhead in my off time sometimes. I don't know why I said off time. Uh he feels similar in the sense of anti-loop and having map pressure, just in different ways. Because obviously Pinhead has the box. Vecna has a multitude of ways he can get map pressure. Snowballing with Dispelling Sphere and flying to survivors after you down them is a good one, which is a glorified term for slugging, but we don't talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
They have very similar goals, really, I think. And they feel similar. I don't know how to explain it. Not the game. The kits don't feel similar. The gameplay does, even though they're so different. And I feel like his power is similar to Pinhead in the sense that he's strong if this, he's weak if that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Pinhead is strong against teams with no coordination, 5 people going for the box, even though someone's AFK. Vecna is strong against people who don't know his full capability. And let me tell you, people in the future, like 10 years from now, if this game even alive by then, people will not know his full potential.
I
As
think
in the public eye.
I think we also saw something similar. And I bring up Xenomorph because I think that the best example of this, when Xenomorph first dropped, I would argue Xenomorph was like top of A tier. But as time has gone on and people have learned how to play against Xeno, they've dropped, even though there's barely
Exactly.
been any changes to Xenomorph as a character.
Because people utilize the turrets better, they understand tail logic better. Maybe not as much, but uh, they understand that they gotta have to be careful about around tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
They watch tunnels. They don't place turrets near tunnels as much. They place turrets in smart places. Insert third line about turrets. Yeah, it's just the counterplay is more streamlined, and I don't see Vecna falling to the same. Every time I look at that plot twist, I giggle inside. I feel like Vecna's complicated enough to where the public eye won't consistently know of his true power level. I think he's quite bad, honestly, against in like DBD League, say.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll be like quite bad. I think he'll be like a lower tier killer, like maybe same place as Pinhead. I think Pinhead's lower tier, right?
I don't know. I don't really keep up with the comps. All I know is that Chucky has like a 30% win rate.
Do they even play Chucky in comp?
No.
Yeah,
It's almost like he's actually not that good of a kid. I'm kidding.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just because they pick killers that are like fun to play against and like rewarding to like difficult have like a skill curve. I guess they don't think Chucky has a skill curve or is fun to play against.
I don't even know if Vecna's allowed in the rotation yet.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he'll never be allowed to his RNG aspect. They don't allow Nemesis because of his zombies. So
are you serious? I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure. They don't have Nemesis in because his zombies are too big of RNG. Their entire point is to remove RNG from the game.
I get that, but like, really?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, I love Nemesis. Why not my Nemesis?
I have to fact check that later. That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure. Don't take my word
for
gospel.
No.
I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere. Yeah.
But it's I don't know. I feel like Vecna he's still being fully figured out now.
He is, and I don't think he'll ever. I mean, he'll probably be like solved one day, but not by the general public.
I feel like I feel like this community often. I mean, we talked about it earlier. We often get very quick-footed on like determining killer strength and stuff like that. But I still do think, and at the end of the day, this game is very simple. So like, at its bare bones, the game is very simple.
It is, but at the same time, like games like Smash Bros. 64, there are still like tier list changes happening, like or Melee. I remember I saw a YouTube video on how like apparently Yoshi went up a couple tiers because someone discovered some like new way to play him or something. Like shits will always be figured out. Like 5 years from now, there could be like a secret epiphany that makes Trapper like secretly broken.
StarCraft when it was an esports scene, there was a strategy. I don't know the name of the strategy. Someone can correct me on this. But basically, there was a strategy. There that every pro player did. It was one side versus the other, and the same faction every single time, because they were the best, and the other one countered the other one, and the other one countered the other one by countering the other one. But what ended up happening after about 5 to 6 years, someone figured out a way to counter both of them.
What?
Yeah, no patches, no changes, no nothing. And then that completely changed the entire game.
Exactly, and that's why it's so dangerous to fall into the meta hole, because you're never going to find these things out if you just keep playing meta, or what is assumed to be the meta every single game.
That's why I wish people would let some things sit longer than they tend to.
Yeah, like especially for like such a complex character, or complex in the terms of Dead by Daylight as Vecna.
I think it's hard to fully say, because it's like, do I think like outlier stuff should be addressed quickly? Yes, 100%. But like, I don't think, like, if something is meta, it doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be nerfed.
Yeah, exactly. Meta is good. Meta provides like a baseline thing. It's like it's consistent most of the time.
Yeah.
And like something being meta for too long is a problem in most circumstances. But something can fall out of meta without actually having any changes
Yeah, it happens all the
by
time.
people figuring it out. Yeah.
Um, I mean, uh, do you know what meta stands for, by the way?
I've been told it doesn't stand for most effective tactic available, and it
Yes, it
actually stands for something else.
yes
Does
it
it stand for?
does.
Oh, I've been lied to.
I might have been lied to. That's what I've always been told it stands for: is most effective tactic available.
I thought you were doing like a the bait and switch thing.
No, 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 no. It's most effective tactic available.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's the problem with especially Dead by Daylight is like what does effective mean? Is it consistently escaping? Is it just consistently getting a 4K? Is it
Probably consistency. I think consistency is like the biggest factor of
yeah, but
why things are considered
cons-
meta.
consistency in what sense? The 1v1, the 1v4, escaping, killing, winning, losing.
I suppose just winning, honestly. And in winning terms, I mean like 3Ks. Whatever gets you the most hook stages or kills. But like things can be objectively good. Like pain
Mhm.
res is like objectively good, but like how do you measure its impact compared to other perks, right?
Right.
How do you measure its how do you know that if you put on whispers, it wouldn't have also won you the game, but like a bit faster? How do you know
Well,
if you would have
as the thing with pain res too is like the devs made scourge hooks because people want the RNG of scourge hooks gone. A lot of people said that. The thing is, pain res is allowed to be as strong as it is because of that RNG.
yeah, but the RNG isn't a big enough factor unless it's in like some extreme circumstances.
The
Like
RNG is
how
why I don't run pain res.
yeah, no, I understand that. It's consistent, but it's RNG.
Mm-hmm.
And the RNG can really fuck with you if you have all four hooks on one side of the map. I think my hot take is that Scourge hooks should destroy when someone gets unhooked for a while, but they should streamline the. They should make the spawns consistent, like spawn from like an equal distance away from each other, so you don't have three Scourge hooks in that corner and then one at your mom's
I
house.
think I should just
Like
rotate
that's,
after every hook.
honestly, that too.
Not even
I
just a
think
scourge hook, any hook.
but
Okay, let's say you're playing on a map and all four scourge hooks are in a random corner you're never going to.
hmm?
So you get a hook on one that's not a scourge hook. Now the hooks rotate.
uh,
Like the point of that would be to help
I
like not
yeah,
fully get rid of the RNG, but like help it a bit.
that makes sense. I feel like that would be too confusing though for most players. By confusing, I mean like its tell would be kind of weird if that makes sense.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, I've said this before. Like okay, let's say the killer meta is Pop Goes the Weasel, Pain Res, Grim Embrace, uh, I don't know, Corrupt. I guess. Let's say that that's the meta. So to counter Corrupt, bring there's not really any way to counter Corrupt. Just or actually no, there is. Bring Plot Twist.
Lots twist, no mither.
There you go. Yeah. But to counter the rest, like Pain Res, bring Saboteur.
I forgot you can see the auras of the Scourge hooks with that.
Mm-hmm. So even if you don't stop that first person from getting scourge hooked, you know where all the hooks are, so you know where to go down.
But the thing is, like, bringing Perk,
That's bringing a perk to counter a
like,
perk.
yeah, bringing a perk to counter a perk that might not even be in play. What do you think about that, honestly? Because I have no
That,
idea what I
that
think.
that might not be in play. It's pain res. It's always in play.
That is true. That is true.
And same with like pop. It's like, well, what counters pop? Technically, there's nothing that realistically counters it, but there are a few perks that do.
Repressed Alliance, my beloved.
Repressed Alliance. I think Repressed Alliance should only last for 30 seconds.
I don't think Repressed Alliance is enough of a deal to make it last 30 seconds. I think
Well,
it
no,
does.
that's what I'm saying. It's what is it now? 70 right now?
I think it's, isn't it 40?
What is it?
Repressed Alliance DVD.
I thought it was 70.
Oh no, it is 30.
It blocks the
Oh,
gen for
40.
30?
Wait. After repairing, it charges in 45, and then it blocks for 30.
Okay. Yeah, I think Repress Alliance is actually a decent counter to pop. No one runs it.
Yeah, because it's a bit. It can be a bit detrimental, and it doesn't. It's not the ninth Uber chase perk, so
Yeah.
it's not as
You
appealing.
know what's another counter to pop that no one runs after it got bug fixed?
But this one,
Potential energy.
please tell me more. What's
Because of how the math works, pop doesn't. Pop is 20% of the gen's current project progress.
so you keep the potential energy stacks until after pop?
No, yeah, no. You hold the potential energy stacks. Like you get all your stacks. Keep doing the gen. If the killer comes over with pop, you run away. And now the gen is less than it would be. So pop, by the way the math works, is getting less value. It doesn't counter it, but it makes it less.
Circumvents
It
it.
makes it less effective.
Yeah, I mean, you'd also have to be running potential energy, which is slow in itself, and you can get hit and say goodbye to all your stacks.
You
But I
can,
mean,
you
I guess
can.
that's the risk. That's the counterplay.
Yeah, but if they're chasing you, then they're not using pop.
That's true. That's true. And it's still
Am I
useful
saying
outside
everyone
of the
should be
pop counter
running?
as well.
Yeah. Am I saying that everyone should be running potential energy saboteur? No, not at all. I'm just saying there are perks that counter those perks. And I
No,
know, like,
actually, can you keep saying that? I would love for all my survivors to run those.
right? Please run potential energy and saboteur. It's the
Let's
best.
go, a fifth slowdown perk.
It's just like I don't know. Like there's a lot of things that like can counter these meta perks, but no one brings them because of what you said. What if they don't bring it?
Yeah, and then it's like, but they happen so much each game that like
It's
it's
just
just like yeah.
it's just like for the survivor meta. It's like people complain about adrenaline or bring Terminus.
The thing about hmm. The thing about like survivors perks countering killer perks, this is why I don't like distortion that much.
Mm-hmm.
There are 16 survivor perks, and there's one killer perk or 4 killer perks.
Right.
That means one killer perk is equivalent, like close to equivalent to 4 survivor perks.
But if we're doing what I'm saying, where it's like not everyone will be running the meta, then there would be 16 different perks in theory.
16 different perks, but if you're running a survivor perk to counter a killer perk, and they're not bringing it, that's only 1 out of 16 perks wasted, assuming you're the only person that brought that. But if a killer is bringing a counter to a perk that no one has, or one person has,
Mm-hmm.
that's still 1 perk to counter 1 perk. Also, Terminus is just not an overall good perk. Also, it was bugged for a while, I think. But
I'm just saying,
think,
my point is like adrenaline is pretty common.
yeah, that's true.
And if you really don't like adrenaline, bring Terminus. It counters it.
I suppose, yeah. It's just a fine line of like, should a survivor perk shut down a killer perk, or should a killer perk shut down a survivor perk? Yes, and vice versa.
I mean, it's another one of those things. It's like I'm trying to think of another good example. What's a meta survivor perk right now?
Ultimate weapon and calm spirit, maybe.
Ultimate weapon? That's a survivor perk?
Oh, I was saying ultimate weapon and calm spirit
No, no,
together.
yeah, no. I meant like what's a survivor perk that's better right now?
The Windows.
I mean, if you really don't like people running Windows and want to counter it, just bring blindness.
That is true.
Now, am I saying you should do it? No, I don't think it's worth it. But I mean, if you really don't like Windows, bring blindness. Fun fact: Larry has the best blindness add-on in the game. For anyone curious.
What add-on does he have?
Cremated remains. As long as they have a glob on their back, they're blinded.
I goated.
So it's not timed, and as long as you're chasing the person, they are just blinded. It's like
Anti-Windows, let's
yeah.
go.
Yeah, bring that new Dracula add-on that is a purple.
Do not bring the new Dracula add-on. You will get hunted down if you ever bring that by Dracula himself.
Why is it 10 seconds?
Why I don't know. They made the nurse one like 45.
Just like either up until like 60 seconds, because it's not even an easy thing to get, by the way.
You have to go to a vault location near a survivor. What are you rewarded with? 10 seconds. By the way, by the time you catch up to them, it's gone.
Or make it exhausted.
Like, at least make it blinded and exhausted.
Yeah, there you go. At least then it does something.
Yeah, just like... yeah, I have nothing else to say, yeah.
I am still in disbelief that the vampire killer doesn't have a mangled or hemorrhage add-on.
Okay, no. That one is because he doesn't want to waste a single drop of blood.
I know, that's what everyone was telling me. But still, he is literally the vampire killer.
He's on a diet, though. Nah, I definitely get it, though. It doesn't make... They played it so safe with his add-ons, honestly. They played it
Did they, though? Because, like, he's got, like, the Ring of Fire ones.
Those aren't good, though. That's the thing. I feel like those are gimmick add-ons. They are very RNG. They have no consistent value.
But they're fun.
They're fun. I will say that. They are very funny. Although I do think they should make Alucard Shield base kit.
What?
That would be extremely funny. The one in the endgame collapse one.
I know. You think they should make a base kit?
Oh, base kit for Dracula, not for everyone.
No, I know what you meant. Still, really?
I mean, it's funny. It's not like it does that much. And it would serve his thematic purpose of being... I mean, his castle's literally in the background. That man rules the trials.
I would politely disagree with that statement.
But it's so funny.
Oh my god.
And it's not even that good of an add-on. That's the thing. And it's like, it would make room for another eerie add-on, and I don't want them to get rid of it because, let's be honest.
Also,
spawning Hellfire. Yeah.
Can I say that the fact that they put Dracula's castle in the sky because they didn't want to make the map, but Chucky doesn't get a good guy factory in the sky?
That is cruel. I agree.
It's criminal. I want my floating good guy factory now.
They should have made a Chucky map, honestly. A Chucky map would have gone so hard.
Oh no, people would have hated it. It would have been indoors.
Oh yeah, true. Gideon meat plant, except instead of pallets, you drop Chucky dolls.
Chucky doll boxes. Have you watched my killer concept for Chucky before?
I have not, I believe.
I did it like a month before he dropped. But my idea was
the Messiah.
There was my idea. I actually got a lot right, believe it or not. My original idea for his power though, was he can turn into he channels a power and he can go undetectable. That was my original idea.
The hidey ho.
The second part of the power I had was there's good guy dolls around the map, and the survivors they walk up to them and like pull an amulet off, and it takes him out of the undetectable form.
Are you telling me you can play prop hunts with Chucky?
Well, and that was my idea. Was Chucky could also sit down and pretend to be the doll. That was my original idea for Chucky, because I thought that sounded hilarious.
That does sound funny as fuck. Getting jump scared by a fucking Chucky doll.
I didn't even think about it. I even predicted the laugh he does when he's undetectable. Because my idea was like when he sits down, if he's undetectable, he does a small chuckle, so the survivors could know.
But couldn't he just jump out at you anyways?
That's the point. That's the point. That was the point.
Oh.
You would pretend to be a doll while you're undetectable, and they would be looking for a doll with an amulet on it. So they would be forced to come close to you. I even predicted Scamper.
Really?
Yeah, in my concept, I said that he should be able to go under pallets.
Dude, go claim your copyright check. What the fuck?
The only thing I
Go get a,
didn't,
go get a lawyer.
the only things I didn't predict was the third person camera, because how the fuck was I supposed to predict that?
Yeah, like what behavior, risk taking, what?
And the second thing, I didn't predict slice and dice, but my idea for the power was while he was undetectable or in that other stance, he has no blade wipe animation.
What?
Yeah, so he would like hit you and then be able to keep running at you.
That would be fucking terrifying.
But
What?
but they can take you out of that power as long as they grab an amulet.
Yeah, I suppose.
And
So it does add like the xenomorph type counterplay.
yeah, that was my idea for Chucky. Some of it, like I said, I actually got pretty right. It was kind of funny.
Surprisingly, yeah. I don't think slice and dice is
It's
slice and dice is kind of generic. I don't know if he does that. Does he do that in the movies? I feel
not
like he
really, but kind of.
He kind of does it with this whole "I'm gonna kill you with a knife."
The scream he does is from the movies. It's from the first movie, actually. But yeah, him like actually running at someone with a knife like that. No, that's not really in the movies. The closest is like technically the scene in the first movie when like he's all burnt up, but he's walking during that.
Walking slice and dice. Let's go.
Alchemist ring Chucky. Alchemist ring Chucky.
The world would literally explode if you.
That's a thing.
What?
You didn't know about Alchemist ring Chucky?
No.
So there's an exploit you can do with Chucky where I'm gonna missay this completely, but basically you can like go to a window and trick the game into thinking you scampered. Similar to a scancel. But your slice and dice will be ready to up while you're walking at normal speed. And the survivor can't tell. So you can just insta do a slice and dice.
That got removed, yes?
No, that's still in the game.
Oh, what?
What you're thinking of is scancels. Scancels is when you would go to a window and like trick it to do a 180 around the window.
Oh wait, is this a thing where you like you approach it from the side and then it like pushes you back a bit?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Alchemy Chucky's still in the game. I think it should be removed. A lot of Chucky means hate me when I say that, but yeah.
You're getting lock your windows extra hard tonight.
I'm fine with exploits to a degree. It's just some of them I don't think I think something like that shouldn't exist.
If they remove all the exploits, unfortunately, Wesker stops becoming an AT killer.
Does he though?
I don't know. I don't know.
Does he though? Because I don't think
I don't know enough about Wesker.
His play rate would drop
on that one. I mean, I feel like his play rate's big enough to where most of the players aren't doing his advanced exploits. And are just like
most players, because I was talking to Scooty about it. Most Wesker players moved on to Hillbilly.
It makes sense. High mobility. Curve.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm fine. Like Hug Tech on Blight, like I actually am fine with him removing it because it made him better to play normally.
Yeah, and yeah, most Blight players like used bump logic instead of Hug Tech, right?
No, a lot of Blight players use Hug Tech.
Or like it was better, I think.
Yeah, bump logic was like almost always better.
But it was fun though, and it like removed a bit of skill expression, which I think a lot of Blight players were complaining about.
Well, okay. Well, like, I mean,
a lot of the fun.
I'm having this discussion with Rev next week, but skill expression is a very, very nebulous term in my opinion. What does it actually mean?
That is true. We did discuss this earlier.
Like genuinely, is it just mechanical skill expression? What about knowing where, how, and why?
Exactly, and I think in every case it's different, so you can't really put a number on it.
It's
exact value.
It's just one of those things. It's just like I don't agree with the skill expression argument sometimes. It's like, it removes skill expression. It's like, well, clearly that's not what behavior wants this game to be.
Yeah. They have been like pushing away from skill expression for the most part with like especially the Trickster rework. I know I keep bringing that up, but a lot of his skill expression was removed. So they might be pushing it towards
But
Like an easier.
it seems like the skill expression they want from Trickster is the aiming, though.
Yeah, but then they made it easier to aim, and it also is. It's
Right,
also
but
the Trickster's a.
easier doesn't mean not skillful, though.
Yeah, but if that was their goal, then why did they make him 4.6 so he didn't have
That
to
one,
aim
that I do
anyways?
disagree with, but yeah.
Yeah, what's up with the whole
It's,
why are you making the M2 character M1?
I don't know, it's the same argument I heard with, like, when Singularity was getting changes and people were like, the auto-aim gets rid of skill expression. How many Singularity players were you guys watching where you were like, oh, sick shot, dude? Like, honestly.
Them 360 biopod snipes are insane. I don't know what you're on about.
Like, that was my point with it. The skill expression on Larry is camera placement.
Yeah, so might as well just remove like an unnecessary hurdle that only serves to hinder and doesn't actually change his.
I think now that they made it
placement.
optional, it's in the best place it could be. But like, I still didn't agree with it removes skill expression because like once the camera's basically auto aimed for you anyways, you just have to move them.
Yeah, it just removes like it's like unnecessary limiting, I suppose.
Yeah, that's another thing because from the way a lot of people talk about skill expression in this game, it seems like aiming isn't skill expression.
I mean, it kind of is if you think about it.
It is.
I mean,
it's not
yeah,
even kinda. It is, but people don't. People seem to not consider it skill expression.
Because a lot of a lot of aiming in this game can be done like during animations, so I think people downplay it because they're like, oh, you only need to aim during Nemesis. You don't need to aim Nemesis tentacle because you use it when they're vaulting or something like that.
I would agree with that, except Huntress is the exception.
Yeah, exactly. You can aim like outside of animations too.
Well, no. I meant like Huntress is the exception in the discussion. Aim is like all of Huntress' skill expression.
Yeah, she doesn't really have anything else, and Deathslinger to an extent.
But so why is she the exception and not the other killers that need to aim?
Exactly. I mean, I feel like on Trickster specifically, when he's aiming, people say it doesn't require as much skill expression just because he has so much leniency. But also, he kind of doesn't because
you still have to hit 8 of them.
Yeah, he takes 8 of them, which, by the way, please revert to 6 and remove his movement speed and other stuff. But he has like leniency. He's not punished for missing a bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's punished for missing a lot. He's not punished for missing a bit. However, it can cuck you out of certain downs. But unlike missing a Huntress Hatchet, if you miss that last Trickster Knife, they're still at 8 laceration. You can just like try and find a way to them, and then throw that last knife and pop them.
Yeah, I remember very distinctly. I was playing on Coldwind once against a Trickster, and I dodged him till he ran out of ammo, and he was able to reload and then down me. Now, you could say skill issue on my part because I should have ran farther away. My point is, I literally dodged most of his shots. That's my biggest problem.
But the question is, did you dodge or did he miss?
Oh my god. Bringing it back. He probably just missed, honestly speaking. But
like in Trickster specifically, it's like almost impossible to dodge this thing because they move so fast. I think it's reliant on him missing while you're dodging.
Right, but I think the question, like I'm not going to bring it back around to that, but the question becomes, where is that line? Like,
yeah,
because you can dodge a Xenomorph tail, even though some people say you can't. I've seen people do it. Like, that's my thing. It's like, I've seen people dodge Xenotails. I've seen people do it.
But how do you know that the Xeno didn't miss?
That's a good question. I can't answer.
But I didn't expect that level of philosophy.
Same with like Chucky's Slice and Dice. It's like, yeah, I miss them all the time, but like people also dodge them all the time.
Exactly. So yeah, it's like you said, there's a line. It's just that we don't know where the fuck it is. That shit's invisible.
And it's like, also, like, if you're running in a straight line and complaining that Chucky's Slice and Dice is undodgeable, no shit, it's undodgeable.
Literally.
Take a
Like,
corner.
you gotta at least try.
Take a corner. Turn early. Do what you do against Deathslinger. I promise you it'll work.
Nah, I think we should make Chucky's cooldown 40 seconds instead.
Oh my
And
God.
also,
I still think
we should also make him 4.1.
I still think it should go up to fucking 12 seconds still. I think 9 is too much.
Yeah.
Too little. I understand why they did it, but it's still stupid.
Yeah, it gives him too much leniency.
At the same time, I kind of like it because it kind of encourages people to go for the dumb hits.
Yeah, but you can still do that anyways. Like, unknown, you're encouraged to go for dumb hits, even though it's on like a 10-second cooldown?
7.
7? Never mind. Argument dismantled. Fuck.
No, like I said, I understand why they lowered the cooldown. I still just think it's stupid. Like, just make it 12.
Yeah, honestly, they could do some weird thing where if you're not near us, never mind. So
you can't make it too complicated or situational. That would be the problem.
Right? Yeah.
But yeah. So Vecna. Tips for playing Vecna.
Tips for playing Vecna. Watch my newest Vecna. I'm joking. Vecna I think he has a really high skill floor, so you need to understand, first of all, what his spells are used for. Honestly, biggest tip for Vecna, learn the misconceptions. Learn the misconceptions. What do I mean by learn the misconceptions? The people on Reddit tell you that Flooded and Damned is a ranged tool. Block them immediately. You need to find like the right ways of using his abilities at a baseline level before you're truly able to like do any of the techs. Like, for example, like what I just did in the clip, using Mage Hand on good palettes and bad palettes. It's good at dealing with good palettes and bad palettes. Against mid palettes, it's terrible. Just knowing that and not using Mage Hand on a mid palette, for example, is like baseline. You need to learn that. Using Flooded and Damned to zone survivors, you need to learn that. Using it on elevation, that's extremely baseline. You need to learn that. Basically, it's a lot of... He seems like difficult on the outside, but it just requires thinking differently about his abilities and learning what situations to apply them to. I guess that's my advice, although I don't know if that's complete or not.
I mean, it's decent enough. You have guides. I'll have them below.
It's just a lot of base stuff and like thinking differently about how you want to use your abilities and also managing the cooldowns properly.
Mm-hmm.
And trying not to waste your abilities in certain circumstances. Because Vecna is not really rewarded for going for crazy stuff. Because if you miss, well then say goodbye to your spell. But also, like, you're not going to learn any other way unless you learn what you're doing wrong. Honestly, for newer Vecnas, I'd recommend the Lantern of Revealing that shows the aura of the survivors that you missed with your Flooded and Damned. That way you can learn why you missed it, like, a bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
And also running cooldown add-ons, so it's not as unforgiving. I would also learn them... It's hard to say to learn them with chase perks or without. I'd say learn them without chase perks first, like Coup, Bamboozle, just so you know how to play around those specific tiles and specific resources. Because you can punish pallet drops, you can punish vaults, you can punish body blocks, you can punish survivors playing the video game. Yeah, it's just it's a lot of use cases.
Gotcha. All right, the big one, and I know one you probably don't want to talk about because no one ever does. Tips for playing against Vecna.
Oh, I love talking about playing against Vecna. I actually suck at playing against Vecna. Fun fact. That's because my crouch button is in a really inconvenient spot. But as I said before, Vecna, once you get to learn him, is a lot of glorified 50-50s. But you have to actually learn that first. So for Fly, first of all, Fly, if you're out in the open, he's going to hit you, no matter what. But if you reach a window or a pallet, you wait for him, you stand inside the pallet so you don't get body blocked, first of all. And then you drop it once his Fly animation is done. For windows, you can wait at the window at a spot where he won't body block it. and you can just like block him, and as soon as his fly animation is done, then you go through the window. Or alternatively, you can go through the window and then go back through the window to stop Vecna from flying through. For his mage hands, it's really strong on that god palette that was just shown in the video, and on small palettes. So ideally, don't try not to loop those when he has it up. If you have to, god palettes, I would recommend just not dropping them because there's a 99% chance that he's gonna use mage hands. So I'll at least lose a bit of distance. On trash palettes, greed the fuck out of it. Be a greedy bastard. Do not drop that. Whatever you do. And Flight of the Damned, he makes a noise notification when he readies it. I would recommend learning that. It sounds like a whoosh, and it can help you.
Say that again, please.
It sounds like a whoosh.
Continue.
Yeah, it's something. It'll help dodging it. You need to be careful and try and learn the distance at which he can place skeletons on top of you.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a feel for this mostly as you play against Vecna, but it's important to like predict when he's gonna drop skeletons on top of you because that's like the number one use case in loops.
Mm-hmm.
And reclicked my thoughts. I apologize. And just get like the crouch button ready. The crouch button will be your best friend in loops. And against Windows, a common tech someone might do is place Flight of the Damned so it'll hit you when you vault the window. But if you dodge it, you're not gonna fast vault. So if you recognize he's going for this, you can crouch at a fast vaultable distance.
Okay.
Like don't like run up to the window and then crouch because then you'll medium vault. Crouch a bit away from the window. That way you can fast vault as soon as the skeletons pass. And also be very careful if the Vecna is slightly below you and he casts Flight of the Damned, do not try and crouch it. I repeat, if Vecna is below you, do not try and crouch it. Let me say this one more time. If Vecna is below you, or if you are on a high ground, do not try and crouch it. Please do not crouch it, and I will give you $5 million. Also, chests aren't as big of a deal as you think. If the chest don't like walk across the map for 30 seconds to get a chest, it's not worth it. If the chest is in the way, yes, get it. If you can run 10 seconds and grab it, yes, get it. But they're really not that big of a deal if in most circumstances to really bother searching them necessarily. And for Dispelling Sphere, there's not really much counterplay except don't get hit by it, except you can't see it. So, if you see him cast it in chase, you can kind of tell where it's going. Try and dodge it if it doesn't kill you, so you can keep your magic items.
Good about it.
Kind of.
That was actually a lot more than most people give. So, kudos to you.
I was trying not to keep it short. I thought that was shorter. I mean, I guess there's a lot to explain about Vecna.
Yeah.
It's just his skill floor is so high. The skill ceiling is not as high in advance, but that's in like terms of his skill floor. Like, of course, when the floor is 500 meters up in the air, the ceiling 100 meters up in the air doesn't seem that big, but
well, I mean, like Mage Hand and Dispelling Sphere are pretty. I don't want to say rudimentary is the wrong word, but like they are very set in stone on what they're able to do and what you are able to do with them. Flight of the Damned's kind of in a similar space. The most like skill ceiling ability he has, in my opinion, is probably actually Fly. Because it's the one with the most options to it.
That is true. I wouldn't agree on like highest, but I do think it takes a lot of mental knowledge and flow charting in your brain to make happen.
Yeah. I mean, to me that's what the skill expression would be. It's like how many situations can you use this ability in, and how do you know when you can use it there? Like Dispelling Sphere and Mage Hand, like I said, are pretty. Not completely, but they're pretty rudimentary at the end of the day. Like they
Yeah,
have a
no, I
very
get what you mean.
yeah. And then Flight of the Dams, while yes, there is some skill to it. I'm not saying there's not. It still throws skeletons forward and you know get
Yeah,
them in
there's
an
not
animation cancel,
much
get them
close
when they're
sharding.
close. But with
It's more of like you. Yeah, sorry, I keep interrupting you.
no,
Sorry.
you're good. Yeah, but Fly, it's like there's a lot of different things you can do with it. I feel.
That is true. That is true. And a lot of people don't actually use it in chase that much, which I think is very unfortunate because I think even without add-ons, it can be very good in chase to catch up to the survivor. To vault God windows especially. Okay, Garden of Joy, cannon fodder for this man. God palette, he's an atheist. God window flies right through that shit. Main building has nothing on this man because you can use it to vault like God windows, and you lose like no distance. And if the survivor drops down, if it's a window with a drop, like again the Garden of Joy window, you can fly through and cancel it early. By the time you reach the floor, you give him a slap, and yeah, it's he actually does very well on that map, surprisingly,
Um,
in as
well,
well as a killer can do.
I appreciate you giving all these tips. Like I said, is more than most people give. Most killers.
I really want people to understand this killer because I think he's extremely misunderstood
I think it's a case
in
of a lot
general.
of killers. If I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it's just hard to like be able to see a killer when you only have like an elementary level education on them.
I see it with like twins. I see it with Pyramid Head a lot of the times too. Um, it's just I don't know. It's an interesting thing to notice. Xenomorph's another good example. I think a lot of people still don't fully understand Xenomorph.
Yeah, and it's like tail logic and even like uh the 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 tunnel placements too.
I mean, there's some people who still don't know that Xenomorph pretty much can't use undetectable.
Yeah, because my
Um,
Discord noise notification heavily prohibits this, but I'm like making beeping noises.
um, so next is going to be, we already talked about lore and adaptation, but uh, I definitely didn't copy paste and forget to change the word lore to adaptation. Uh, skins. This is more of a fun one. Vecna only has the one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has that one, and then he has a little black knife that comes with the DLC, and it looks the same as the default.
Yeah, I mean, do you use any of the skins, or do you just keep base, or?
I use the skin body, like the one you can buy, and I use the bloody cosmetics for the rest.
Okay.
I don't. I like how it looks with the bloody head. I like how he has little skeletons on his waist. I like how his little legs are visible.
Do you have a dream cosmetic for Vecna?
It's difficult because I don't know what he looks like necessarily in D&D, but honestly, a Stranger Things skin could be cool, but
Hmm.
they said that if they ever add Vecna from Stranger Things, it'll be his own character, so that's not happening. I feel like one that makes him look younger, maybe, or like more human-like, would be cool.
Like
Like maybe,
pre-lich.
yeah, like pre-lich. That would be interesting. Maybe not in terms of mix and match ability, but they'd probably have to make it linked actually.
I could
But
see that as a set.
yeah. Also, oh my god, if they don't make skins, I hope they make weapons for him. More weapons. He has so many opportunities for cool weapons, in
Mm-hmm.
my opinion.
I
Just
want
like
I want to see a
looks
floating hack.
wise.
I want a floating hacksaw.
That would be so cool. They
Hardware
like
store
the
Vecna. Let's go. Behavior. Steal my idea. I don't care.
please. And like they did so many cool things for Skull Merchant too. So like
Mm-hmm.
and Unknown to an extent. Like they're giving him different weapons.
I think
So
Vecna's in a weird place. But they've definitely been better about it. And Vecna's because the thing with a lot of licensed killers is they can't really do too many skins because of the licensing issues. We
yeah.
know, and for anyone, by the time this is out, the skin should be out. We know Xenomorph's getting a new skin. Xenomorph got the blighted skin. Wesker got two skins. Nemesis got a skin. We know Pyramid Head has a couple plus his blighted skin. Chucky got a couple, and I may or may know not, or I may or may not know something that's happening on Halloween. Um, uh, but, 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 but yeah, they've been a lot better about getting licensed character skins. And the thing with Vecna is that since he's part of D&D and not like a fully like Vecna's licensing is weird because he's technically not a direct licensed character.
Yes. It's the same with the survivors, right? They take place in the world, but they're not actually like name dropped in any official media.
Vecna is.
Vecna is, but yeah,
it's complicated with how Vecna technically is licensed. So they can pretty much, as long as Wizards of the or whoever owns D&D now, I think it's Wizards of the Coast.
Wizards of the Coast, yeah.
As long as they okay it, they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Exactly, because they have so many options, like from the game source itself.
Wizards of the okay,
and
okay.
Also,
We're chat is telling me that Wizards of the Coast owns it now. Cool. But yeah, like I think there's definitely potential for Vecna's skins. It's not that big of a deal. Once again, a lot of licensed characters don't get too many skins. Go, Freddy.
Who?
Sorry.
You mean the guy from FNAF? Yeah, I love Freddy.
Yeah, that Freddy.
That guy has so many cool skins.
Yeah, Rev, I don't know, like, it's similar to Ghostface. I don't know, like, if behavior has to talk to Fun World first, or if Fun World talks to behavior.
I think they talk to Fun World in that certain circumstance.
Well, because
or actually,
but because a lot of times with those skins, Fun World makes the masks.
Yeah, I just remembered that. I think I don't actually know how it goes. Never mind.
Yeah, and I feel like Vecna's in a similar situation to Vecna as far as licensing goes.
Yeah, but they also wouldn't have to make it like they don't have to give him a skin based on like an appearance that he has in D&D, no?
Not necessarily, no. I'm sure there's other options. It's just I'm just saying, like, I don't know like how the licensing deals go behind the scenes as far as giving him skins.
Yeah, that shit is whack.
Because like I said with Ghostface, they have a lot more leeway than they do with other licensed killers.
Yeah, because it's technically an original character, except these guys who are giving the license for the mask are super cool, and they let us use the mask designs in the game.
It'd be great. New line. Anyways, I mean, it's just like with Chucky. I mean, like, technically Chucky's licensing is weird because it's technically owned by MGM, but it's actually owned by Dawn, and it's weird. That's why if you look at the trailer for Chucky, it says the copyright is from Seed of Chucky.
I don't even know how Chucky licensing works. Isn't it like a couple movies are owned by a single company, and then
MGM owns the rights to Chucky, like the name, but Dawn owns the rights to the character.
That totally doesn't sound confusing.
This is like every horror movie, or every horror character ever. I don't know why
that is
the licensing is always so awkward for horror characters.
I know, right?
That's why Dom was able to make his TV show and the movies, but MGM made the remake a couple years ago because the remake wasn't Chucky, but it was Chucky.
That makes no sense. I'm gonna be honest.
Because it was a different interpretation of the character, so it technically. It's really dumb. I wish, like, I don't know the full details, and I'm probably butchering how it actually went down. But in short, Don owns the rights to Chucky, so he can basically do whatever he wants with it. And from what I can tell, based on the skins they gave him, he's in pretty good favor with behavior.
Yeah, he got a sweater.
Yeah, he got a sweater.
They don't normally give killers those.
Yeah. He got a sweater. He's gonna get a Twitch shirt. I swear. He's gonna be the first killer with a Twitch shirt.
I see that post like at least once per week. It's kind of concerning.
He's gonna get a Twitch shirt. I swear. If there was a killer,
I hope if they got
to get it, it's gonna be him. I swear.
It has to be him. He has a sweater. He's like Survivor shaped. Not really,
Doesn't
but
Legion have a sweater?
he's got a shirt. Not a Christmas sweater, I don't
I
think.
thought Legion was the. I thought Chucky was the second one because I thought Legion got one too.
Hold on, we got Google. Legion Christmas sweater. Huh, you're right.
Yeah. Legion has a Christmas. Yeah, Legion can get it too. There you go.
No
Um,
way.
I don't know. There's a lot of potential I feel for Vecna skins. I just don't know D&D enough to like actually say them.
Yeah, neither do I. As long as they look cool as fuck and I can match them with existing skins, I'm happy.
I do really like the idea of a pre-lich Vecna. I don't know if that's a thing in D&D, but I would love to see it.
Same. I think skins that change characters like or like show them as like previous versions of themselves. I think we need more of those, honestly. Like I'm trying to think of an example. Like Plague Pre-Sickness.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
We kind of have that.
original me too. Original Nemesis. What are other examples? I have the game open. I can literally just check. Blight. Okay, I don't know if Blight would work.
I want a Crusher version of Alien.
That would be hype as fuck.
In one of the Alien games, there's an Alien variant called a Crusher, and it's basically the Xenomorph Queen, but like it's like way bigger. Its entire job is just to ram stuff.
Alien Crusher. Oh, that looks sick as fuck.
There's also like the Alien Hive Tree. It's an alien, and it was in an RTS years ago. And the idea was basically it was an alien that like carries around facehuggers on itself and just throws them at people.
The new trickster skin? You throw facehuggers at the survivors?
We'll find out tomorrow when Romulus comes out. A perfect singularity skin? I would love a perfect singularity skin. I kind of thought that's what they were going for with the battle pass skin they gave them a while ago. Or the Rift skin. I'm sorry, it's not a battle pass. It's a Rift. It's a battle pass behavior. Shut up.
They want to feel different.
They want to. It's one of the better ones. I will give them that.
It is. Any battle pass that gives you your currency back after you buy it is like top tier.
Not even that. I feel like it like,
actually gets so many good skins.
It's not even just that. I feel like the time investment is perfect.
That is true. I have on tier like 90 of the battle pass.
I'm tier like 40, and I like taken 2 weeks off.
Yeah, it's the progression is awesome, and there's no weekly or daily challenges you need to do that give like substantial progress.
Rev, you don't count. Play the game like 9 hours every day.
Okay, other than that, but
yeah, like I think compared to a lot of other I think compared to a lot of other battle passes, Dead by Daylight is one of the better ones. Which is
very good.
Which is just strange to me because I still see people complain about it. Don't get me wrong, it could be better, but compared to so many other games, it is so much better.
I know, right? Like off the top of my head, Overwatch struggled with this battle pass for so long. It finally gives like 600 credits, I'm pretty sure, but it still doesn't give enough. And I'm pretty sure Dead by Daylight gives more skins and more progression.
The biggest thing that behavior could do to the battle pass system to make it perfect, in my opinion, is do what Halo Infinite did.
Where you can do previous ones as well.
Yes, if they did that, they would have, I swear to you, behavior would have the best battle pass system in the business.
I mean, I feel don't the skins already come back eventually though?
A year.
Would that not
it takes a year?
A year. Would that not kind of under my? Because I'm a big hater of battle pass exclusives. I think battle pass exclusives are the worst fucking thing you can do.
I think the Deep Rift is fine.
Deep Rift is fine because those are variants, right?
Yeah,
but locking the original skin, like what Fortnite did with Spider-Gwen, is absolutely criminal. Literally criminal. They made it time gated, which is just awful.
I have always said like I'm fine with earned FOMO to a degree.
I'm fine if it's variants, but the actual skin,
that would like be
yeah.
I'm cool with like none of the Deep Rift skins ever coming back, but they're like original versions, like the non-recolored versions. They should always come back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like it's just not fair if there's a skin you really want
But like
and
on
he's
top of that,
never
like
coming back.
think about this from like a business perspective, and this is why I don't understand it. Yeah, FOMO can get you a lot of money, but you know what else can get you a lot of money? Someone being able to buy something whenever they want.
Exactly, and that's exactly why I don't understand Valorant's purchasing system. Like, do you know of it? Or
Yes, 100%. I know of it. I
yes,
bought
it,
things from it and regretted it every time.
okay, maybe it does work a bit too well then. But if you're able to buy the shit you want instead of waiting for like 3 weeks for shit you will never buy,
Mhm.
I say the word shit too much. You just wouldn't they earn more money by just like letting you buy what you want?
In the long run, yes. In the short term, no. And that's what they care about is the short term. It's what almost every business in the world cares about is the short term.
Yeah,
I have been in
it's
business meetings.
unfortunate.
I have been in business meetings when I used to work at, when I used to be a manager at a grocery store. I won't name drop the grocery store. People know what it is though. Um, I remember being in a business meeting with the CEO and a bunch of the DMs and GMs of a lot of the stores and things like that, and we were talking to them about the online order department and how it should we should do all these things because it would make things better in the long run and we'd earn more money that way. Their exact words to me changed how I look at business for my entire life. What if the world explodes tomorrow? What are we going to do with that money in a year? No, I'm not even kidding. That those were those exact words. That's why when people talk about a health patch for Dead by Daylight, that's why they won't do it.
Yeah, because what if DVD explodes in 2 years? Then there
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
much
Then
investment.
what does it matter that they made the game better, right? And
And
yeah,
like,
Rav, you're right. I'm not saying it's the proper thing. It's just that's how most businesses act, or that's how most businesses operate. They don't care about the long term money. They want the short term money because they don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
yeah, get in, get out, prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah, it sucks, but
It sucks, yeah.
I mean it just happens to be how it is. Um, but yeah, like I said, if they added the battle pass system to like Halo Infinite's where you can just buy whatever you want, and like the only thing you miss out on is the deep rifts color changes, I would probably it would probably be the best battle pass system in the business.
Yeah, that's the one thing Halo Infinite did right.
Yeah, I would agree. Um, it's not really
You
talked
wouldn't
about
expect it to
either.
be battle passes.
A lot of people don't really talk about it.
I feel a lot of people bring it up when it comes to like discussing different battle passes just because nobody likes FOMO. The only people that like FOMO are businesses because they can make money off of it.
There are some
But
people who, especially the people who twist my words when I say I like FOMO. I like FOMO in a very specific way. Um, like I said, I think like skins like I think like Oni's like skin during Blood Moon. Like I would be fine if they brought it back, but like changed it slightly.
yeah, and I think what game does that where they bring back variants?
League's done it before.
Shit, I was thinking of Brawl Stars,
Yeah,
but
League did it with like Earthwick.
oh yeah, I
Because
forgot.
if you bought it originally when they updated Warwick, it has a unique backing animation. But if you buy it now, which it's still ridiculous to get now, but you can, it doesn't have the backing animation.
They did the same thing with Riven too, right? With the championship skin.
I think so. I'm not 100% on that. Earthwick's the one I know, but it's so like that right there. It's like it doesn't even actually affect the skin too much. It's just like, hey, you were there originally. Here's a little like tidbit to that.
Exactly, but you're not cucking the player base out of a possible skin that they might like.
Mm-hmm. Um,
That is the best kind of FOMO,
be,
if
be,
there has to be any FOMO at
because
all.
like I like event like paid FOMO. I hate paid FOMO completely. I will agree that that shit's stupid. And some people could argue, well, you like Deep Rift. That's kind of a mix of the two.
It's
That's
yeah,
like
it's paid, but you're not missing. You're only missing out on the color variant. The
mm-hmm.
base, if you like the base idea of the skin, it's still there, and it still aligns with the fact that oh, the people that were here early get this little cool feature, and the
Yeah,
cool feature happens to be the color blue.
yeah. I wish they would change that, but yeah.
Yeah,
uh,
please stop making these skins blue. Why
God.
did you make the trickster skin even more blue?
Why did you make the spirit skin that was already blue more blue?
Literally, the girl herself is blue.
I went
Why
to
are
go
you
look at that,
blue?
and someone showed me the differences, and I was like, hold up a second. You mean the difference is it adds a stripe? Okay. All right. It's so dumb. I really hope
Especially-
like, and I've even said this for like prestiges. I feel like here is the easiest thing behavior could do for prestige 100 rewards. Hear me out. They
Hearing you
love
out.
blue. Just take the bloody cosmetics and make them blue.
Like make the blood blue?
Yes.
We're we're bleeding starfish blood now?
Sure, why not? Just make it something. And
That's
I only suggest
yeah,
that.
it'd be low effort too.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy to do. Relatively easy to do.
It would
Like,
make people happy because I don't think people actually care about how good it looks. They just want to be like, "Hey, look, I have P100.
yeah.
I'm better than you."
Or my other idea was take the achievement icons they have for like if you go on like Microsoft store and stuff like that, just take the achievement icons and make that a player icon.
No, literally, I don't know why they don't do that. That's literally the easiest thing they could possibly do, and
The
it would
art
make so many people happy
the
and
art is
want to
already
grind.
there.
Literally, it's not, and especially since they're removing prestiges too. Like you gotta from the pregame lobby. I guess actually they're shown
Yeah.
after, but still, it's an additional way to flex. Now you can flex. You have Alan Wake P100 and Trapper.
Like it's I don't know.
At the
They said
same
they're doing it.
time.
They said they're doing it. In the
Yeah, they're
last
doing
thing
it in the next
yeah.
upcoming years. They have where someone has to do the painstaking job of dragging a PNG from one folder to another.
It is still my
It's probably harder than that, but
that is still my favorite thing Otz has ever said. Years.
yes, I think he genuinely snapped. I think that like literally sent him on a mental break. Because did he do the thing where it's like I'm no longer making these types of videos. I'm no longer giving criticism.
I think it was
I'm no
before
longer.
that. I think it was right before that actually.
I thought it was because of that.
It might
Because
have
they
been,
say
but
yes.
I don't remember. I just the way he delivered that fucking line, it always gets me.
I feel so bad for him, dog.
I need to make that like my text tone.
Yes. What are you texting me back? Yes.
It's so stupid. I love it. Like I don't know. It's I get it. Game development isn't easy, but there are some of these things where it's like, and I understand it's not on the priority list, but should it be? Is the real question.
I mean, from a business perspective, how much would it realistically like? What's the word? Like, cost to effects, cost,
Well,
whatever it's called. It's like how hard is it compared to how much like
live service games have to straddle the line of live service games will have to straddle the line of keeping veterans happy and introducing new players. And that's why games like this and other many other live service games can't take a break for a health patch because they have to keep making new content to both appease the veterans and get the new players in. It's just an unfortunate reality because once again we were talking about the money side of it, but not even the money side, even like just the sustainability of the game. Like we can all sit here and say like we want a health patch, but I've seen what happens when we go without content for like even 2 weeks. People lose their minds.
yeah, I suppose. That's why
Like
it's so difficult.
yeah, and I don't envy behavior on that front. I really don't because it's you have to draw the line somewhere and make the decision, and they have made the decision. We don't all agree with it, but it's the choice they've made. Whether or not we accept it is a whole other discussion. Like I would love a health patch, but like I think a massive health patch is just not possible for this game. Because
Especially because the player numbers dip so much when there's no new content. Yeah.
I'm very curious. Anyone in chat, can you pull up the player numbers for Dead by Daylight right now? Because I'm curious what they are. Because I know we hit our peak when 2v8 launched. I'm very curious how much that player count goes down when 2v8 is gone. Because I
by a
have
lot when the new thing is gone.
I have a very, very good feeling we're going to have another hangover effect that happened like it did during Blood Rush. where we got like an immense player drop. Current is 41,000. So it's already dropped by half. Dang. Okay.
It was 82,000?
It was like 100K. It overtook the Nemesis
Damn.
chapter.
Damn.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Like last I checked, it was like 100K at some point. But yeah, I have a feeling once 2v8 like is gone, we're gonna have a substantial drop in players, even more than we just did.
I mean, when 2v8's gone, Dracula will come soon, so they're kind of leveraging that a bit, but
It's just it's one of those things. It's just like you have to find a way to keep your player count high, because if it gets too low, then not only are you not making money, but the game can't sustain itself because of queue times, because of match quality, because there's not as many players to pick from. There's a lot of issues, and before someone says, "Well, the match quality already sucks," not my point. It's just a struggle for live service games, and that's why a lot of live service games aren't sustainable most of the time. Because they have to straddle that line, and some companies just can't. And while we can criticize behavior all we want, but I mean, the game's still doing fine. Unfortunately, I almost said unfortunately, but like the game's still doing okay.
yeah, I mean, the bugs aren't like truly like enough to deter people from playing. So as long as people keep playing,
Even when they were bad, the player count didn't even drop that much.
yeah, it's like
Like a couple months ago, like I knew plenty of people who were still playing the game.
I think this is a byproduct of Dead by Daylight and having no real competitors. Since there's nothing to compare it to, and there's nothing quite like it, it's way harder to just like stop playing the game when there's a bug. Because what are you gonna go do? Play TCM? You're gonna go play VHS? Oh wait, that game is dead. You're gonna go play Killer Clowns with I guess play Killer Clowns is fun, but it's not like similar.
You can play Evolve versus bots.
Whoa. Whoa.
There's an option. To be kind of well, yeah. Right, I'm just saying, like once it's gone in a couple days, because I know a lot of people who did. Contrary to what all of us think, a lot of people did want 2v8 to stay. Most of them were like average, like the players who aren't online, like not on the Twitter space, not on the YouTubes. A lot of people did want 2v8 to stay. I'm curious how much it dips afterwards.
People on social media really need to realize that they are the minority in most circumstances.
I was talking to C-Line about this last week with during the Oni main. Do you know because they've done the stats on this? Do you know the percentage of people who play video games that watch videos about video games?
I have no idea.
2%.
Damn. That I was guessing like 13%.
2%.
It's like a fat echo chamber.
And that's people who watch YouTube videos. That's not counting Twitter, which on its own is way more niche than any of us realize, or Twitch, which is probably even more niche than Twitter is.
Yeah, and the thing is, like it might seem bigger than it is, mostly because if you're inclined to watch videos or to go on social media to talk about games you like, you're probably going to talk about them a lot. So that might artificially like boost some people's perception that all of Reddit is asking for singularity buffs. Why aren't they giving it? Most people want buffs, when that's just like one community.
Right.
When most people aren't even like online.
I was like, Rev, yeah, you're probably right. Twitter is probably more niche than Twitch. It's like a few hundred people. Twitch is at least. That is true. Like I've been on DVD Twitter for like 2 or 3 years, and I pretty much know everybody in DVD Twitter space.
I've been on it for 2 months, and I feel like I know everyone already.
Yeah, it's really funny the more I think about it.
And Twitter is like, or not Twitter, Twitch is like massive. Like even small streamers that get like 2 to 3 views, it feels like they're everywhere.
Yeah,
the place is extremely big.
Well, yeah, I mean, someone can correct me wrong on the statistics here. I think on Twitch, 5 average viewers is the top 1%, top 2%. I'm sorry. Anything above that, you're like doing like so much better than most people realize you are.
Yeah, because there's so many people streaming like
Same
the
with
game.
like top 2% of Twitch or top 2% of Twitch, like as a whole. I don't know about DBD.
I think okay. I think unironically enough, DBD's last time I checked, it was average 6 viewers. Let me see. I
And then
can
like
check
even on
right
the
now.
YouTube side of things, like when I had 1,000 subs on YouTube, I didn't realize how few channels ever hit that.
I'm
What's it?
trying to find the summary.
Yeah, I'm genuinely curious because I remember like like I think it was last year I got an email from Twitch that said I was like in the top 5% of DBD streamers, and I'm like, no, I'm not. There's no way I am.
I mean, yeah, you gotta also like. There's a lot of people with like one like viewer just streaming out there because they like to, which is
Fair enough. Nothing against them. I'm just saying.
yeah, nothing against them. What section is this in?
But it's yeah, like even like I said, even on the YouTube side of thing, like I think it is 1% of channels ever hit 1,000 subs. That's not just DVD. I'm pretty sure that's YouTube as a whole.
That could be because like most people don't post, but even then, that's still
It's still ridiculously small.
like a
Yeah.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Um. It's a very strange thing. We were talking about Vecna, by the way.
the average viewers for Dead by Daylight Twitch is 8.3 according to Twitch.
8.3. Okay, so I'm above the average somehow most of the time.
Woohoo!
That's God. That is both disheartening and like cool to hear. Like it. I don't know.
Should be cool. You put in some work, dude. You
Um.
deserve it.
What was I? What was I? I really don't think I do that much. If I'm perfectly honest with
I mean,
you.
you do more than like most people, I'd say.
um. But it does mean a lot to hear. I hear a lot of people say that. I don't agree with it fully, but it does mean a lot to hear. Uh,
I mean, it's your
maps.
own perspective, so you might not. What?
Yeah, I mean we're all in our bubbles. It's just it's just humans have a very bad very. I mean it's just how our brains are programmed. We are very bad at seeing other sides, or
Yeah,
outside of
no, yeah,
our
I
little
feel that.
areas. We're very communal, and the internet has kind of switched how we become that communal. And it just yeah, it just makes things more difficult. The human brain was not designed for the internet. Let me just
Yeah,
say.
no, it
Let me
was
just
not
say it
designed
that
for
way.
24/7 interaction.
Um, even in the sense of like I said, even like in social circles, it's like I have my little circle of people I talk to regularly, but it's like I hop out of that and I'm like, how do you not believe this? How can you disagree with this point? Um, and then you start arguing with people on Twitter, and then
Yeah, that's it.
everybody loses.
That's. I think Twitter's the number one place where people get like reality checked. It's like, oh, what do you mean this opinion isn't the only one?
Yeah, it's yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm not guilty of it too. I've done it before.
You
I
know, breaking free of like public or of like your small circles like groupthink and opinion holding is very difficult, but
which is partly what
it's
I try to do with this because I bring on people of all sizes. I bring on people from like Twitch, from YouTube, from Twitter, um, people from different like countries, people of different genders, people of different sexual orientation. There's no and people with different hours in the game. I try to let me phrase this correctly. I
you try and like pull in from diverse sources.
Well, I don't try is the wrong word because that would imply I'm doing it on purpose. I'm not. I'm just like
Hmm.
finding the people I think are the best for the job, or not the job, but the people I can find that are best to talk about the killer. Um, the one exception, no offense to Ghosty, but you were the only Freddy main I know. So, uh, um,
There's probably like three more elsewhere with
there,
no internet access.
there's like two more. They just don't post anything, so I didn't bring. My only qualifier is you make content of some kind. That is my only qualifier.
Hmm.
I don't care if you play the game comp. I don't care if you have 2,000 hours, 5,000 hours, 10 hours. Okay, that one I might care about, but
Now, what do you mean, bro? My little sister's cracked on the Chucky.
I don't know. It's hard to explain, but like it does help me
No,
get out
I
of my
get
bubble.
it. I get it. And DBT's a very like DBT fans, I feel like are very like diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So like even finding random people,
Well,
you're still like guaranteed to have a bit of diversity in that without even trying.
yeah, and even with opinions, and things like that, like hillbilly. I think I mentioned this earlier with like the whole skill expression thing. Um, Not necessarily skill expression, but like ease of use of hillbilly. Like I was when I asked that question of should a killer's skill or like ease of use difficulty wise should that dictate how strong they are? And my main point of contention for it was hillbilly because no one can agree if he's hard to play or not.
Exactly. And even then, he's like heavily debated to be like either top 3 or like middle of the pack for some reason.
I mean,
Like even
I would still say he's top 3 right now, but
yeah,
but
no, he is.
but
But
but, but regardless, it's like no one can really realistically agree on if he's difficult to play or not.
exactly, because everyone has different definitions of skill. They have different skill sets, which might influence their ability. Like if someone's like a blight and nurse main, they might think, yeah, bro, Billy is really easy. While someone who plays trapper is like, this is literally the hardest thing I've ever played in my life. It's
I can't play Billy to save my life. I've made
yeah,
this very clear. I suck with Billy.
And that's a different experience. And the thing is, our experiences shape us, but also just because we're good at something that's similar doesn't mean we'll be good at that thing. That's why opinions are so important, honestly.
Right.
Listening to different opinions because people have their different reasons too.
And I've always made the statement that like difficulty is it's subjective to a degree. I've said this before. There's some people who think Dark Souls is the hardest game in the planet. There's some people who think it's super easy and pick it up immediately and are fine. Like it's not a quantifiable. Like it's very hard to quantify.
Because it requires different like skill levels. I'd say like how like intelligence is
I wouldn't
measured.
even necessarily say skill levels. It just requires a different mindset, I think, and a different like you said with experiences. It's like it's like Valorant. It's like if someone comes from an FPS, they probably an FPS background, they probably are innately better at Valorant, right? But does that mean the game is easy to play?
No, it's because of their experiences, how they experienced previous games, and their applications of previous concepts.
But then when people call it difficult because of the complexity of the game, because if complexity is the metric, then we can arbitrarily make things more complex. And I think that's the big point of contention is the arbitrary complexity of things that we could add, right?
We could add, but also like things are so different that it's not really feasible.
Yeah.
And also considering difficulty, like how would you generally consider like if something's difficult? Like are we saying like we put a newborn baby on this shit, or there's like we put someone who's played Call of Duty to play like
and then there's also like what do we mean by difficulty? Do we mean difficult to use or difficult to like mechanically get the most out of, which would come in from skill floor and skill ceiling, like like
Apex, Apex movements. Like you don't need to know Apex movement. It's difficult. It makes the game difficult because other people might be using it, but you don't need to. So are you saying it's difficult because you need to learn the movement and the movement exists and other people will use it? Or is it not difficult because the barrier is low? At the end of the day, you shoot your gun, you use your abilities, you win.
Well, and then, like I said, everyone has a different idea of what they mean by difficulty. It's the same problem I have when people mention like a character needs to be viable. That was an argument I got a lot for that question. Was no, a character should just be viable though. What does viable mean to you though? Do you mean viable in a comp setting, 1v1, 1v4, viable enough to get a 4K with no perks?
Like, exactly, because everything is viable if you play against like maybe they're quantifying it with average teams, but then again, how do you define average?
Exactly, like there's just a lot of once again we talked about this for like an hour, but like there's it's just hard.
Yeah, it's just you can't, but people try to. And it's don't get me wrong, it's not like wrong to like try and quantify what average or difficult is. It's when you put too much of an emphasis on it and let it dictate your own opinions to the extent that you're trying to like justify something. Like if I say, "Oh, I don't want to learn Vecna because it's too difficult." To
Oh,
what metric, really?
I need you to say the line, by the way.
Oh, I don't know which line, but I'm gonna assume. Poor misguided wanderers.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. um, so we were talking about Vecna at one point.
Well, is this even a Vecna conversation anymore? I feel like this is just two friends getting to
Welcome to my
speak
podcast.
about
Welcome to my podcast. Maps. Um,
map.
probably the most contentious thing in the game is talking about maps. Would you say
Maps. I hope half of them disappear.
would you say Vecna is map dependent?
Um,
Let me rephrase that. Would you say Vecna is massively map dependent?
no, I do
Okay.
not think he is massively map dependent. I think he does struggle when you can easily chain together loops.
Hmm.
But then again, I also think that the game is one of his best maps, so that's kind of contradictory.
Hmm.
I don't think he's heavily map dependent. I think most of my map biases come from me as a person just not liking the maps rather than Vecna himself. He can work on a lot of maps. As long as there's palettes, as long as there's windows. Yeah. I'd say he works better on maps that have like bits of elevation or like any sort of elevation that you can use to your advantage. And maps that have god palettes. God palettes, I made this joke before, I'm gonna say it again. Vecna is an atheist.
He's like
Garden of Joy.
Chucky before Scamper got removed.
Exactly. He just says no. And and like maps with trash loops too. Like I think Greenville is like he's exceptional on Greenville because you can just mage hand whatever fucking palette you want and just
I,
since all the loops are garbage, you just hit afterwards.
am I in the minority? I don't hate Greenville.
I don't hate Greenville either. I think it's an interesting like dynamic. It's like it's trying to be the game, except it feels like safer, but also not. But it has like the palette density.
I don't know.
But
I like the idea of Greenville in the sense of like the survivors, like if they save the outer gens for last, it
my
it
God, I
completely
will
changes the dynamic of how the match flows.
I will pay my teammates to stop rushing statue or movie theater gen first, please.
Yeah,
People don't understand. You do the middle gens and then you save those for last. What are you gonna do when those gens are not completed? You're
that
gonna cry because you're not patrolling them.
kind of why I like that map. I feel like it's one of the more dynamic in that sense.
Exactly. Like you have to actually think. The main building also is ridiculously like unstrong,
Mhm.
especially for Vecna. By the way, the main building, if you loop movie theater as Vecna against Vecna, you die in real life. You will literally explode. And I don't mean in the traditional sense. I mean I will come to your house and I will issue you a company made not explosive device. That's too violent. I will shake your hand with one of those buzzers and you will feel mild discomfort for 3 seconds.
um, so what would you say Vecna's best map is?
Best map
If you had to pick one.
if I had to pick one. Fuck, you're not making this easy. Um I really like the game on him. I know that might be a bit of an uncontroversial opinion, but that map, people are very inclined to pre-drop pellets, and
Hmm.
Vecna loves it when you pre-drop pellets. He will eat that shit up. And also, it has god pallets. Doesn't matter. The drop down, which a lot of killers have trouble with, doesn't matter. He flies, he cancels, he hits you, unless you have balanced, in which he probably hits you again. I think a lot of the indoor maps with elevation are really nice. I think RPD is also okay because you know where everything is,
Hmm.
and also you can really like a lot of the loops are either like they're like really mind gameable. So you can and the god palettes are again, I'm not gonna make the same joke again, but you know. Yeah,
I could see it.
he plays around the good palettes and the trash palettes so unbelievably well. And I would say that the game is mostly like good palettes. So
If you had to pick his worst map,
I'm trying to declutter my Toba landing bias because I almost said that immediately. He's not actually that bad on that map.
I hate Toba.
Toba needs a visual like killing.
No,
I'd say
it's not even the visuals for me; it's the audio.
the audio too. Yeah, it's just sensory overload on all fronts. I honestly think his worst map is probably like one of the Macmillan maps. I think in specific, Suffocation Pit, if I'm remembering it correctly, is that the one with the wooden building and the mines?
Yes.
I really dislike that map as Vecna because there's a lot of loops in the middle, and if you chain the loops, Vecna can almost get no value off of his spells.
Mm-hmm.
And also, the main building is an absolute nightmare because there's a lot of elevation, and you might think that's good, but no, the window is on an elevation, so you can't actually do the Burger King vault tech because the skeletons will just go underneath. So it's just, yeah, main building's a struggle. The map is big, which Vecna not very fond of, even though he has a fly spell. You can see him coming from a mile away. The Dispelling Sphere is nice for that, but like if you Dispelling Sphere a gen from half like across the map, are you really getting there in time? It's just like, it's just, yeah, disgusting.
Yeah.
No elevation too, except maybe on main building.
Once again, I don't know if I'm the minority here. I don't like that map either.
It's terrible. I'm so glad you agree with me.
I say this all the time. My favorite map in the game is Crows.
Same, exactly. That's where the background footage is. I love Eerie of Crows. I'm pretty sure I 4-man slugged that game. It felt so good. But like, and that's my favorite map. I wouldn't say it's necessarily good for Vecna though.
No,
Like,
I actually think it's one of Chucky's better maps, but I really like Eerie. Regardless of that,
it's nice. Yeah,
I can actually see. That's why I like Eerie. So, and you play on Steam, right?
yeah.
Do you have any? What is Vecna's track stat?
It's injure survivors for 15 seconds after using a spell, and Mori someone who has your item, and then 4K immediately afterwards. I know I'm top 50 in the Mori one. I have no idea about the spell one. I mean, which is surprising because I don't have that many hours on Steam. I only swapped over like, I have most of my playtime on Vecna on Epic.
I mean, do you want to check real quick?
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm going to bring up community questions real quick.
Sounds fire. I accidentally started up Steam leaderboards.
Some of these questions are ridiculous, and I love them.
I can't wait to hear them. I'm kind of scared.
Oh, no, they're not bad. It's just
on Mori survivors and then 4K, I'm 36, and on injure survivors after using a spell, I'm if it'll load 151.
That's not bad. It's not bad at all.
I like to think it's pretty good. Yeah. I swapped over to Steam because of the leaderboards, honestly. I love competing for nothing.
Do you know Chucky's track stat?
Isn't it like scamper hits after, or
it's an injure
slice and dice hit injures after scampering?
It's an injure 3 seconds after scampering.
I cannot imagine trying to get that nowadays.
Yeah, it's not great. It's better than twins, but it's not great.
What's twins?
Hit or downs while Victor is on somebody.
Lord.
And let me rephrase that. The way I worded that was stupid. It's downs on the person Victor is on.
Isn't that like a tight window anyways?
Well, not only is it a tight window, you really don't want to be doing that.
Whoever's number one is the worst twins player, for real.
It's Lindsay, what do you mean?
That's a joke, but yeah, no.
Okay. All
So
right. Community questions.
I am listening.
I love this question. Have you named your skeletons in Flight of the Damned?
Uh that's a good fucking idea though. I'm gonna steal that and I'll come back to you later. I think I named the sixth skeleton with ornate horn
Mm,
Sans. I think
Sans.
I called the sixth skeleton Sans in a video, but that's about it. I haven't named the skeletons. Although that is an interesting idea. I need to name my children properly.
Mm. Uh, okay. This is a long one. Is he actually that complicated to learn? I've heard plenty of people say he's close to Singularity in terms of skill curve, but he doesn't seem too wild from the outside. Mostly mage hand timing and Flight of the Damned positioning. That actually could take a while to memorize.
Skill floor is high. I will say that. I don't think it's comparable to Singularity. Singularity is a lot of macro, while Vecna is a lot of knowledge and counterplay knowledge and learning how to counterplay the counterplay to your counterplay. That sounds confusing, but I promise it makes sense. I think once you get the hang of his use cases, all it is just muscle memory and practice. Just playing against different survivors who invoke different counterplays. I'm about to say counterplays 3 times in a row again. Will help you counterplay their counterplay. And then them being able to counterplay your counterplay to their counterplay helps you counterplay, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Again, his skill floor is crazy. I think it's like, I don't want to say top 5, but I think it's pretty high. His skill floor or his skill ceiling, not that high compared to how high the floor is, but it's still high. Again, it's a lot of knowledge and it's a lot of in-use applications. It's like AP psychology. You know, you memorize everything and then you apply it to events in the test. You memorize how to use the abilities, when to use the abilities, how not to use the abilities, and then you apply that to current situations. Like, is this loop long enough for me to place flooded dams and instantly hit them, or do I need to move back a bit? Can I outplay this window using fly, or is it too short? Is this God palette really one that I want to be lifting up, or do I want to break it? Just little things like that, and like very situational use cases for his abilities, all kind of culminate through the skill ceiling and the skill floor. But most of it is just like memory and knowledge, to be honest.
I got you.
So I'd say it's pretty high. Not to glaze my own character, but
Next, we actually already answered this, but where would you put him on a tier list?
tier list B plus. It depends on if you're playing against good players or not. But generally, if we're combining that, because I think he's bad against good players. Like, you put this man in DVD League, give him like 2 weeks, he's figured out probably, because they do that for some reason. I think he's like bottom. But against, okay, here's the thing, Vecna. I think I've said this before, but if you know more about Vecna than the other team, you will do like disproportionately well. I feel like he's a very knowledge check character, kind of, but also not as knowledge check to where like you're completely doomed if they know everything about your character. So I think a fair placement would be B plus. I definitely don't agree with like the C placements. I think he's pretty good in general.
Fair enough. Do you think his kit has too much, or alternatively, do you think any specific spells are better than the others in most situations?
I think his skills are mostly fine in what they do. You can't exactly rate them on a scale of 1 to 4 because they do different things. I think at least my favorite spell of his is Flood of the Damned. I think it's really good. I think it's really versatile. Probably not his best spell. I think his best spell is Mage Hand, but I don't think he has too much. I think he's gated enough by his cooldowns and the punishments for missing to where like it doesn't really matter if you have too much, because it's not like you can keep constantly using him. You have to keep in mind how you want to use them. You can't use Fly to catch up to a survivor and then use it to vault a window. You can't use Flood of the Damned to punish a pre-drop and then elevation tech when they go up the thing. You have to use your spells in like combination in order to both have map pressure and chase the survivors in an efficient manner.
Mm-hmm.
I completely forgot the original question. I'm gonna be honest.
Do you think any of his spells are too good?
Oh no, I think
Okay.
they're fine. Like too good? Maybe some are. Maybe Mage Hand. No, Mage Hand is fine. Never mind. I think they can buff Dispelling Sphere a tiny bit, but it does its job. So
You kind of once again, some of these you have already answered. I don't give people specifications, but what's a good way to get used to Vecna as a whole, from his spells to how he works with perks and add-ons, etc.?
I would definitely learn them without chase perks. I think those are a good utility. However, I think you should learn your case or your spell use cases and like try not to like M1 normally. Try and use a spell to lead to an M1.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up the add-ons so I can visualize. A good set and forget add-on to get used to them is the Bag of Holding. If you really wanted to run an add-on, and cooldown add-ons. Cooldown add-ons let you mess up more, so you can learn more. Also, Lantern of Revealing lets you see the auras for 3 seconds of survivors after you miss them with Flood of the Damned, which can help alleviate your mistakes a bit and also understand where survivors typically go behind walls. Aura reading is also nice. I am an advocate for I'm all ears on him when you're learning him, because you can easily like track the survivors behind the walls in case you wanted to place skeletons on top of someone behind a wall.
Mm-hmm.
But mostly getting used to him is just playing him and understanding when to use his spells. Like I guess just see what works and what doesn't. Vecna isn't solved, so there's probably more use cases than I even know of. But whatever, and try not to get in the trap of like doing. Actually, I just said try different things and see if they work. Don't get into the trap of doing things against bad survivors, because if you send Fly to the Damned in the open and a survivor gets hit by that, don't learn from that, because usually it can be crouched. And yes, it's very hard to tell what will work against good survivors and what will work against bad survivors. I still struggle to tell. It's mostly just like it's understanding the counterplay options available to your spells, and then counterplaying the
Counterplaying the counterplay.
counterplaying the counterplay. You need to know the counterplay and how people can counter your spells, so that you can counter the counters to the counters of your spells.
Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna do the less interesting one and the more interesting one first. Spells you would change. How much do survivor items affect the game? What do you think about the RNG aspects? You've answered a couple of these already, but yeah.
I'll restate them. Okay, so where do I begin? Spells I would change. I would probably, again, I'd like to see buffs for Dispelling Sphere, just because I think it's a super interesting concept, but I think it's kind of clunky in the way you use it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like how it locks your camera after you use it. Please remove that. They definitely fixed it. I don't know which patch they fixed it, but they made it like feel better to use. I think they should make Fly quieter to make more of a use for the Fly item. And I also think they should change either the skeletons item, or they should change the skeletons. As in make the skeletons quieter so you have more of a need for the skeletons add-on, or add an additional effect to the skeletons add-on. Like honestly, slight base kit urban evasion on the skeletons add-on, I don't know how much it would kill him. Like I'm not a balance expert, so don't take my word for it, but it would help alleviate the pressure from crouching. Although again, I don't know if I think that would be a bit too much. Or vault speed. Vault speed would also be nice. Maybe like a 5% vault speed increase, just so you can just make that window.
Mm-hmm.
And what were the other questions in that? It was like
how much do survivor items affect the game? So
I'm gonna assume
like the
Vecna
magical
items.
I assume.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume Vecna items. The Dispelling Sphere one grants counterplay to a spell with no counterplay. That's good. It's don't want to say his best spell or his best item.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe tying with Mage Hand. The Mage Hand one, incredible. What do you want to do with Mage Hands? You want to Mage Hand the pallet and then catch up to the survivor. What does the Mage Hand item let you do? Run away faster so he doesn't catch up. It's beautiful. The special Vecna items that you get from rolling a 20, I would say the mate, I would say people use them wrong almost. You shouldn't see the killer and immediately hop into a locker. Take him on a little stroll first, run away a bit, and then hop into a locker. Waste time, because he's not gonna chase you most likely after you dip. With the eye, you want to do it earlier. You don't want to vault the locker in his face, because if you vault the locker in his face, you're gonna look extremely stupid as he grabs you. But you want to do it early, or you want to do it to get out of a dead zone. Like, if there's a dead zone, you can hop into a locker and get out, and you're invisible, you're faster than the killer, you don't leave pools of blood, I don't think you moan, and no scratch marks, so you can just run off. You make footstep sounds, though, so be careful. Good Vecnas can track you. Yeah, the D20, the Nat 20 Vecna items are very strong, so if you get it, just slap it on.
All right. And what do you think about the RNG aspects?
Very fitting for Vecna. As I mentioned earlier, though, I would like to see it so where you can't get two D20 Vecna items back to back. I think his RNG is fine. I don't think the magic items are that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, they do help, but I don't think they're like singularity EMPs levels of destruction.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can definitely go a game without opening a single chest, but it'll just be a bit harder.
Here's an interesting one. If you had to remove one spell, what would it be?
Asking the fucking devilish questions, I see. Okay, well, I feel like Dispelling Sphere is the only option. Because realistically, you're sending it to a generator that you're already going to, right? And this lets you see where they're going when you're chasing them, and it also disables their magic items. You can also send it to a far-off generator to maybe get info on that. The problem is the Dispelling Sphere item. If the Dispelling Sphere item is in play, you don't know if they're just going to get off the gen and you're going to be denied your info. That is risky. And also, you disable someone's magic items that are not even close to you, not even relevant.
Right.
But other than that, I feel like every Vecna spell has some use case. Mm-hmm. Like, M.E.T.A is very good. Fly, he'd have no mobility. We love mobility. Flight of the Damned, I could be biased, but I think it's really good and people sleep on it way too much. So I feel like Dispelling Sphere is the only option, because it gives you information you already know for the most part. It disables magic items, yeah, but it's compared to, like, yeah, it would suck not having that, but compared to everything else, I think it's the only option. Okay. If you had to remove it, something.
Last question. This is from Gummy Peach Rings, by the way. What if Vecna was called Fartna, and instead of purple skeletons, he shoots out green fart clouds? Thoughts?
So I thought we agreed on not buffing the character, right?
Thank you, Gummy, if you're listening. Thank you for your definitely real question.
Thank you, Gummy. I personally think that if he was called Fartna, I think he instead of Mage Hand, it should be called Wipe Hands, and instead of holding pallets, he held toilet paper, right? Okay. And instead of
I see the vision.
And instead of fly, right? Hear me out. Shit. He sits on a toilet and he goes to the bathroom.
He's just flowing around on the toilet around the map. I'll take it. Yes. Skin idea right there, behavior.
And instead of saying, huh, he makes loud fart noises.
What are we, 5?
He does like a 5-second long fart as he glides across the map.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, on that ridiculous note, I think that's everything. Unless you have anything else you want to add. Speak of the fucking devil.
Oh my god.
I am not editing this out.
Yo, Peach Rings, you'll never believe who we were just talking about.
Hi, Gummy.
Anyways, so if Fartna used Fart of the Damned, how much do you think the farts would smell?
I can't even. I was reading your Twitter question literally right before you came in.
You just can't make this up.
I am so done.
They'd be lowered to the ground. No, dude, heat literally rises.
Oh my god. Welcome
It
in,
would.
Raiders, by the way. Oh my god. I can't make this up.
I'm gonna be sick to my stomach.
Oh, let me give you a shout out, Gummy. If you guys haven't checked out Gummy, it's like the best hagman I know. Really good guy.
Probably a good farter too. Gas of the damned. Vecna harvested the souls of dead Taco Bell consumers
Oh my god.
and captured them, and now uses them in the trial.
Okay, we need a Taco Bell Vecna skin now. It's official.
We are not discussing the legendary skin where he makes fart noises and shits on a toilet and makes farting noises when he flies.
You know what you drink, it's Baja
Dispelling sphere is just it's just a circle of Baja Blast.
I asked this again. Are we 5?
Yes.
Oh
combined age.
Oh my god. I hate to do this, Gummy. Thank you for the raid, but we were about to end. This is staying in. I don't care. I'm not editing this out. This is staying in.
Good. This is peak.
Do you have anything else to add there for this? Any last minute tidbits or life stories about Vecna or anything like that?
Oh yeah. So I was in crippling debt one day, and then this big skinny Thanos man did not have an infinity gauntlet. However, he did have a gauntlet. He came up to me and he said, 5 shillings for your troubles. I'm like, what? And then he sent 5 skeletons. I was able to sell these skulls for over $2,000 each to Skull Merchant, and I was able to pay off my taxes.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
That is all.
It's definitely a true story. I love it.
Definitely true story. Made up exactly 5 seconds ago.
Hey, just because it's made up doesn't mean it's not true.
That is true. That is true.
Words of wisdom. All right. Well, in that case, if you could tell everyone else where they can find you again, I think we'll go ahead and wrap her up there.
You can find my YouTube on Arshie Bob. You can find my Twitch on Arshie Bob. You can find my Twitter on Arshie Bob. You'll never believe what my Twitter, where my Discord name is. Yeah, I make educational Vecna content and normal Vecna content. I'm doing a win streak. You should hop by soon.
All of that will be linked below, and you should. It's actually a good time. All that will be linked below. To the people on the YouTube side of things, I appreciate you guys making it to the end. Once again, I say this every time. It means the world to me. I see my analytics. A lot of you guys do, surprisingly. I love y'all. Have a good one, and yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. We're going to sit in silence for 10 seconds so I know where to edit this. Hang on.
I feel that, like, on a extraterrestrial level. I leave, like, 15 seconds at the end of all my clips in case I need to use, like, extra time for some reason.
Okay, good enough. All right. Well, that was 7 hours.
That didn't even feel like 7 hours. I'm like...
It never does.
Turns out it's fun to talk about the game you love.
I gotta do one tomorrow for Blight.
Damn, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You are booked. I wish you luck on that. I'll try and drop by.
Rev, it's not even the longest one I've done. I thought we were gonna beat it, by the way. I'm not gonna give away who it is till tomorrow, Gummy.
What was the record?
The record is still... the record for stream was 10 hours. The record for video is 6 hours and 50 minutes.
Should have made it 7 hours, because 7 hours is all I can spare to play with you.
That was for that was for Crow for Unknown, because we would not stop talking about random stuff.
Hey, the tangents are The meat and potatoes.
It's the best part of the podcast.
Exactly. We didn't even talk about We talked about Vecna for a solid hour. I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, the nurse one's worse. The nurse one, I think we talked about nurse for like 10 minutes. To be fair, during that, we both said, what do you guys want us to talk about? It's nurse.
It's nurse. All right, here's how to play. Let's discuss nurse power level. She's the best.
Like, what?
Next question.
What can we realistically talk about with nurse? We even tried to think of like reworks for nurse, and we couldn't think of anything that wouldn't just kill the character.
There's a pretty good nurse rework. It's called Wesker.
Gummy, that's actually not off the table. I actually kind of have one. I do kind of want to redo yours because yours was the first one, and it was before this became what it is now. That was the weird thing. This podcast didn't really become what it was until the Freddy main episode. Realistically speaking. I was very, like, if you watch some of the older ones, I was very strict in trying to get people out of here as fast as possible.
It is 5 o'clock. What the fuck? I woke up 7 hours ago.
Wait, you own Momo's streak? Wait, did you beat Momo's streak? Is that what you're saying? How is it possible? But yeah, for real though, thank you for doing this. I know, like, I know you told me something about when I told you we'll be watching your career with great interest.
Oh yeah, that like activated like a switch in my brain. I don't know what it was, but like I suddenly like had 50 video concepts lined up in my brain for no reason. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you for waking me up to the sheeple mindset.
Oh my god, it's. You know, I'm not very successful at YouTube or Twitch. One thing I tell everybody, though, and it's something a lot of streamers will tell you, just do it. Just, what's the worst that could happen?
Exactly.
Just do it.
Like, if you don't do it 8 years ago, 8 years in the future will, make you regret it, you know?
It's just, yeah. The catalyst for this was Gummy, though, which is funny that he's here. Gummy, I want you to know that I mention you in, like, every podcast as the catalyst for this entire thing. Well, so I've gone over the history or where the idea for this came from. So originally I was going to do a video where I was going to get like some of the more notable killer mains and I was going to do a whole video like basically just like shouting them out, right? And then I talked to Gummy, since Gummy's the best Hag player I know of. And Gummy was like, "No, I can talk about Hag for a couple hours." It's like, "You want to?" So, and that's where it started. I had no idea it would get as far as it has.
How did it stem from there? Did you just like as soon as like Gummy said that, were you like, maybe I should have other killer mains talk for a couple hours?
After that one, someone else offered to come on. That would be Squid, for the Wraithman podcast, and then after that, I'm trying to remember this in my head. Horserer wanted to come on to talk about Nemesis. And then after that, I kind of just like started using my quote connections to ask certain people to come on, and then it just stemmed from there.
Damn, that's a sick origin story.
It's been a ride, and we are almost done with every killer.
Yeah, don't you have like Blight?
Let's see.
You have a picture of this, I think. Hold on, Twitter.
I have it somewhere on my Discord. Hang on. Oni's done. Blight's tomorrow. Just did Vecna. I have Trapper, Huntress, Bubba, Billy. That's it.
Damn, you're in the end game.
Yep. And I already know who I pretty much want for all of them. If fucking Entity would answer my messages. It's not a call to action. He's fine. I do think it would be fitting if Trapper ends up being the last one, though.
You should get Ots Darva for Trapper, on God.
I have been asked to get him for Plague and Trapper, and I was like, listen, guys, I don't think he'll say yes to it.
Hey, maybe you'll never know, honestly.
Listen,
you'll never know.
If me and Ots start talking, I'm pretty sure we'll make the longest video in DBD history.
I would watch every second of that. I love, like, 11-hour Dead by Daylight videos.
What, Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't the limit on a YouTube video 11 hours and 59 minutes?
Is it?
I think it's 11 hours and 59 minutes.
Video limits. Well, it's 15 minutes, so that's probably not right. I think 12 hours.
Yeah, it's 11:59. I'm pretty sure because Patreon did that 20-hour Skyrim review. That was 2 videos that were both 11 hours and 59 minutes apiece.
Yeah, so probably 11:59.
Yeah.
Was that a recent thing? I swear I've seen videos longer than that.
It's a couple years ago now.
What,
the 11:59 thing?
Yeah.
That I think, I don't know if it's recent. I mean, it depends on your definition of recent. I think it was like,
by recent I mean like past 5 years.
Yeah,
so
I think it was
probably
like
not
5
very
years
recent.
ago they added that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense then. That makes sense because
I don't know why they added it. I don't think it's necessary, but whatever.
There's probably some YouTube servers that are like exploding or something every time someone uploads a video longer than 12 hours.
But I would love to have odds on. It'll never happen, but I'd love to.
That's the end game, dude. You've gotten like so many big names that I've like heard of. Like
I don't.
It's not exactly out of grasp.
Yeah, I don't want to toot my own horn, but there's some couple really good get because I'm getting away from just killer mains. As the weeks go on, since we're almost done with most of the killers, I want to branch this out a little bit. I'm bringing on someone very special to talk about monetization next week.
Oh.
And then I've got a few people. I got someone coming on for talk about the game design as a whole. Someone's going to be coming on to talk about like content creation as a whole. Someone coming on to talk about the survivor side of things, since I haven't really had anyone on for that. And I feel bad that I don't. It's just, here's the thing with survivor content creators. I have nothing against any of you guys, but man, a lot of y'all are hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, there's a lot of popular survivor content creators, and just like, do you consider getting Puffalope on?
I have.
I think
I don't want to say deny or confirm anything.
Fair enough.
There's a few others I've wanted on, especially people that, because I've been compared to Mr. Taterhead sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that in like a bad way. I'm just saying that kind of seems random.
It's because of how I talk.
I mean,
it's what I've been told. I sound like not like the sound way, but like the way my dialect comes out.
Oh, I can see it. Yeah, no, I can see it.
Because I preface like 90% of what I say, which is from being on Twitter too much.
That's so unbelievably real. Twitter does that to some speech patterns.
Well, it's like, man, I don't want people to misinterpret me, so I have to say like 2 paragraphs to make sure people understand that I'm not talking very specifically. I'm speaking generalistically.
I feel that. I
hate Twitter.
Just
I wish I wasn't on it all the
that
time.
twist. You said you hate it? You liked FOMO? You support unruly business practices?
Oh my God. You would be surprised.
I suppose.
I mean, I did the FNAF lore video a couple days ago, and comments were fine at first. Now I think is when it's starting to get into the actual FNAF community, because people are not happy with me.
Not happy for you? Because what? You got like some stuff wrong in a 5-hour unscripted video? Yeah. Shame on you.
A lot of people are mad at me because like I kept saying speculated when like it's proven fact, and I'm like, well, it's not though.
99% of FNAF lore is speculation though, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Like, isn't it like entirely community made at this point?
Someone got mad at me because I'd said the timeline wrong. Because I put like sister location first in the time, or last in the middle of the timeline, when it's technically first because of the flashbacks.
That just sounds nitpicky as fuck at that point.
So someone got mad at me because apparently I don't know if you know FNAF lore. Someone got mad at me because I said that the crying child, when he gets bit, it's because the spring locks mess up. Someone was like, well, it couldn't have been the spring locks because no one was inside the suit.
Isn't it just based off of moisture?
Well, yeah, but they're right though. I'm not even saying they're wrong. It's just like, do you have to be that nitpicky with it? Like, I got the general idea. The point of what I said was the kid gets bit. The why or the how doesn't really matter.
Actually, the kid is not actually a kid as he is 14 years old.
I summed up the entire FNAF lore in 2 hours to a friend.
Literally, no script, no nothing. Assumingly, no nothing.
Like,
like,
did I get some details wrong? Probably, but for the most part, I think I nailed it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're like the unrealistic expectation for like even in like scripted stuff and stuff you've perfected to get everything right is absolutely wild. Not to mention that you were explaining it to a friend.
Yeah, I was trying to.
It wasn't even the proper audience.
Once again, I was trying to give the Cliff Notes version. That was the other thing. I wasn't going into like detail very often. So it's
kind of like, what do you really expect at that point? Like, you want fine details, but you also don't want anything wrong. So, like, what?
I don't know. It's just weird. FNAF fans don't be Rabbit Challenge possible. Most FNAF fans are fine. That's the thing. Most of them are fine. It's just like DBD. Most DBD people are fine. It's just
unfortunately loud minorities are very vocal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If it was Springlocks going off because he was crying, well, no. The thing is, the reasoning is it can't be a Springlock suit because, it can't be a Springlock suit because if it was a Springlock suit and someone was in it, or if someone wasn't in it, which it's highly implied that no one was in it, then the Springlocks wouldn't have been out. So there's nothing for them there's nothing to collapse. Which I think is understandable. I disagree with it, but I get why they would come to that conclusion as well. Same with the Bite of 83 versus Bite of 87. That shit is still debated to this day. I'm sorry I got a debated topic wrong. Like, I don't know. I don't. I'm glad for the video. A lot of people are still liking it. It's just like,
as long as the majority and not the loud vocal minority that nitpicks everything wrong you do. Like, you got this wrong by 2 years. I don't know much about FNAF, but
2 years. I got it wrong by 2 years. Yeah, someone's gonna watch it in 5 years and be like, "Has this all been retconned? I don't know what you're talking about." I don't know.
We love the fluidity of lore and retconning.
It's just funny how that stuff happens. It's just like, and I think the biggest thing with it is, why do people care so much?
Exactly. Like, it's not the point of the video. Like, sit back and enjoy the thing.
I just thought it was fun.
Yeah, if you want like a true historical reenactment of FNAF, probably not your video then. But like, you want to explain in like a fun way by someone who's like passionate about the topic, yeah.
Like, I brought up Dream Theory, and no one, my chat corrected me on it, but no one's really said anything about me bringing up Dream Theory.
Because that's not easy enough to criticize, unfortunately.
Well, no, I was just bringing it up that it was a theory at the time, was Dream Theory. And no one's like criticized me for saying, well, no, it wasn't. It was actually only perpetuated by like 2 people. It's like, okay.
Yeah, in the future, when it's finally disproved, you're gonna be ridiculed for not predicting the future.
It has been disproved.
Prepare yourself.
Basically, it's
been
disproved.
It has.
The ongoing, or the some people think that it was retconned to not be Dream Theory because it wouldn't have been satisfying if it was. Or the box. I didn't even bring up the box. I'm not bringing up the box.
The box.
The box. Exactly.
The box.
There's the box. You opened it.
The box.
There's a box in FNAF 4 at the end that has still to this day been locked, and no one knows what's on the inside of it. There's nothing in the fucking box. No.
Yeah,
there is something in the box. What's funny about the box is Scott Cawthon just did an interview not even like a week ago. I think it was like 2 weeks ago, actually. And he literally said on the in the interview, "I forgot what was in the box." It's just the funniest shit.
It's not.
God.
It's not him making the lore. It's the it's the fans at this point. It must
Love
have not.
that. That is the
Must not have
best.
been important then.
That is the best answer you could have ever given to that question, and I love it.
I forgot.
I don't know. I don't know what was in it in the first place. It's just, man.
That's how you create more discussion about your game and franchise.
Yeah. It's it's just one of those things. And yeah, I probably got some stuff wrong. Something was probably outdated. That's fine. The timeline was probably a little messed up. But I feel like I hit the main points, and that was like the entire point of explaining the lore.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you're not focusing too hard on the details, but like
I was also trying not to be boring about it. Like, it's probably some shit I just said just to be like more entertaining. Like,
yeah, it's like not. It's not like a true explanative, perfect video essay on why Freddy Fazbear is. Insert a funny joke about FNAF here. I don't follow along, but
it's
just people are so nitpicky. It's so
like I brought
annoying.
the sound discs that are in like they're in the books and they've never been confirmed for the game, and I brought those up, and I probably shouldn't have because they've never been confirmed in the game. But I think it's a fun theory, so I talked about it because I thought it was interesting to talk about.
Hey, FNAF lore is built on theories, so
it's just I don't know. It's just some of the backlash I'm getting from it now is just very interesting. It's also interesting. It took a couple days. There was one video I did. I did a video on Base Kit Unbreakable, which we talked about earlier. That is my most disliked video to this day.
Yeah, how dare you talk about something that might be detrimental to the killer community?
Oh no! Really, I actually there was a video I did a while ago where I talked about distortion and Lightborn in the same video, and I think I broke some people's brains. I'm not kidding, because they didn't know which side to be mad at me for.
The net plays for both sides, so he always comes out on top.
I was
Except
like,
you came out on the fucking bottom this case.
My argument was they're both perks that remove gameplay. That was my argument. Or not gameplay, but play styles.
You make both sides mad, though. You become a common enemy.
It was just really funny because like a lot of people disliked it, but like there wasn't that many comments, which is usually not how it goes. It was just very funny because I don't think people knew which side to attack me from.
They can't give logical explanations, so they let the dislike button speak.
So some people brought up some good points to it. My main argument with it though is still I don't think perks that completely remove gameplay should exist. And my argument with Lightborn is I think Lightborn should be a token system.
Real. I've never been a fan of Lightborn. I think
it's not even me saying it's good, because I don't think Lightborn is good, but the fact that a killer can slap on Lightborn and it completely removes an entire gameplay feature, I just don't think should be a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't see Septic Touch having, like, if you heal with a medkit, you will accidentally stab yourself and you will auto-mutate into a creature for 12 seconds in which you immediately explode afterwards.
Like, and same thing with distortion. Like I understand why distortion exists, and my biggest argument for distortion is honestly, we need more options for distortion.
Options, or make it not recharge by doing its job. Make it so you have to do the opposite thing in order to do the thing. Like, make it so you recover tokens in chase.
I don't even agree I don't even agree with that.
Really?
No, my idea. I don't agree with it recovering in chase. Here's my idea for how I would rework distortion. You start off with 4 tokens. You regain them when you're unhooked. That way you're still eventually found.
I mean, the thing is, it's still like hard counters like single aura perks, like I'm all ears, which I mean my idea also does. But
yeah, but like I could see like the number could be adjusted. It could be 3, it could be 2, but like I would rather it's Like the problem with the chase one is that in theory, if you're in chase and you still get away, you get your tokens back, and now we're back at square one.
Yes.
The way I'm suggesting it is like you still get them back, but you have to be found eventually.
So it's like
It's like an
you would have
inevitability thing, right?
inevitably you get caught whether the killer reads your aura or not.
And then like I've heard other suggestions. I've heard some people suggest you get tokens back by doing generators.
Honestly, yeah.
Yep,
I mean,
Rev just brought it up. Yeah, yeah. I would. I've heard some people suggest you get it back through doing generators. That way, you're still in a position where you would be found.
so you can't just like stealth, but like also
Oh no. Rev
can't.
saying make it like a reverse. Okay, I see what you're saying, Rev. Make it like you put like a distortion thing on a gen, kind of like a shadow step. I think that would be the problem right there. Is that it steps on shadow step.
Also, AOE distortion kind of scary.
Shadow
Say
step.
goodbye to
I'm
the
gonna say
few
this
barbecue
now.
shit users.
I'm gonna say this now. I think Shadow Step is one of the most slept on perks in the game.
It also counters Shattered Hope, which is kind of funny.
Um,
Like,
I think Shadow Step is one of the most slept on survivor perks in the game.
it's like AOE distortion, no scratch marks too. Sometimes no scratch marks is like, Lord.
I don't understand why distortion does remove scratch marks.
I don't know either. It would be perfectly fine without scratch marks.
Like legitimately, I don't know why it removes them.
There's just no point.
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Did it always do that? I don't remember because no one used to run it.
I think it does. The only thing they added was the regaining of tokens. Did it always?
It always
I
has.
think it always.
Okay, fair enough. I wasn't sure. Once again, no one used to run it.
I just don't get why that is allowed to exist when poised. All it does is make your scratch marks go away for 10 seconds after gens.
I would, it's funny with distortion because I've heard other people suggest just bring it back to what it used to be. No.
No, I think it should have tokens, and you should be able to regain them in some way. But I don't think you should be able to gain them by stealthing. I think you need to put yourself in the killer's face, and I think chasing or the gen, do gens to get them back. I think that's a good idea.
I think the other problem with it, like because people, like I said, suggested that we bring distortion back to what it used to be. The problem there is that when distortion was the old way, almost no one used it.
Exactly, because it just like it gets eaten up by most perks.
And then there's I've heard the same thing with DMS. I've heard some people say revert Deadman Switch back to how it used to be. Oh, you mean when no one used it because it was almost useless?
What was that man switch?
It only worked on the obsession.
What the fuck?
So it does what it does now, but it used to only work when you hooked the obsession.
Oh, that's terrible. What?
Yeah. And then they reworked it, and now it's. I'm not even saying that we shouldn't adjust these perks. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we should not revert them back to being useless. That is not ever anyone's intention most of the time.
They worked because they were like problematic in a bad way. And by problem, not problematic, but they were like useless almost and like barely used because you could just get more value with other perks.
It's like, yeah, we don't want perks deleted. We want more perks brought up and others brought down. We don't want them completely gutted.
One of my favorite patches that Dead by Daylight does is the big meta shakeups. I love that one patch where ignoring the fact that off the record, I think 6.1. Yeah, it's the one where they made off the record a perk.
Yeah,
a usable perk. Yeah, that was one of my favorite patches. So, okay, I'm gonna catch a lot of shit for this. I don't think Red Herring is that bad.
I think you are, because I was actually about to say something about Red Herring, but Zarina's perks have been like the biggest glow up in Dead by Daylight, I swear.
I know, right? For the people, with Buckle Up, people like were aware of it. Now that Buckle Up's nerfed, it's still good because people are aware. Oh my god, it's not that bad. Off the record, whack ass distortion iron will combo, boom, anti-tunnel.
Do you know what it used to do?
Off the record?
Yeah.
Wasn't it just 80 seconds of no aura and grunts of pain?
Yes.
It was so... Why? Iron Will is right there.
Here,
Distortion is right there.
the thing with red herring though, I find it odd that they didn't buff it in the most recent patch. And here
That is
and the
strange.
reason why is because they buffed every other like trick kind of diversion type of perk, but red herring wasn't in there, and I feel like this would have been the perfect time to do it.
Exactly. Like they buffed the pebble. They gotta buff the fish as well.
Buff the
Especially because
fish.
I don't even think pebble is that bad. As
It's hard to get
it's
substantial use out of.
yes, but effectively it like kind of serves the same purpose as red herring. The problem with red herring is if you want to use it effectively, it takes too much time.
My
Ideally, you use it on like a faraway generator that you're not doing, that's away from the generators you are doing, but you have to go there and then you have to go away from the area preferably so you don't get caught, and you hop on a locker and
my
then
my suggestion for red herring, I actually did a whole video on this. When you're doing a gen, every time you hit a great skill check, it goes on a 30-second cooldown. A random generator that no one's working on explodes.
that would I don't the first thing my mind jumped to was 4 red herrings, and I'm just saying I think I might actually go deaf if they ever implement that.
But it keeps the spirit of the perk.
It does.
And it would
I
make
think
it
would be
actually
annoying.
decent.
It would make it good. I don't know how healthy that would be. Because
Oh, Rev, that's a good idea.
thing
You
is,
should be able to select a gen from the locker.
I
That would
don't
be
think
interesting.
red herring. Oh, that would be interesting. That would actually be way better. I don't think that would be healthy for the game because it would lead you to naturally distrust loud noise notifications when those things that create loud noise notifications either mean a survivor is there or one of two.
Yeah, but
perks.
I feel like it wouldn't be good enough to see it all the time. It would be like a once in a blue, similar to like a mirrored illusion right now.
I mean, but okay, but mirrored illusion, you're already going to that area anyways.
What if you're going to that
Right.
area because you see the survivor from far away?
That is true. I
Like,
feel like that's like, but like noise notifications are like global
doesn't Pebble do the
as
same
well,
thing?
huh?
Doesn't Pebble do the same thing?
Yeah, but like you can like see it with the scratch marks, and you can tell that it's fake.
Yeah, but what if someone does it on the other side of the map next to a gem?
That is true.
It would be the same.
I mean,
effect.
if someone, I mean, but that's like you have to like actively go out of your way to do that. The way you're suggesting is that red herring that like happens naturally.
Yeah, after
You're
a
doing
great skill
gens
check
anyways.
on a 30-second cooldown.
Yeah, that's not that big of a requirement. I mean, by big of a
Maybe not
requirement, I
30
mean like you're gonna
seconds.
do it. You're gonna do it in like normal game.
Maybe like a minute, maybe not 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm very cautious towards deception perks in general because
I think they're great. I think they're fun for the game, if I'm honest with you.
they are fun. If they get to a point where they're like meta, which I don't think they'll ever be meta
They
because it's just
can't be.
how they work.
Something like that can't ever be meta. But
like I should say, if it's easily accessible and on like a low cooldown, like if they made a pebble a 5-second cooldown, that would be absolutely miserable because
the
like
thing
you
is,
get so desensitized to
my suggestion for red herring would be countered by gearhead.
That's interesting to think about.
Because they had to hit a great skill, or they had to hit a skill check. So,
I suppose.
or
Perhaps.
discordance. I mean, if a gen has discordance on it, and you see a what's it called? And you see a red herring go off, like on the other side of the map. Well, you know, at most one person's there. You don't want to go to that gen anyways.
That's true, I suppose. It would have to be like
Shattered Hope would like to say hi. Okay, you know what I mean. I'm saying if you happen to have gear, like I'm saying if it became meta, that's my point. And you really didn't like dealing with it, you could just run gearhead.
kind of perks are kind of whack.
I think a perk that's designed to counter another perk is bad. I think a perk that happens to do it isn't.
Yeah, kind of.
Shattered Hope is probably the best example. That's a perk designed to counter something.
Yeah, and like I don't know.
Well,
Scared of clown phobia. Can't pronounce it.
chlorophobia.
Chlorophobia. Yeah, that counters medkits. In a medkit meta, you could bring that, but it also has like other uses, other than the medkits. So it depends. That's why I don't like Terminus as a solution to adrenaline because.
Oh, I wasn't saying it was a solution. I'm just saying if you don't like dealing with adrenaline, run Terminus. I think adrenaline's fine.
Yeah, I think nowadays adrenaline is fine. I think the healing underhook off the hook was a bit ridiculous, but
Strider's a weird one, Rev, because I feel like Strider.
I don't think Strider should exist. I'm gonna be honest.
Strider's a weird one because like I get that it's basically designed to counter Iron Will, but it, like at the same time, I don't know. Part of me's fine with Strider existing, not for the purpose of countering Iron Will, but just like being itself.
As long as it's not problematic, though, it's just bad, and it's bad for your muscle memory.
You know what Perk does counter Iron Will?
What Perk?
Languid Touch.
Oh yeah!
I brought it back.
I keep forgetting about the exhaustion requirement. You did bring it back. You somehow bring things full circle.
I am gonna keep singing the praises of Languid Touch till it becomes meta. I swear.
These damn exhaustion perks and their reliable trigger outcomes. Sort of.
I like it just for the info too, if I'm perfectly honest.
Wait till I introduce you to Spies of the Shadows.
I like Spies as well. I'm about to run 4 exhaustion perks. Yeah, well, my 1 perk is going to counter that entire build. Except Sprint Burst. It won't counter Sprint. Fuck.
Now we have a Sprint Burst meta. What have you unleashed upon us?
Mindbreaker. Oh, 4 killer exhaustion perks. Dude. Oh, yeah, there you go. Languid Touch, Blood Echo, Mindbreaker, Septic.
Genetic limits.
Yeah, it's better than Septic. Yeah.
What the fuck is the point of Septic Touch? Can we talk about that? When genetic limits exists, and even then, genetic what? Why does it point?
I don't. Here's the funny thing with it. Like I said earlier, genetic limits is literally just, in my opinion, I'm sure someone will correct me on a use case. Genetic limits is literally just better Septic Touch.
Actually, Septic Touch applies when you're healing, not when you finish the healing. You're terrorist.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a range requirement.
And it actually also causes the blindness effect.
Oh my god, they both do, don't they?
For 10 seconds. No, genetic limits is just exhausted.
I thought they both did. Genetic limit, like, it's also funny because they both came on anniversary killers that were original. So it's like,
happy birthday, here's your exhaustion perk. Go move on.
Genetic limits is a better. That's true. It pretty much is. My voice just cracked. I'm so into this. Yeah, that's true. It is. I don't know. I don't think Singularity and Dredge are nearly as bad as people make them out to be. I'm not gonna lie to you, Rev. I really don't think they are.
Singularity is good. What? And Dredge is getting buffed, so.
I think Dredge was fine before the buff. I'm biased because I watch a lot of. I'm biased because I watch a lot of Gaming Athlete.
Fair enough. I just think he's very map dependent.
I disagree with that statement.
I feel like.
What is the main power of Dredge?
That's true. His remnant.
Like the lockers are the supplementary part.
I suppose. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I feel like the lockers are nice though. I feel like.
They are. I'm not saying they aren't.
It helps them use his chase power more because you'll be in chase more, and it gives him map pressure that he otherwise mostly doesn't have if you don't call. It depends if you count Nightfall as a map pressure tool or not.
I think it's. I think people put too much weight on the locker thing. I legitimately do.
I do understand. I do.
Oh, Rev, no, don't get me wrong. I love the quality of life changes they did to Dredge. I'm not saying Um, I'm not saying anything like no, they shouldn't have buffed him or anything. I'm just saying I think people undersold how bad he was, or oversold how bad Dredge was.
Yeah, I don't think he's terrible. I mean, it's fine for killers to be in like a mediocre state, but like I feel like he doesn't really encompass the fantasy that he was intended to be, which is the locker dwelling demon who sends you into nighttime once in a while.
I don't. I don't think there's like any real way for them to do that with any form of consistency. I think Dredge proved that.
I think the quality of life, or not, it's not even quality of life. I think the buffs are like, it makes him feel more impactful out of chase, which I think is where he struggled because his chase is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I think releasing killers with 10 billion failsafes in place are just abysmal design logic. It's much easier to nerf than to buff. Wait, so are you saying you would rather them release killers that are overpowered that can be nerfed down? Is that what you're suggesting? Because I don't fully disagree with that. Slightly overpowered? Yeah, I mean, typically that's how you want to do it. The problem with that is perception. That's the only real problem, is player perception. Because it doesn't matter how small or how minuscule the nerf is or how healthy the nerf is, players will be mad about it regardless. Players will not develop counterplay unless or Chucky. Or Chucky.
They will not stand still.
Um, you were saying? Anyways, I think it's I don't know. I would rather them release killers overpowered, but like once again, the problem with that
Like, what if they're not overpowered and there's people are like not doing anything against them?
Not even necessarily that. It's like, would player sentiment, like general player sentiment, agree with it? I just don't like babying players. Yeah, but I've talked about this before, though, Rev. Like the average player doesn't care, and that's not me shitting on anybody, but they just want to play the game. Has it improved though?
But it has improved, I think, for the most part. Like, I mean, not drastically, but I feel like less people DC, which is a good metric.
I think we talked about it earlier though. I think the biggest issue with Skull Merchant is isn't that her. I think the problem is that her skill floor, like she can get value, in very easy ways. She doesn't really have to do the skill expressive stuff.
Yeah, you can put like a untrained monkey on Skull Merchant. That doesn't mean you can't like flex on Skull Merchant because she absolutely has stuff that she can flex with. It's just that the low skill ceiling or the low skill floor sort of overinflates people's perception of how good she is and what she can do.
And that's the other thing. Yeah, some people just genuinely don't even care to learn how to play against her sometimes.
Yeah, I still know people that just don't know what she does. Which, I mean, understandable. She has a lot of stuff.
You don't
like,
need
also,
to
it's
know.
not that difficult.
I don't like. That's the thing with that. People are like, I don't know what they do. So a lot of times you don't even need to know what a killer does to know how to play against them.
Avoid the drone. Run away from the drone. Don't get hit by the drone. Disable drone. Avoid the drone.
Like, oh, okay, crouch when the line's on you, or stop moving, I should say, when the line's on you, and then go disable the drone.
They even made it so that it turns white when you are not able to get scans. So even if you have read nothing or know nothing about Skull Merchant, you see that the lights turn white. So you're like, hey, maybe this means it's safe.
I actually really enjoy going against Skull Merchant because it's different.
You are in hot.
I like going against Skull Merchant because it's different. It's a completely different game when you're playing against Skull Merchant. I will die on that hill. And I think that's good. I think more killers need to be like that.
That is true. I think the generalization of killers and like having the same counterplays against them is kind of just boring. Because then what's the point of having playing against multiple killers if they all feel the same?
It's why I like going against Hag. It's a different game. Because I mean, you're going around trying to like either trip traps as much as you can or get rid of the traps when you can. She's not supposed to. She doesn't really chase you that much. Yeah. I think it's a completely different game, and I think, like I said, more killers need to be like that.
Exactly. It's just like having all these different playstyles that aren't just like I like
She feels like a
like I
spy mission. That's the best way to describe Skull Merchant.
that's real. Except sometimes the spy has an RPD and you you die in the
Like,
you die in the middle.
I mean, like I said, I think my biggest problem with the Dead by Daylight community is just that, unlike a lot of other gaming communities, a lot of us can't agree on things.
Yeah, because it's all subjective.
No,
Like I
that's what I
understand.
mean, Rev. I know what you meant. Is the big bad CEO that the spy mission is avoiding? Yeah. Um, it's I don't know. I would just like, a lot of us just can't agree on things, and I don't. There's really no way to fix that. We all have different ideals for what we want this game to be. And the devs definitely aren't helping that problem. I think it's like what's the word I'm looking for? It's like we still can't agree if this game is competitive or not. Most of us can't.
I guess like the how you should yeah how you should, I guess you just said this, but like how you should play the game. Like should you sweat? Should you 4K? Should you try and
Yeah, and
do your arbitrary version of winning? Do
yeah,
you throw the
and
game for an archive?
revert trickster, more transparency. The problem with transparency is that's not a behavior problem. It's a game dev problem in general. Um, Most developers are not very transparent with their communities for good reason. Uh, because, and I've said this before, behavior doesn't want to give false promises. That is the biggest reason why most game companies aren't transparent. Um, they don't want to give false promises or false expectations. And I think they've been better about it, but they could still be much better about it. Um, I think a good example is like the roadmap we just got. It's like a lot of the decisions in there, like I'm like, why? Right, Rev, that is true, but when someone reads it, like when the normal person reads it, especially when it's coming from the dev, a lot of times it sounds like they're promising things. Now, if you mean like explaining intent on changes, yes, I 100% agree on that. But a lot of times we give them shit when they do give us that information. Um, I'm trying to think of a good example. Very recently. Um, I mean, like the Chucky cooldown change. I've said this before. Like in the thing, they said it was because it was a bug. If it was a bug, why did it take 7 months to find when everyone knew about it?
Behavior just likes taking their time with things for some reason.
It's
Not when it comes to Vecna nerfs though.
yeah. It was like a week, not even.
I still don't understand that. They could have just removed his Mage Hand add-on and he would have been fine.
If they did it like a month later, I would have been fine with it. If I'm honest with you.
Nah, you don't get it. If it was in 1 month, it wouldn't be a hot fix. It'd be a cold fix. They gotta keep the namesake.
The 10K add-ons change. Once again, I can only assume intent. I assume that's for server purposes, but it's still stupid.
Yeah, they should at least confirm it. I mean, I don't think. I understand keeping things like secret and not making false promises, but this seems already like cut in stone, no?
Yeah.
Set in stone.
I mean, it's yeah. Like I said, I think they should be more transparent. It's just I understand sometimes why they aren't. That's something though I don't understand why they wouldn't be. Like I don't see the problem with being transparent about that. Because people are already mad anyways. So so if you give the reason and people still don't like it, I mean they're already mad. You can't lose more. But yeah, we kind of just have to guess. It's just like with like when they changed Night and did the rework. Like I can guess the intent, but like they never really said why. And I'm not even saying like they shouldn't have done it. It's just like my assumption is they did it because they want him to fit more into a split pressure killer. But they never outright said that. I can just take guesses based off of how he now plays versus how he did. It's just like when they gave him the haste effect when you set a long path. It's like I feel like that the whole point of that was to encourage people to do longer paths because that's what they want him to do. But I don't know that for a fact because they've never said it. Same thing with like the Chucky change they just did, where they instead of changing the add-ons like they said they were going to do, they just made the cooldowns shorter. I assume that was to help add-on diversity, but I don't know. It's weird. Arshie, you there?
Huh? Yeah. Sorry, I'm. I'm like,
You half asleep?
yeah, I'm like zoned out right now.
I think
I've.
I think on that note, I'm gonna call it a night there, and I'm gonna rate it.
Understandable. Thank you so much for having me on here. I appreciate it.
Of
It was
course.
really nice talking to you. I would love to talk to you again sometime.
If Vecna gets a substantial change, I'll probably ask you to come back on, if I'm honest with
In the nicest way possible, I really hope we don't have to do that because I don't want it to get changed that much.
you. Speaking of knights, we're gonna raid Pixie. Probably one of the better night mains I know, if not the only night main I know. But in any case, to the people on Twitch, I love you guys. They're great. I had to awkwardly wait for Twitch to do the little raid thing. But yeah, I'll probably see y'all later. I'll probably stream in a couple hours, actual gameplay or something. I don't know. We'll see. Hey guys, I love you. Have a good one, and bye.